Good morning, everyone from Linz. Good morning to day 2 of Ars Electronica 2021. It is an exciting day ahead of us. We had already a pretty fantastic kick-off yesterday. I am absolutely excited to see so many guests already arriving in Linz, and the weather is brilliant. So we have good temperatures, the sun is out, we are all having a good mood in here, and we are very much looking forward to the next day. If only you could also be with us, but that is the joy actually of this wonderful channel, to definitely host you and connect you and be able also to meet in cyberspace. We have, as I said, a packed program for today. It's the Innovation Day of Ars Electronica. We are going to have the Starts Day and the Futurelab Day, our big anniversary happening this year. And of course, it's not only the economical innovation we're searching for, we definitely want to look for all different types of innovation, social, ecological, and the best we can get at Ars Electronica. Special attention also to our today's topic. It's sustainable manufacturing, and we will actually have a lot of guests today speaking with us on the topic, and of course leading us into exciting programs, and definitely also some live guests here are with us, and there are already some here with us. It's Christl and Martin. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning out there.
So how was your day yesterday?
I don't know where you were. For me, it was quite not exciting at all. A rather boring day.
Hey, come on. Can you be a bit more exciting now, at least?
Partly raining. I hope you guys out there, I mean, you partners made the job better than we did, but you know, yesterday, well, okay, let's try to. It was not really.
But how about this little exciting event in the evening? I mean, that was pretty fantastic, wasn't it?
Well, it was, fantastic in the way that we could have done it far better, and the weather could have.
Should we maybe just stop for now? I mean, seriously?
No.
Okay, restart, thanks.
Yeah, restart. It was a wonderful and actually a super exciting day yesterday. We set the boat called the Festival into the water, and today we are bringing it out of the harbor, and from tomorrow on we think we are on open sea, and then we can do whatever we want with it. Yesterday was insofar extremely exciting because, as you already mentioned, it was humans coming to us. The evening yesterday appeared like a festival from the old days, I would say. And with old days, I mean humans drinking, talking, smoking a cigarette, standing out there in a wonderful late summer evening in the epicenter on the marketplace of our festival. People who seem to be passionate and who also seem to be happy to join this group, and I was part of that. I also have to say it's forbidden, but I got 4 hugs between real human, and I think due to that I had a wonderful dream. No, what we saw yesterday is people absolutely activated and energized. On the one side it was the artists representing, defending their projects, their wonderful projects. On the other side, it was us in the first time talking about what we did the entire summer. This is this transformation in its aggregate state, so that you're theoretically pushing something forward, many projects, and then all of a sudden you're standing in front of the target line, and then the festival starts, and the entire thing is changing. It is changing into a different aggregate state, and that is such a wonderful transformation. Yesterday we called it harvest time, and it was just the beginning of that. That was a lot of blah 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 and patina and pathetic things. Not a single word about the projects, but it's also about this lack of empathy. And the festival is about empathy, and yesterday it felt like that.
Yes, it was the best day ever. I started here, I think, at 8 in the morning. The first thing was going to the exhibition, seeing is everything still standing? Is everything still playing? And it was! And I think it was the first time ever since I'm doing the festival that I got some sleep the day before the festival started, which was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, which makes a lot with humans. But also yesterday there was we had wonderful guests. The honor to welcome our Mr. He himself, President Van der Bellen, who is, that's my personal opinion, a very grounded and super intelligent human, and we were, as a festival, and I think also as colleagues here, extremely honored that this guy is joining us. It was the first time in my life as leading this this project, and we had the chance to introduce him and his wife and his entourage into our world, and that was actually a very fruitful an interesting dialogue. He has his points. It seems that he's part of that world, or we are part of his world. So that was quite cool. And he also then did a super speech at the evening. And the evening was, I would call, perfectly set. As I said before, wonderful late summer evening in Linz, and that has a quality, energized air. Interesting guests on the stage. We had about 1,000 visitors sitting in this new, totally new opened area for the university, but also for us, for the festival. The Circus des Wissens, which is a new architecture there, surrounded by old architecture, very charming, a lot of people in good mood, and a wonderful performance.
Yeah, should we have a look? Because we do have some very nice images from that evening yesterday that we shouldn't keep from you guys.
Such a fantastic day, such a fantastic visit, and congratulations also to the guided tour with our president. It was, I think, a brilliant visit for him. He seemed quite happy, to be honest. So did also the visitors of our education day yesterday. We kicked off Ars Electronica 21 with a whole day dedicated to education. In particular, of course, our interdisciplinary programs at the nexus of art, science and technology, and also what role, of course, education can play in this. And yes, it's still going on. You can follow also the conferences, in particular, for example, the Symposium Universitas, still the whole day, as well as the science talk here on site in Linz today, this afternoon, in the OK, in the Mediendeck. Yes, and actually we also have, next to an education day, we have a 5 days exhibition here, right?
Yes, exhibitions, it is, of course. I mentioned it before, today is the official opening day of the exhibitions. We have dedicated actually 2 whole buildings, something that reminds us again of this wonderful time in the bunker of Post City, but just now in a completely different character. It's a university building that was actually, in the beginning, I really couldn't imagine how it would look like once artworks are in there, because it's spaces somehow without patina. So, you know, how do you really deal with those ones? What kind of architecture do we need in there? What does it take in the end to create an exhibition, to have this feeling in those spaces? And I'm more than excited to say that I think it turned out really, really nicely, thanks to the wonderful team that spent their time there. And the topic, of course, is linked to the festival topic, a new digital deal. The exhibition is called Digital and Life, and reflects very much on this connection between our life as well as the digital one, that we at least feel is inseparable. And everything, you know, everything that we do is already intertwined with the digital, and most of the times we actually don't even notice it anymore, whether it's kind of our water system is controlled in the end by a digital system. Our street lamps are turned on by a digital system. So it's, you know, it's our everyday life. And we have wonderful projects that ask those questions, that paint visions, that go deeper into the topics of what does that mean, as linking it to organisms, taking away this human-centered focus of what we as humans have been kind of reflecting on for the last weeks, decades, months, and centuries, and thinking about that, what does it actually take if we want to preserve our planet, if we want to preserve humankind? We need to look at other species, at other organisms, and make sure that we can live in symbiosis with them, and not only focus on us, ourselves, destroying the planet of what I think at the moment we at least do best. And the projects that we have in there, they look at how, for example, personal trauma can turn into something sustainable, how you can create an ocean with your tears, growing new algae, growing new species in them. Or they're asking what kind of footprints do we leave, what kind of marks do we leave on our planet, and not so much related only to the carbon footprint, but also how do we engrave ourselves in the actual desert of the Atacama, a project that is looking deeper into also critical journalism, actually, where artists go out of their own comfort zone or think about what is their role there, how can they really reflect on a dictatorship in Chile, how does this collective trauma becomes visible in an actual physical representation there. And then we have this opportunity to gaze into the stars by some AI children to see how they learn forms, languages, science, and what they actually see in the stars. And then I would say the highlight project is, of course, one of our STARS Prize winners, Oceans in Transformation. And this is a project where 2 architects collaborated with many scientific institutions, where they collected data from all around the world, coming from all different types of disciplines. And they made a huge installation, a very beautiful ones, linking all those different types of knowledge, all those different types of data together, and not just in a beautiful piece, but it helps us understand the mystery of the ocean in the end, how the Anthropocene is changing the oceans, how we as humans are responsible for what we are doing and for what is happening to our planet at the moment. And this very often somehow is rather difficult for us to grab when we talk about, you know, climate crisis, climate change, the sea level is rising 2 centimeters, but what does that actually mean? How does it change the Gulf Stream? How does it change the territorial tectonic plates? How does the migration of the fish link to exactly that? And how does it affect us in the end? And they managed to bring all of this together. They even further took a next step, that it's not just about showing it, but much more about giving access to everyone through educative forums, through workshops, to make sure that we, whether coming from the scientific side, whether coming from the art side, that everyone is included in this reflection, creating awareness. And I think we should have a look now at the project.
Hello, my name is Marcus Reimann. I'm the director of TBA 21 Academy and its home, Ocean Space. Ocean Space is a new center in Venice, catalyzing ocean literacy, research, and advocacy through the lens of art. It's a collaborative platform that brings together artists and scientists, architects and activists and researchers to together foster ocean imagination and ocean action. And as we're in Venice, we chose for the second exhibition of Ocean Space, we chose to work with an architecture collective called Territorial Agency and present their work Oceans in Transformation, which is the culmination of a 3-year long-term research commission that started with the investigation of sea level rise. And what better place to investigate sea level rise than in Venice? So I invite you now to follow me into the exhibition and see the work.
Territorial Agency has been investigating the Anthropocene, the age of the transformation of the planet, for about past decade or more, trying to contribute to the amount of knowledge produced by various scholars about this particular age and the transformations it brings about. Oceans in Transformation is an attempt to unravel the mechanisms of transformations on the planet from an oceanic point of view, meaning looking at the Anthropocene from the oceans. So the question they are posing initially is, how can we sense, how can we make understand the transformations of the oceanic, whereas the ocean is an area that is invisible, that doesn't afford us a view into its body, if you want. So what instruments, what possibilities of knowing do we have in order to develop an image of the oceans and its transformation? One. And secondly, how can we bring together the various ways of knowing, the various sciences, investigations, data collected on the ocean, so that they form a body of knowledge and are syncretized as one coherent story of the ocean. And in order to do that, they have both developed an aesthetic representation. These are the fields of images and compositions that you see behind me, but also a conceptual repertoire that is very important for us to understand, because it is the ideas, the understanding, the ways of knowing that perhaps also lead us to a better safeguarding of the ocean in our future.
Wow, huh? Isn't that a great piece? We have this here on actually almost the rooftop of our exhibition building. We don't have an environment, charming environment like that, but we gave this piece our best place and our best room. What I'd like to add to this exhibition, that it is not just about this one starts winning project. It is that there is another project that I see equally to this project. There are projects from the AI Lab. There are projects that we commissioned together with the Deutsche Telekom. But what I wanted to say is that we have it to do with an exhibition that is literally an international perspective on global problems and local solutions. We start from local artists, Stefan Tiefengraber and others, even former employees from us. They are part of this theme exhibition. And we end this circle with the elite, so to speak, of media arts. We mashed this up in order to bring art in a constellation that it fulfills the needs and the exceptions of the art world itself. But this package, what we have there, is addressing actually the art world, everybody beyond the art world, because it is the challenges and the problems the entire society needs to solve in a new collaborative way. And we have wonderful projects that are making the theme exhibition of this year's Ars Electronica Festival.
Yeah, and as we said, actually a big part of this year's theme exhibition is, of course, the Starts Prize and the many winning projects and prize honorary mentions. Starts is an initiative from the European Commission to honor innovation at the nexus of art, science and technology. And innovation is, of course, today a buzzword. We all know this. It is demanded everywhere, it is promoted everywhere, but by no means it is also the case that all words and all innovation topics have actually earned what it stands behind and which expectations stand behind. That's exactly what we are addressing on day 2 on this specific Innovation Day at Ars Electronica, with a whole day dedicated to starts. We have currently running a huge conference program in Zirkus des Wissens with several sessions and panels, not only by Ars Electronica, but also by partner gardens from our huge network. We are, of course, streaming that live, so maybe you want to jump over also after our conversation or after this session to the Starts Day. We will have then also a Starts networking event in the evening. If you want to register, there are still a few places left. So if you want to meet someone from the Starts community, get in touch with people who are already working in Starts, then please feel free to join there. There will be also an online guided tour for and through the Starts exhibition. So yes, there is a whole program package, and you can choose your menu in a way from the whole Starts Day. And of course, there are a couple of things like also the online exhibition of Starts. You can look into the projects from this year, as well as we have actually gathered a couple of winning projects also from the last years. Look into the online exhibition. It's anyway open for the whole 5 days. And last but not least, I'm sure there is plenty more, but there are, of course, also several workshops we are going to hold. For example, Oceans in Transformation. We are also having some special guests today. She will, or they will join us in this session today later. We will have the grand prize winners for innovative collaboration here with us today and have an interview with them. Yeah, maybe we have the chance now to look a bit more into Starts, and I think my colleagues prepared actually a video for this.
I personally see strong similarities between science and art. Both thrive on imagination and curiosity. Both demand out-of-the-box thinking. Both encourage critical reflection. For all these reasons, and more, the Commission embraces the role of artists for a European human-centered approach to innovation. We finance the program START, innovation at the nexus of science, technology, and the arts.
Is about collaboration between arts, technology, science, and delivering good impact for society. I guess the collaboration is really about pushing boundaries of what is possible, giving a new policy direction for technological innovation.
The match between science and technology, we often forget where it comes. And if we just think about the Bauhaus 100 years ago, there was a new method of production. And the artist, the architect and the designer, they revolutionize the way that we conceive our spaces, our objects. And they open huge capacity of production for the industry.
START is really a fantastic opportunity to bring people from very different sectors together. I normally would have never had the chance to actually go to a genetics lab, and I think most people don't get that chance in their lifetime. So it's really a unique opportunity to see a very different world, a different way of working, and by mixing those two fields, to really come up with unique solutions that otherwise would have been impossible to achieve.
So whenever we try to deal with sustainable development and the goals of the United Nations, we are basically facing very difficult problems for which we don't have a clue, typically. We can have ideas, but we don't know whether these ideas are correct or not. So I guess we need to put together, very different people with very different background in order to explore what we call the space of possible solutions. The STARS program is going in the right direction. It's very peculiar with respect to all the other European projects. Right? In this idea of put together different perspectives.
So creativity, curiosity, experimentation, a willingness to challenge the borders of things and to investigate things and why they work and how they work. Those things are consistent across all of the sciences, the technologies, the arts. Questioning and experimenting is inherent in all of those professions. They are a match made in heaven.
And curiosity.
And a lot more on starts today, as we said. But the Innovation Day is not only starts, it's also the big anniversaries of our Futurelab. And who would be better to speak about Futurelab than a former member of the Futurelab, Martin?
Yes. Wow, I forgot that. But thank you, what a nice introduction. Those who are responsible for innovation in our organism called Ars Electronica, it is clearly our Ars Electronica Futurelab. And we have not just one anniversary this year, we have two actually. The one is our museum, and the other one is our Futurelab. And there is a nice story behind. When Gerfried got the order 25 years ago from the municipal here of Linz to make a futuristic museum, to create one of those, a museum for the future. They didn't hesitate or they didn't spend a millimeter of energy and a millisecond of time to go to agencies and ask for something unique that you would get at the end out of the box and out of a shelf. No, they were utilizing the already existing and established pre-Ars Electronica network. That is not a network technically, it is a group of people spread it all over the world, of experts. We call them media artists. We invited them to join us and to share time with us to create the concept for a future that would explain and should explain us a museum that should explain us the future and our role in that. And that was actually the seed of our Future Lab, and we had Horst here yesterday. They are, I think, heavily celebrating their anniversary, and they quite deserve it. It was 25 years of just going in many directions, but only forward, never walk back. And what they're doing in our museum is not like a melancholic retrospective of what heroes we have been. It is much more the question, how should a laboratory like our Future Lab should look like in a future that appears in such a complex way. If you find the time, join us live or online. It's going to be a super diverse program from performances. We will meet old members who are still artists and not just in talking, then rather more in their real aggregate state in performing. And I cannot wait to go there.
Yes, you absolutely should join them. Exactly. Horst is going to be later here on the channel, but also online. We have a networking meeting where you can get in contact with the Future Lab members directly, ask them questions, ask them to tell you more about their daily lives and what they are maybe working on as well, as this is always a very big secret.
Yeah. But today they will tell everything. After 2 or 3 beers,
yeah,
I would say.
Right. Good point. And of course we have a huge event in the evening on site in Deep Space, but also streaming online. And there are going to be performances. It's Martina Mara again, together with Ruben Kodeli, who are playing there. It's a lot of different Future Lab members that prepared some very special performances and events for you. It's going to be fun. But speaking about our international festival that you can experience online, we have prepared quite a wonderful program for you, a very interactive and very engaging one. And you can, for example, get in contact directly with the artists Jake Elves and Danielle Braithwaite-Shirley, who are gonna do an artist journey speaking about their project, speaking about the Zizzy show. It's about a drag cabaret actually and what it has to do with machine learning. Then we're gonna have a really interesting panel followed by a networking event that is focusing very much on South America, on Latin American art, media arts especially, inviting a real interesting group of people, of curators, but also of Latin American media artists coming from Chile, from Peru, Mexico, Cuba, to hear more about their perspective and what the media art scene actually in those countries is preparing at the moment. And then you can get the chance of really meeting them directly as well, talk to them. We have a festival partner channel as well. And today those sessions are hosted by our garden in Amsterdam. And the topic is Robots Are People Too. Well, you need to find out more about it yourself. Have a look at their channel. And we have another partner that is hosting a real special session on the partner channel, and it's the EMAP Garden, the European Media Arts Platform. And they are closing a huge program in an exhibition with more than 40 artists, and you should not miss their program. Another event that is really interesting is actually a live guided tour led by Karen Palmer, one of the jurors from the Prix Ars Electronica. And she is inviting some of the artists, some of the guests, namely Paolo Cirio, as well as Luz Maria Sanchez, Prix winners of this year's Artificial Intelligence and Live Art category, to talk and go more deeper into what is artistic journalism actually, and what role do artists have in this. And another, and my final point for now, is actually a workshop together with Adriana Knuf, a super interesting artist, also awarded in the Prix Ars Electronica. And together you can maybe talk, develop a trans-xeno lab that is looking at transgender persons. And you know, at some point when we leave the planet in the near future, what is happening to people that are actually where the hormones are already changed due to medication, and how does that change if you actually go into outer space? What role do hormones have there, and what do we need to take care if, you know, not only, well, we can go there, but we need to really think about what other species, what other entities can do and whom we can take with us in case this is ever going to happen. And I think it is. So yes, thank you, Martin.
I love this project so much.
Yes, it's going to be really cool. But now, Vroni, about what can we see on this channel in the next hours?
I mean, as if this would not be enough, we have, of course, a whole day on our channel here. So if you don't want to move, not even in cyberspace, please simply stay here. We have a fantastic program. There are 3 more sessions coming up today, one on Robotinity and Future with our dear boss and head director, of course, Horst Hörtner from the Futurelab, joined by Martina Mara, also former colleague at Futurelab and now professor here at the Johannes Kepler University. Then we have a next session coming up on policy and citizen science with an absolute highlight, a keynote conversation between Kate Crawford and Gerfried Stocker. And last but not least, for sure, an absolutely interesting final evening session for today on water, life and balance with Territorial Agency and Kasia Molga. So a lot to follow. It's not easy for us to produce it. We will not. It's also not so easy for you to visit our online program, but for sure it is worth it. So, from our side, that's it, what we have prepared for you, but there are so many other partners all around the globe staging this festival together with us. It's not only us, and I think this is one of the most important transformations Ars Electronica underwent actually during the last years. Of course, we have always been a big platform for artists and their presentations, but during the last years, Ars Electronica transformed also to a huge platform, becoming a stage and a platform for and with all our partners and the networks from Ars Electronica. As you know, since last year we are staging this festival together with them. Again, this year there are more than 80 gardens with I think more than 180 single organizations being involved in these gardens. One of the biggest of these gardens is the one in Barcelona. The garden consists of not only 1 or 2 or 3 partners, but actually of 9 different host organizations. For example, the Institute Ramon Llull, also Hanga is involved, the Beep Collection, Espronceda, and many other partners. So big greetings to Barcelona. We will have later today also the prize winners of Barcelona. You can also see this project in the Garden Barcelona and of course here in Linz. And then we have another fantastic garden right after a short video in a second now to a journey to Barcelona. We will actually move to Riga and the Rixi Center for New Media Culture and their garden Post Sensorium. Let's have a look.
Welcome to Ars Electronica Garden Barcelona 2021. With works by Estampa, Andy Gracia, Oscar Martin, Esther Rodriguez Barbero, Anaisa Franco, Stefan Tiefengraber, Antoni Abad, Soleiman Lopez, Mohsen Athrati, and innovation platforms such as Imensiva. Ofigital and Remix El Barrio.
This edition of the Ars Electronica Garden Barcelona is going to be focused on this idea of hybrid times and interdependence. We are all mutually reliant on each other, and we do think that we need to reinforce this idea of interconnection between different agents.
What a fantastic program from the Ars Electronica Gardens. It is really, really, really outstanding to have them in the group. And as I said, we're actually sharing some projects you can follow both here in Linz as well as in some of the gardens. For example, the prize winners Remix El Barrio. And we will be later joined by Anastasia Pistofidou. She's going to give us some insights into how to win the STARTS prize. STARTS, as I said, is an initiative from the European Commission to promote new forms at the nexus of art, science and technology. Since many years, we absolutely know that, of course, for innovation and making innovation happen, it's not sufficient to be of economic value only, but you need really to make sure also to bring in this critical thinking and creativity in innovation processes, and also to make innovation processes of social value. At that time, actually, when the program started, this was also a response to many industry comments and representatives from research and industry. And so this initiative started already many years ago and is now systematically exploited by bringing really artists into residency programs, by giving the awards, for example, our STARTS Prize award from Ars Electronica, by also trying to form pilots where industry SMEs are collaborating with different players. One of the core ideas of this initiative is, of course, to bring artists in as somebody like a catalyst into innovation processes, also maybe mix a bit up the ideas and break out the silos to get some new ideas and also fresh sources. But of course, it also contains or contributes to sustainability, to competitiveness in Europe and to social innovation. However, also the STARTS program aims to illustrate really how artists can increase research and technological literacy. And for this, we're actually having a lot of programs in the STARTS initiative as well, with the focus on educational goals. So we're doing, for example, the STARTS Academies, where we're bringing kids and youngsters and artists together to learn about new forms of interdisciplinary education. One of the new pillars or newer pillars of the STARTS initiative is also how to bring STARTS in particular into the regions. And Linz is one of these regions. Linz is a STARTS regional center where we can already see the sense also and the power of regional collaboration. Here in Linz we have partners, of course, like the Johannes Kepler University, where we currently are, but also the Kunst University, so the University for Art and Design here in Linz. Creative region is a really important player, and of course also the regional industry and the local research organizations are actually getting more and more interested to collaborate with artists both on international as well as on regional levels. The power of such regional collaborations can be also a trigger to increase in a way urban manufacturing processes in regions, of course also local circular economy processes, support DIY processes, and we always try to involve as much as citizens as possible in these regional styles collaborations, also to promote an agency shift from the big tech companies really back to the citizens and the individual stakeholders. Yes, and one of these outcomes is actually a new project. A project which is addressing these regional collaborations. START's Regional Center is the pillar, and we are actually starting, or we just started in June, with one of the new projects called Repairing the Present. For this, we have actually invited, or it is my huge honor to have Anna here with me today. It is really fantastic to have you, and you are responsible in our team for repairing the present and doing, for example, the communication on it, right?
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me and letting me present this quickly. So what is repairing the present, I think, is actually quite a mission that 12 partners have defined for themselves, that sort of materialized into this 18-month-long project that started in June 2021 and will end in December next year. And as you said, it's very much in line with the overall goal of the initiative, which is to involve artists in the innovation process, but also to bring this to a more local level. And this is why our motto is think globally but act locally, which what this has meant in practice is that partners have thought and considered the EU Green Deal as well as challenges that were very much, and I think we have visuals to see there, no, that challenges that were urgently needed addressing within their communities. And this inspired the definition of 21 challenges by all partners. And these challenges will be addressed in 21 artist fellowships. And we were very much excited about that. The artists will have 6 months and a budget of 40,000 euros to develop a prototype / artwork that responds to one of these challenges. And I think
they're working still on bringing the slides up in a beautiful way. But maybe in the meantime, would you want to give us some insights also into the fantastic consortium, because the project really consists of so many partners working on it together.
I think that's we're all very excited to be working together, not just because it's they all have such a wealth of experience working on such projects, but also the diversity of the consortium partners. So we've got as our leader the Clean Tech Hub Snowball. We've got cultural centers, major cultural centers in Europe, CCCB, Barcelona, Meet in Milan. We have Maxi in Rome, who will be conceptualizing and curating the exhibition that will present the works that come out of the fellowships. We have Onassis in Greece, Science in Cyprus, Kersnikova, Ars Electronica, obviously. State Berlin, who are currently working on coordinating the entire local expert program. Art Hub Copenhagen, InfoArt, and I hope I haven't forgotten anyone.
A really fantastic consortium.
Yes,
but we're really looking forward to have all the results and the residencies. And of course, there will be also some occasions to meet all these partners during this next year.
I think we're all very much looking forward to that. Hopefully we'll have that.
And how is it possible for artists? So if I would be an artist and I would be interested in getting not only in touch with the consortium, but getting actually actively involved, how is that possible?
So if you're an artist and you want to get involved, watch out for October 15th, when we launch the open call for the 21 artist fellowships that will take place in 11 different locations where partners are based. And because we have a slightly more complex application process, we'll also have some webinars that will support the artist throughout the application process. The deadline for submissions is November 21st, after which the jury will deliberate and shortlist 3 artists per challenge, who will then have more time to refine their challenges, their proposals actually, and again we'll offer support and help prepare for their pitches, which will happen in the week from the 13th to the 19th of January, depending on which challenge artists have chosen, and then the final winners will be announced on January 26th, following the start of the fellowships in February, and then 6 months of fun and collaborations and hopefully great results at the end. Crowned by prototyping parks.
Yeah, I think the next step after selecting the projects, we will have fantastic residencies coming up next year. And then we will present them, of course, at Ars Electronica 2022 next year.
Can't wait.
Come back already. Just a heads up, come back next year. We will have the results of the residencies definitely presented within Ars Electronica, and a couple of other shows all over Europe will feature then also the results.
We're very much excited about that. So whoever wants to stay up to date can follow us on the Starts.eu channels, social media, as well as the starts.eu website. We're looking forward to getting submissions. I think we're all very excited about that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Anna.
Thank you
you. From the side of Ars Electronica, we are going to use this residency very much also to look into the regional collaborations, as I said. So our big topic for this residency will be a circular economy, and we are going to work together with industry, research partners, and partners from administration, public partners, and of course also those from the university sector, to work on circular economy solutions for the region of Linz. What better project would be now, or I couldn't introduce any better project than the project in this sector, which is the grand prize winner of the Starts Prize 2021, Remix El Barrio. And I will be joined by Anastasia in a second, but before this, I actually would like to give still a short introduction on the project. The Grand Prize winner 2021 is not only an outstanding role model for sustainability and circular economy, but it is also showing us what you can achieve in terms of innovation when you build on regional development and, of course, community involvement. Remix El Barrio is a collective of designers, and they built a whole community in Barcelona to work with artisan techniques and also digital manufacturing on local and circular ecosystems. The project can be in a way seen as a translation of arts and craft into our times, confronting well-known contemporary issues of manufacturing and, of course, in a way also of the consumption we all deal with and the consumption of our daily life. The project is a collaboration between the Institute for Advanced Architecture of Catalonia, the Fab Lab Barcelona, and the Remixers Collective. They were guided and they were also mentored through experts. They experimented with different receipts for making materials with appropriate flexibility, strengths, and aesthetics. They tested also diverse fabrication techniques from molding to extrusion, laser cutting, CNC milling, 3D printing. So really a fantastic way of showing what is possible today and what is possible even to do it with citizens, with all of us, how we can contribute there. Each project was also developed in an iterative loop, and the jury, they were really depressed. I was part of the jury meeting, and I've heard the jury members really speaking in the highest sense about the wide area of upcycled products made from waste. For example, ranging dye colors from avocado stones, bioplastics out of orange peel, soaps from used oil, and many, many more. It is my absolute pleasure to have now a guest on stage and on my couch who knows that all and who will give us many, many insights into this fantastic project. So in a second, we will welcome Anastasia Pistofidou. Welcome on stage. Hello, Anastasia.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you too. How are you doing?
Very well.
Yes? Yes. It is really great to have you at Ars Electronica, and of course it is even more fantastic that we are able to present the project Remix Barrio not only here at Ars Electronica but also to our online audience and to some also guests in the Ars Electronica garden in Barcelona, for example. So it's one of the projects which is not only presented here in Linz. Maybe you want actually to start to give us some insights into the project and how it developed, how it came together.
So first of all, thank you for inviting us. It's an honor to be here. It's a dream, and also participating in the different exhibitions here now at the Ars, also afterwards in Beaux-Arts, in Japan, and in different places all over the world, in Frankfurt Messe. And also the opportunities that they emerge after the project. It's a living project, it's alive, and that's very, very good. Remix Barrio is a pilot, it is the result of a pilot program that we ran at Fabula Barcelona. The pilot was about a circular economy within a European project called Syscode, where we were coordinating different pilots all over the world with different partners. And we chose the circular design and implementation of circular design in the local ecosystem in the Barrio, in the district of Poblenou, where the Fabula Barcelona is placed, as our pilot program. It was a long journey. Nowadays, Remix Barrio is transforming into something new, so it was a mutation also while we were developing the program. And in the end, it is also a manifesto and an invitation to everyone to embrace our practices. Food waste material makers. We have been working with different agents of the area of Poblenou in Barcelona, such as restaurants, urban gardens, associations, to design, imagine new processes, products, and services using garbage, waste. We have used biomaterial making. We made bio-leathers, different products such as the Squeeze the Orange, which was a jacket made from orange peels, lamps and furniture made from olive pits, from Knife Factory, coffee paper made from coffee grains and also coffee peels from Diwe Millens, a new type of ceramica from eggshells from Lara Campos, many designers, 12 designers, mentors, me as a digital fabrication expert and biomaterial expert. I had the opportunity to accompany them through the incubation process within the Fab Lab. And there were many opportunities that arose afterwards for each of the designers, which was the very nice part of the project. Remix El Barrio, after the pilot, transformed into a collective of designers. So there was the wish for continuing these living shared design experiences together and continue this journey. So as a collective of designers now with the honor of the Stars Prize, we can think what's next.
And if you're speaking about what next, I think one of the aspects which struck us all absolutely is the fantastic ecosystem you built. You managed really to bring together people, professionals, organizations, companies from Barcelona together in a quantity and quality we have not really seen, to be honest, in a similar project before. Are they now collaborating really for the future next steps? Could you maybe give us some insights also how this development of the ecosystem worked, and also if they're now following the next steps of a journey together?
So first of all, also the people from Fab Lab Barcelona, they have our, let's say, objective is to make a real impact. And making real impact means that you create an ecosystem in a local level, and afterwards you document it as an open source, like promoting the open source culture and the values. So you document it so that it can be replicated in other territories. So it has this local but global at the same time objective. And this ecosystem was very rich because, first of all, you can understand what are the resources from the people around you. And sometimes somebody lives on the next door in front of your house and you don't know who he is. And this is sad. So this is an understanding of resources, not only in matter, but also in capacity and capabilities, abilities, professions. And then afterwards making a statement that we want to convert our district into a circular zero waste district. So join us in this journey, the ones that you have the value in this ecosystem. And it was very mind-blowing and quite shocking for them to see that their waste was becoming something of high value in design, because they design the aesthetics, the all digital manufacturing process of either casting or making molds or 3D printing. It had an elaborated design, so the value is from waste to gold.
And is this, or where did the creativity came from? Is it something specific for your district, or do you think it's a Barcelona specific?
I think creativity lies in all of us, and if it doesn't, we should shake ourselves a little bit and wake us up. I think that Fab Lab Barcelona and in general these shared spaces with common infrastructure, call it Fab Lab, call it Makerspace, Hackerspace, call it the association of women that sew or repair cafes, however you call it. I think that there is a lot of creativity lying there. I also believe that technology is supporting and boosting this creativity. So there is kind of a layer that is the safety layer that you make sure that this creativity will be explored and exploited. And then, yes, I also believe that the area of Poblenou, the Aroba 22 area, is an area that is being gentrified. It has a lot of creative studios. We have this Fab City project where we look into 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer the different stakeholder resources, and we make this bringing productivity back to the city. in a circular way. So yes, of course, Barcelona is a factor. It is an exemplar city, and it is a city of opportunities. But I also think that we should all discover our creativity and not forget about it.
A very beautiful statement, also one which is representing very much our call for action this year. Our this year's festival topic is a new digital theme, and we are trying to encourage also citizens and of course visitors of the festival to really be an active part as best as possible as they can do. What would your take on this be? What would your recommendation be? How can one citizen also, maybe as a reference to your project, in a reference to circular economy, also start with actually contributing themselves?
There are many things that we could say, but firstly, I think that we need to bring back and merge technology with creativity and craftsmanship. I think that nowadays, with a lot of focus into the digital, we are forgetting our fine motor skills, and we are forgetting to get dirty. So I think that first of all, we should get more dirty. And also, if we believe that technology is ubiquitous, then craftsmanship is an emergency. So I would say that let's discover the kid inside us and combine and get to learn each other and learn from each other and exchange the knowledge.
Yeah, let's discover the kid and definitely contribute also in a very active way. This is definitely something which you represent, I think, in the most outstanding way with Remix El Barrio. Today's session is on the topic of sustainable manufacturing. Maybe you could give us some more insights. You touched on it already at the very beginning, but maybe you could describe a bit what your visions were when you started the project, and also in which ways the single prototypes, the single pilots contributed to local manufacturing processes.
So it was a long journey because it had to do with complexity of different stakeholders, different needs. You need to hear first the needs. You cannot design blind. So it was a long process with a synergy soup where we invited all the different agents to eat and have a soup with us and discuss. And also a pilot in the beginning where we tested internally how is the process and what if it makes sense. And then I think that the designers, they were 12 designers, they came with ideas, and they reached to technology readiness level 6. So we are talking about a big step. And of course, this is thanks to the expertise that we have in the house at Faula Barcelona. But also it was because the ecosystem, in an ecosystemic level, it made sense. And it was only providing opportunities to them. It's all the time new opportunities. So, yeah, I don't know if I answered your question.
Yes, absolutely. Are there plans also to exploit it or take it further to commercialize it, maybe, or is this completely excluded from your current vision?
That's my favorite question. Thank you. Thank you. So, commercialize. Do we want that?
That's a good question.
That's a good question. So we are not interested in mass production. We are interested in local manufacturing, micro production, micro factories, shared infrastructures. We are not going to make a big investment like a big company, try to find business angels, and no, this is not a good way to go. We have another incubation program now at Fab Lab Barcelona, which is called Food Shift. And it is about the business side of the development. And we have two of the projects from Remixel Barrio getting incubated for the business side of their. So that's very good because they are continuing the journey with us, and they can, since they went to the product development and they have reached the TRL 6, now they can also do the business. And then we were all very eager to continue collaborating. We have had many opportunities by giving workshops and doing transfer knowledge, exhibiting. Even some of the designers, they had small-scale production that some individual company asked them. So thanks to the STARTS Prize, we had a meeting with all the collective, and we have a sociocratic decision, like session. We use sociocracy as a model for our governance to decide how we want to continue. And thanks to the prize, we can continue because we are going to form the association now, and we are going to see how we can use a common space in Poblenou so that we can make, we can continue the project and even go to TRL, higher TRL.
Thanks a lot. I think this is something we will also address a lot during the whole STARTS Day today, that it does not only depend on economic value, but very much also on social, as you said, also the educational value of projects is of big relevance. Of course, also the sustainability and the ecological value. This was a fantastic conversation. Thank you so much for joining me today on our channel, Anastasia. We will now look still into the project. We will have a short video clip and look into the details of Remixel Barrio.
Mi nombre es Diego Miguel Ortiz, participé en el proceso de co-creación facilitado por el Fab Lab de Barcelona, aquí en el barrio de Poblenou, y formo parte de Remixel Barrio. Remixel Barrio es un colectivo de diseñadores de biomateriales hechos con restos alimenticios. Estamos explorando nuevas técnicas de ecodiseño colaborativo que involucra redes locales, fomentando prácticas circulares de residuo cero. Estamos transformando los restos de comida en nuevos materiales, productos y servicios, haciendo papel y envases a partir de residuos de cáscara de café, creando lámparas, sillas y macetas originales a partir de huesos de aceituna, cáscara de huevo, mate, diseñando una chaqueta hecha con pieles de naranja, creando tintes naturales a partir de huesos de aguacate, jabones a partir de aceite usado, galletas y snacks para vecinos o animales a partir de las mermas de restaurantes. La ecocreación es un eje fundamental del colectivo Remixel Barrio. Hoy ya no pensamos en la idea de un autor, sino en el intercambio de prácticas y divulgación de conocimientos mediante las expertas del Fab Lab. Estamos unidos en torno a los valores de la cooperación local, la solidaridad, las nuevas formas de artesanía y la circularidad, aquí en Barcelona.
What if in the following years food waste will become our new treasure? Inspired by Remixel Barrio. From Fab Lab Barcelona at IAAC Poblenou, Barcelona's neighborhood has shaped a circular ecosystem with restaurants, citizens and new fabrication community places. How does it work? It is simple, the circular system, starting from collecting waste from restaurant, transported via cargo bike, pre-processing waste, designing, crafting and micro-manufacturing of products, redistributing them in local marketplaces, urban gardens, or even directly to restaurants. In 2030, this practice has inspired many other places. Each neighborhood functions as a point of transformation of waste into biomaterials, as a place of meeting and cooperation between designers and artisans, building knowledge and products, recipes, knowledge and practices are shared in the other barrios of Barcelona, other cities and places in the world. Become a food waste material maker. Learn by making. Think about proximity and local consumption. Care, craft the future, now.
Fantastic project and this call for action. We have some further guests with us, also representing actually a project which shows how you can actually do something yourself. Fantastic guests, welcome on stage.
Thank you.
Welcome, welcome. And I hand over to you, Connie. I think you're going to have a fantastic conversation with the prize winners. Congratulations again, guys.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, with us here now are Emil Steixner and Max Jakob Baer, 2/3 of the prize award winners of the Prix Ars Electronica U19 with their project Rewire. And so what they did is they built a MIDI controller, a kind of synthesizer out of scrap material, of found material, of XLR cables and found wood from the garage. And I think maybe we have a video before we start to talk, so that our viewers have an impression of how the thing looks like and especially what it sounds like. So the third of the project trio, Felix Senk, was also in the video there to see, so that you have the faces of all three artists responsible for Rewire. So maybe a boring question, but I'm really curious how you came up with this idea. So were you always interested in music in MIDI controller, or how did this whole project come up?
So we are three good friends, and I am very interested in music. Emil is very interested in techniques, and Felix is very interested in putting things together, creating stuff, and we tried to combine all these three elements.
Yeah, as Max said, it's just kind of a combination of a few dudes just coming together and having an idea of something you can interact with. For me, it was really important to just have kind of sustainable impact with that project, and I think we kind of managed to do that with the e-waste part of the project.
Yes, exactly. You used these XLR cables and found the wood from the garage. So I wonder, what was there first? Did you go through the garbage and say, hey, what can we make out of this? Or did you think, hey, we want to make a MIDI controller out of found footage? Where can we find pieces that we can use? So was the material there first or the plan?
It was both, actually. So basically, I worked at a film production company, and I found out that they had like a basement full of old e-waste they never threw out, and that was the summer before we actually did that project, and I always had it in the back of my head. And then that project came up, and I had in my back of the head back of my head what the film production company had there, so I kind of already knew what we could find there, but I wasn't 100% sure. So we had a plan, and then we just went there and took stuff.
I see. So that's how simultaneously both of those things came together. The sounds that we just heard, you recorded yourself, so that were field recordings that you edited afterwards. What kind of sounds did you record for this?
For example, we tried to get some drum sounds, some bass sounds, some synthi sounds, some guitar-like sounds, melodies, and I took the microphone and recorded when we were sawing something, or when we clicked some cables together, stretched a grid from the monitor, hit the box, and get a big bass sound out of that, and created drum sounds with it. And of course we modded them as well with a lot of effects, with reverb, with delay, with distortion, to get these interesting sounds. You can create music for that very well.
Did you know how to modulate sound already, or did you have to learn that in the process?
Something I know, so I knew the program that I worked with, but it's always learning by doing, especially with music. You always get new things, you can try new stuff, and it was a very nice project to try a lot of new stuff and to take the old stuff that you know and work with that.
The project developed during COVID, during the lockdown and the pandemics. How did that affect your progress and your work on this project?
Actually, not that much. We just, of course, planning and stuff we had in distance, so we just made online calls. And then I think it was probably in the autumn of last year, we started to get the scrap together, and as it got colder, we just had our masks on and went to the backyard of my parents' house and put that stuff together. So, of course, it would have been nicer to do that in a room, but yeah, we just improvised and went outside with masks. Right.
But I really loved our afternoons when we did that project, because it was a reason to connect with each other. Normally we just spent the whole day at home, maybe chatting a bit with Discord or with Teams, but to interact with each other and to have really a thing. So we were allowed kind of to interact with each other. It really helped me through the pandemic.
So you won the Golden Icon in the category U19 with this. Congratulations. One last question. How does this motivate you to, so is this whole prize a motivation for you to keep on doing this kind of work? Are you going to do new projects together, or are you going to keep on developing this MIDI controller? What are your plans?
I think that even without the prize, I would have gone in that direction more. But without us doing this project, I think I wouldn't have been so much more interested in programming Arduino stuff and that whole niche. I can say for me, I'm going to continue developing electronic and computer stuff. I really enjoy it, and I don't know, I think Max also has similar ambitions.
Yeah, and I mean, we three are friends, but we actually never worked together at a project like this or at a different project. And maybe not surprised, but yeah, maybe a little bit surprised that it worked that good together. So it was a nice project.
Thank you. Congratulations again. And so I hand back to Froni.
Congratulations again. And it is really fantastic to hear that you're both continuing. That's exactly what we need. And also here from the university, we have a couple of students and professors and of course also staff who are engaging in experimentation, I would say, in projects, and they're collaborating with artists, designers, with other organizations. It is in the frame of the Linz Institute of Technology. They're collaborating with, of course, in the university, so with other institutes here, but also with external people. And we are showcasing the examples and the fantastic outcomes here at Kepler's Gardens in the theme exhibition. One of these projects is a microbial textile painting, which illustrates actually the potential of environmentally friendly dyeing methods for the fashion industry. The project Growing Colors, Patterning with Living Pigments demonstrates the possibilities of bacterial pigments, of dyeing textures, textiles in different colors, shapes, and patterns. Let's look into the video.
Nature knows how to produce color. There's no need for chemicals or harmful ingredients. And even some bacteria can produce colors for various reasons. They can be colorful, beautiful, and found everywhere. In nature, you don't always see them, but they are there and show their pigments under the right conditions. We collected the bacteria from the area of the Johannes Kepler University in Linz and brought them into our laboratory. That's where they are growing in different colors and shapes. When characterized, we use them and other bacteria from databases to dye textiles. In addition, we color yarns to produce our own woven textiles. We combine colors of different bacterial strains and use various technologies to achieve intentional pattern designs. There's endless potential in this dyeing method that doesn't use harmful chemicals and almost no water. In the end, it is our decision in which direction our researchers lead. But our decisions of today will create the future of tomorrow.
In the meantime, I was actually joined by a fantastic guest. Kilian Kleinschmidt is with me here today on the couch. For those of you, for the few ones who do not know Kilian, he is an international networker, development and migration expert with 30 years of experiences in a wide range of countries, emergencies and refugee camps as United Nations official aid worker and diplomat. Since 2016, he is the CEO of the Group of Enterprises Innovation and Planning Agency, Swixport in Austria and Tunisia, a non-profit organization for global networking and humanitarian expertise. Welcome on the couch. Welcome to Ars Electronica 21, Kilian.
Thank you. Feels good to be again physically somewhere.
In real life.
In real life, and be at the Ars again after a break.
Yes, a regular guest,
yes.
But of course, fantastic to have you back and be able to be even connected hybrid, both to our online audiences as well as on site. What are you working on currently?
Oh my God! I mean, it's a lot of things. We're currently carrying out a big migration management program in Tunisia. I have a team of 50 people, 7 offices in Tunisia, mainly along the coast. So we work with people who are trying to get across the Mediterranean, or people who are getting back, who get basically stopped or drift away on the Mediterranean, and we work primarily on helping them to start with life projects again. I mean, we don't see that as a prevention of migration, of irregular migration. We see that rather as working with people who don't find their way forward. So a migration program is number one. Mm-hmm. Secondly, we're working in southern Tunisia, in the region of Tataouine, Planet Tataouine. Star Wars was done there, where we work on the issue of connectivity. Mm-hmm. The switchboard, and my company, by the way, it's a social enterprise, we believe in connectivity. So connecting disadvantaged, disconnected areas with what the world can do. On the principle of our globe is a brain, and the more connections we have, the better the brain functions, the better we walk, the better we live and survive. So in Tataouine, in a region which is pretty much abandoned, but there's still 140,000 people living there. We are bringing in connectivity to universities, to companies, to tech, to new ideas, setting impulses, and have through co-creation labs and workshops working in the direction of bringing in change, whatever is feasible. At the same time, we're also implementing a desert farm of 100 hectares, which is an integrated farm with 1 megawatt of renewable energy, processing of foods, being the export channel and the trading channel for local farmers, but having our own production of about 60 hectares of plantations, etc., which we are now beginning. We're still in the phase of setting this up. So that's number 2. And number 3, I'm involved currently in a concept which we have developed, which we call Sustainable Development Zones. We have created an organization which is basically dealing with the massive, rapid urbanization, particularly of people into informal settlements worldwide. So having special economic zones developed for the people who wouldn't end up in slums, favelas, and informal settlements. Helping to legalize their residency, make them, as long as we have a capitalist system, bankable, help them to be able to establish businesses in a more formal way, one-stop shops, etc., and having that as labs for governments, for local authorities to implement real governance change in terms of urban development. And we see urban development in this context as accelerators for change as well, if managed urban centers help in sustainability.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned, for example, one-stop centers. What are the structures, what are the processes needed also maybe to implement, not solve necessarily, but of course tackle humanitarian crises and problems like this?
Well, I mean, again, I mean, you have to be very careful. I mean, there's humanitarian issues currently in the world. I mean, there's big humanitarian issues. Climate change is one of the big issues that leads quite often to conflict. Again, badly managed transformation of societies leads to conflict, competition over resources, shifting of resources, all that leads to crisis. So, yeah, natural disasters, bang, you have millions of people who are currently in the process of transformation. So that needs answers. And it's usually the little people, the poor people, the ones who have been excluded, who are suffering the most. And that's where it's not about providing assistance, but it's providing agency to people to take care of their own business and to be able to make decisions. It's not about providing charity. And that's where I think the current system, and I come out of the United Nations system, I come out of the humanitarian system, got it all wrong, and still gets it wrong, and I think it needs to really shift the paradigm into giving that agency to people, using much more the capabilities, also the technical capabilities of connectivity we have today, to have that exchange more fluid of what this world can do. And that's, in fact, the future of making that world a little bit more equal.
And I think we all see fantastic capabilities, in particular in the sector of creativity. There is a lot of extraordinary power of creativity coming also from areas and underprivileged regions. What would your analysis be on this? Why is there such a also driver for creativity?
I mean, the biggest issue is always that people understand that they can do it, that they are the drivers of change. That maybe sometimes it's encouraging also to see that others have been making the same, or had the same challenges, and we're facing them and found a solution. That's again where I see quite often passiveness is a big issue still. I live in a country where many young people basically are very passive because they're faced with massive bureaucracy, with impossibility of really creating something new, of the feeling that they have an impossibility to create something new and fresh. And if they would just look or be connected to those who have succeeded somewhere else, that would be very encouraging. So giving agency, the drive to people to manage their affairs, is there. There's a lot of experiences, yes, for sure, lots of local knowledge. But again, there may be, let's say, holes somewhere in the knowledge of one population or in one area, and it can be complemented and supplemented by the knowledge, the resources from somewhere else. And resources is not only money. Resources is knowledge, it's know-how, it's best practice, it's worst practice, mistakes which have been made. I mean, If I look at Tatooine, where we're bringing in, I think extraordinary partners. We're going to work with the University of Southern California, with the, basically high-tech people coming into a desert environment, into an environment which is hard hit by really what is going on in shifting climate, etc. Finding technical solutions, bringing that all together, having that jam, that co-creation, that bringing into the resources, it's going to be very encouraging for everyone. And that's where you're bringing in the local knowledge at all moments, of course.
Who are you working with in such a constellation? So what would be the typical players being part of such a development process?
You work with, we have partnerships with fantastic local universities, with institutes, with entrepreneurs, with people who have been showing the way. And there's always somebody who's shining and then also shows the others. We work on alternative tourism. There's people who have been doing fantastic work. At the same time, we're connecting that again with maybe models which work better somewhere else. So it's entrepreneurs, it's students, it's young people, it's old people. Yeah, it's very varied.
Cool, very cool. Today's session on our channel is sustainable manufacturing. Of course, one of the big buzzwords of today is also urban manufacturing. But what is urbanism? And maybe you could also explain a bit what urbanism in particular in your context is.
Well, again, I come really from that sort of angle of people on the move. Again, let's be clear. We are all result of some form of displacement, of forced migration, of people having shifted from one place to the next one. So in our history, that urbanization, that sort of crystallization of populations around a safe space or a space where they were building up common opportunities, better services, etc. That has been throughout our history, has been always there. I think where again, and it brings me back to our theme of how do we deal with this, let's say, last wave of urbanization we're going to see in this century, where 3 billion people till 2050 or roughly will be moving into cities. I think we have to be careful, and I have been in many events where we're talking about this high-tech stuff and so on. In the very reality today, what is needed is that somebody has a safe tenure of the place where he lives, has an address with all the crypto, whatever you want, digital, this and that. Somebody needs a physical address. He can go to a bank and say, here I am, or to the municipality and saying, here I am. I was in a municipality outside of Addis Ababa a couple of months back. The mayor says, I have 114,000 people living here, roughly. 9,000 are registered and pay taxes. That is the reality. And then we're talking about smart cities, digitalization, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Forget it. She doesn't have a cadastre. She doesn't have a land record. She doesn't know who lives where. And people just settle, put a house there. Then 3 months later comes a bulldozer because some developer has bought the land and so on. That is the reality. So we need to step back a bit, breathe through, and get to the real stuff which is going on. Yes, our modern cities, our Western cities, our rich cities, they can talk about Internet of Things and connectivity and so on. The others, they're really facing issues of suddenly having 1 million people more living in their city, like Lagos or Cairo or places like that. So that is, for me, the real question here.
And sustainability is, of course, a complete different thing for us than if you're living in such a context.
Yeah, but that it's again, it would be a chance.
Yeah.
It would be a chance to do the famous leapfrogging. Jumping above the mistakes we did in our past, and develop something where we have modern governance systems, where there's a real involvement, and that's what we are working on in our Sustainable Development Zone concept. SDZalliance.org is the website of the organization we created around that. Is really to look into governance where people participate, where it's being used as a lab for good governance, service provision, reduction of bureaucracy, and eventually coming to a place where people feel really being part of a society. Because the big issue right now is that out of the 8 billion people on Earth, certainly 6 billion don't feel included and feel very much excluded. And it's not, again, only about money. They feel excluded from a world which sits in Linz and looks at cameras.
Yes, definitely, and probably you have actually mentioned this also yesterday to the Festival University students. We have 100 students here in Linz participating in the very first Festival University, and they need or actually want and claim for being shaken up, as you've said also in our preparatory talk. What did you tell them?
Well, I mean, I like to provoke, and I have a different look at, I mean, we talked about migration, we talked about refugees, we talked about climate change, and how that all comes into play. Yes, I mean, I like to provoke, and I appreciated that. I am politically incorrect. I don't belong to any organization. I'm my own boss. Many in the humanitarian world think that I'm evil. Because I'm saying things which they cannot say, and I think the students, they loved it, and I loved it to interact with the students. Apart again from the fact that to be with first time in 1.5 years with about 80 of them physically in a room, that's very, very engaging, and also the fact that they were so diverse, so many nationalities, and I think yes, there's a demand to be more challenged in thinking. To provoke thinking, to break down the normal, let's say, behavior in the context of a university. So I would really encourage the team to give it to them, because that brings about change. We need change makers. We need to have people who don't work in the same way and look at the same way anymore. I mean, I'm taking into Tunisia as well, I'm taking in students on internships. Trust me, there's not one coming out who thinks the same afterwards. They really, I mean, we're really trying to challenge them, to expose them to the real life. We put them into a cave in an abandoned Berber village in Territorial. We put them into situations of conflict, of controversial situations as well. And that is real life. Mm-hmm. And I think here Ars has a chance to bring that really together. And the themes of civil society, technology, change, transformation, you got them. They're here.
Yes, and we are absolutely happy, to be honest, to have them, and also to be a bit pushed out of our own bubble, our own comfort zone, and even be more critical. And definitely also following the call for action. I think this was a beautiful final sentence, because as you know, and as we are mentioning here on our channel since yesterday morning, the new digital deal is definitely something which is not it's not only words. We definitely want to discuss also within the 5 days how we can actually really contribute, how we can make this happen together, how every one of us can actively contribute there. I think there's only one thing which remains for me today, and that's actually inviting you for the next sessions happening on this channel. And join, please, of course, our Futurelab director, Horst Hörtner, followed by also Martina Mara, on their sessions on Robotinity and future. Like every session, we are closing this one with our community projects, with Taste Your Soil and experts of the future. What better way, to be honest, to close such a session than discovering how the soil in Puerto Rico and other cities around this world tastes, and also get the expertise of a 3-year-old from Taipei. And if you stay tuned during the break, you have also the possibility to enjoy the first episode of the Futurelab anniversary series, and watch also the upgrade for your brain video produced by our media corporation partner Arte. This was it for today from our side. Please stay tuned until our next session at 2 p.m. Thanks for watching and see you soon.
Esta tierra me sabe a crimen y a castigo, a confinamiento y a dolor. Me sabe a arrepentimiento y a perdón. Pero también me sabe a esperanza y a libertad. Me sabe a innovación y a tecnología. Me sabe a museo experimental oso blanco.
Hello, my name is Morad, and today I'm tasting my soil. So I took my board and I hid it to my favorite park. I got my spoon, yeah, I brought one. If it's worth doing it, it's worth doing it right. I digged a little bit to avoid the plants and whatnot, and took a bit of the undersurface soil with my spoon. It wasn't salty nor sour, but it was a little bit wet and cold, as opposed to the hot weather that Barcelona is known for during the summer. At that point, I vividly remember me thinking how such an odorless and tasteless thing such as soil can bring to life marvelous trees in different shapes and sizes, and add in beautiful scenery and clean air and, of course, delicious fruits. And that's not even half of it. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that, well, soil rocks.
哎，我要问你哦，你现在住的地方是不是很大？
是。
那你觉得很大的地方像什么？
像地球。
那你觉得地球像什么东西？
地球像一颗球。
哦，那它像什么样的球呢？像西瓜一样吗？
不是。
那是像什么？
它是像很多的球一样弹起来。
那我们未来这个地球啊，它变成一个很大的地方的时候，那你觉得未来的世界会变成什么样呢？
会变成很冷。
很冷啊，那怎么样很冷呢？
是因为地球的事情都乱七八糟的。
哦，那是什么样的东西乱七八糟变成很冷呢？
是因为水太热了，所以要冷一点点。
那你觉得未来我们会不会住到外太空去呢？
不会，因为我们没有飞船。
所以我们未来的世界就是还是住在地球里面，是不是？
对啊。
那未来我们有哆啦 A 梦的时候，有个任意门，你想要去哪里呢？
我想去桃园。
我们假设可以用任意门去桃园的时候，那你觉得未来的世界是大家都可以坐着任意门去很多地方呢？
是。
那未来世界会是变成什么样子呢？
未来的世界会变成像公仔一样。
好，谢谢你。
Charmant, liebenswert und schön. Berlin sind wir zwar nicht, und trotzdem Trendsetter.
Awesome.
Von uns bekommst du das etwas andere Österreich. Wir sind nicht perfekt. Aber eines können wir versprechen. Menschen, die dich mit offenen Armen empfangen. Linz ist Linz.
What you see here is a review of the first virtual world that had been shown at Ars Electronica 25 years ago. My name is Roland Haring, and I would like to take you on a journey today through the virtual worlds that have been created and developed here. This is a cave, and a cave is a virtual reality infrastructure for one person, standing in the middle with projections from all sides. And this was initially used as a research infrastructure in the 90s and was the first public accessible cave that was shown here at the Ars Electronica Center. Because 1996 is also the year when the Ars Electronica Center was opened for the first time, but also the same year where the Ars Electronica Futurelab was founded. We used this anniversary as an opportunity to go and look in our archives to find some of this original hardware that was used to create the cave 25 years ago. And what you see here is one of the workstations that were used to render computer graphics at this time. So this is Silicon Graphics workstation, and you see it looks a bit different as computers nowadays. They're really like a lot of input boards and special hardware in it, and it was really also incredibly expensive. But still, if you compare it to today's computer hardware, even your mobile phone is more capable than any of these workstations would be today. We used stereo classes like this to create the illusion of a three-dimensional image for the people standing inside of the cave. And the cave was really the state-of-the-art of virtual reality infrastructure at its time. And you had really a very immersive impression when you stood inside this space. But still, it had certain limitations. One of them is for sure that only a very limited number of people, like 1, 2, 3 people, could experience the VR space at the same time. But also, you could not really move much, as the cave is only 3 by 3 meters in size, which means you had a very good virtual perception, but probably a limited interaction in this space. And also the cave was a very unique virtual reality infrastructure. It had certain limitations, and one of those for sure was to leave the physical space and to freely fly and dive into the virtual worlds. And this is something where the Ars Electronica Futurelab started to research on its own virtual reality infrastructures and came up with the idea of the Humphrey. And here you see that the person is hanging on a robotic arm from the ceiling and really flies and navigates by the movement of its arm through a VR space. And this was realized by wearing basically a data headset and allowed you to freely navigate in a 3D space. What I have here is the VR4, which is one of these head-mounted displays that we used for installations like Humphrey 25 years ago. And as you see, I mean, it's a little damaged due to the age and the amount of use, basically, but it looks very similar than head-mounted displays that you know probably from today. But still, you cannot compare it because this head-mounted display probably has a resolution of 700 by 200 pixels per eye, so it was totally impossible to read any text or things like that. But still, it was the most immersive form of how to experience virtual worlds. And for that, it is still a very useful device. But one shortcoming for sure is that whenever you put on a head-mounted display, you are completely detached from the physical world that you are in. And so it's a total single-user interface. And this is for sure a problem for places like the Ars Electronica Center, where people come as groups and want to have a shared social experience when they visit the also immersive VR installations. This limitation, again, was the next step for our research to try to find ways how to make virtual worlds available or accessible for groups of people. What is mixed reality? Well, actually, it is about relating the physical and the virtual world to each other. And you do this simply by overlapping those. So you have actually physical objects like this box, for example. But this box also has a meaning in the virtual world. So actually, these boxes were the places where virtual characters lived. And when you opened the box, they can come out and basically explore the physical space. And to know basically which kind of character is in your box, you had different installations. Like, for example, this shelf here on the left. So when you put the box in the shelf, you saw which character lives in the box. And to take this even further, you also had the possibility with this 3D scanning installation to make clay models, physical clay models, put them in the 3D scanner and create virtual objects out of it. And this went then on and on in this installation. So for a group of visitors, they could jointly create their own world and play with the characters. Also, like in the character editor to the right side, for example, when you put the box in there, you saw the figure that lived in the box, and you could change the appearance and the character. And basically, by doing that, all these parts were brought together on this world editor that you see here. So this represented the actual playground, the stage of the world, and you can paint and place objects there. And then you brought all of those things that you created together to this table. And this table was the central element of the installation where all of the parts came together. So you could use this as the stage for your virtual world, and by placing these objects on the table, opening up the box, the characters jumped out and became part of this virtual world. So now we are here inside of Gulliver's World. This is the place where the characters lived and where they started to interact with each other. There had been different stories the visitors could explore, and everybody could create a unique world for its own. But actually, we are in a different place here. This is the Deep Space 8K, the centerpiece of the Ars Electronica, where you can experience virtual worlds today.
Hi, my name is Johannes Lugstein, and I'm one of the developers of this 25th year's anniversary project. So because we cannot show off all the features that the deep space has to offer, like stereoscopic 3D images inside of a video, we are trying something new today. So what you have seen today and what you see today is a very early version of our virtual production prototype. So Roland has already mentioned how we utilized old versions of the Unreal Engine to bring projects such as the Humphrey Flight Simulator to life. We are now using the latest version of the Unreal Engine in combination with a state-of-the-art tracking system to enable this virtual production pipeline. And what this does for us, it enables us to track this camera movement very precisely and basically transform the perspective of the virtual world with the perspective of the camera. And so we can actually give you a sense of depth as somehow like if you would be here wearing these 3D stereoscopic glasses as usual. So I can show you here very quickly how this tracking system works. You can see here an overview of all the 8 different cameras that are hanging around the deep space. And these ones enable us to track the camera that you can actually see moving around here.
Johannes, could you please load the scene from Pepperhead Island for us?
Yes.
So, what we see here is Pepperhead Island, and Pepperhead Island is another virtual world that was created here especially for the deep space. In 2009 this was the first project which was shown here, and it is about the Pepperhead Island, and you see that there are a lot of characters living in this world, and they basically being created by this painter over here who is drawing new figures, and once he is finished drawing them they became alive in this world. But what was for us always very important with these large virtual worlds is to also allow the visitors to interact with them. And one way how you could do this was with this special pen, which had a camera integrated, and this camera basically recorded the drawing and digitized it. So this means that the people visiting the deep space, this Pepperhead Island, they could use a pen and the paper and start drawing. So when I finished drawing here, then this character became also part of the Pepperhead Island world. And there were many more story elements for the people. So, for example, the evil pirates came and they set the whole Paper Island on fire, and the people in the deep space had to make some kind of a rain dance, and this rain dance then basically rescued the whole island, and many other things were happening in this virtual world. So this was a very successful project, and basically also the starting point for many projects that had been done here in the deep space. Since 2009, by far more than 1 million people have visited the deep space, and we have meanwhile hundreds of different presentations that you can see in this space. But these presentations are not only playful worlds like the Pepperhead Island that you just saw, there's a wide range of content. So starting from media art, definitely as one of the main foundations of Ars Electronica, but also a lot of scientific projects with all kinds of different visualizations. One topic of high interest is the field of medical visualization, and as one example we are showing with very high success here the cinematic rendering, which allows you to explore the human body as a three-dimensional virtual world that you can basically freely navigate and try to understand how the anatomy works. Another topic of high interest is cultural heritage, as this has enormously challenging data sets that can be visualized here in this space. And what you see here, for example, is the St. Stephen's Cathedral of Vienna, one of our recent projects, where we used high-definition 3D point cloud scans, which created images of more than 30K resolution, so enormous, but which also allows the people to interactively navigate through virtual worlds like that. We hope these short impressions gave you an idea about the virtual worlds and spaces Ars Electronica created within the last 25 years. Our goal was always to make new technologies and exciting content available to a broad audience as a social experience. We will continue this endeavor in future. If you want to learn more, please come and visit us at the Ars Electronica Center and explore these virtual worlds together with us.
Hi, I'm Stefan, and I will do the moderation of episode 2 with the title Poetic Systems. With some projects from music visualization to projects in the context of media art and architecture, we will try to make this topic legible and try to work out the red line which is leading these projects.
Arte exists in 6 languages for 360 million Europeans, 360 million ways of seeing. Arte.tv.
Wenn künstliche Intelligenz schlauer wird als wir, sind wir dann die süßen Kätzchen unserer Roboter? Weltweit arbeiten Tech-Pioniere schon an einer Rettung, an einem Upgrade für unser Gehirn. Und ich habe mir angeschaut, wie das funktionieren kann. Es ist ja schon so, seit das Handy für uns mitdenkt, sind wir Menschen angefixt. Ohne geht nichts mehr.
Ich habe kein Datenvolumen mehr.
Unser Smartphone ist längst unser zweites Gehirn und es wird jeden Tag besser.
So we're almost at the point now where you could say computers are catching up almost to the human level. Last year, computers beat people in IQ tests. In fact, the computer beat 75% of people in an IQ test. And I would say certainly by 2025, there'll be no doubt about that, computers will be smarter than people.
Doch keine Sorge, es gibt Ideen dafür, wie unser Gehirn mit Computern mithalten kann. Unser Denkapparat soll mit der Technik verschmelzen. Mit solchen Fragen befasst man sich auch am Ars Electronica Futurelab. Hier wird geforscht, wie sich die Zukunft anfühlen könnte. Ich bin die Testperson.
Für dieses Experiment versuchen wir, dass du mit deinen Gedanken Gegenstände steuerst.
Aber es wird nicht nur experimentiert. Eine Etage darüber werden beim Brainstorming Zukunftsvisionen entworfen. Die Idee zum Superhirn.
Braucht es dann noch sowas wie Schulen, ein schulisches System, wenn wir einfach Wissen, weil im Prinzip ist Wissen ja auch sehr verwandt mit Erinnerung, wenn man das einfach einpflanzen kann. Und wer kontrolliert dann die Inhalte, ist ja die nächste Frage.
Mit am Tisch ein Autor der Perry Rhodan-Serie. Das ist nicht ungewöhnlich. Science-Fiction-Autoren sind oft Ideengeber für neue Technologien.
Ich kenne schon einige Wissenschaftler und Wissenschaftlerinnen, die sagen, sie wurden konkret angeregt durch Science-Fiction-Geschichten. Und umgekehrt greifen wir Autoren und Autorinnen natürlich permanent auf, weil wir immer auf der Suche sind nach neuen Ideen und neuen Stoffen. Also das ist ich glaube, ein ständiges sich gegenseitig beeinflussen und gegenseitig beklauen.
Welche Science-Fiction-Idee wird als nächste in die Realität umgesetzt? Manipulierte Erinnerung. Stellt euch vor, du stehst im Supermarkt und kaufst dir einen USB-Stick mit Urlaubsgefühlen. Sofort flackern bei dir Erinnerungen von Palmen und Sandstrand auf, obwohl du gerade zwischen Dosenravioli und Hundefutter stehst. Der Idee der manipulierten Erinnerung ist Harvard-Wissenschaftler Steve Ramirez schon etwas näher gekommen. Er ist natürlich auch Science-Fiction-Fan.
So we thought it was cool. We thought the idea of going in and artificially altering the contents of a memory sounded like science fiction, but we had the tools available to actually go in and make that science fiction science fact.
Genau genommen spielt Ramirez mit den Erinnerungen von Mäusen. Er hat dazu bestimmte Gehirnzellen der Mäuse genmanipuliert, damit sie auf Licht reagieren. Ramirez' Ziel? bestimmte Ängste der Maus zu aktivieren. Per Laser. Und so ging es. Eine Maus befindet sich in ihrem Käfig. Angst 0. Sobald das Laserlicht leuchtet, werden die manipulierten Gehirnzellen aktiviert. Das Ergebnis? Die Maus verfällt in eine Angststarre, obwohl in ihrem Käfig nichts Schlimmes passiert. Irgendwann könnte genau das auch beim Menschen funktionieren.
Humans, many times memory seems to operate similarly as it does in rodents. So in that sense, we have a blueprint of how memory might work, but in animals, we can actually go in and start turning brain areas on and off artificially, whereas in humans, that's a lot trickier.
Ich bin froh, wenn wir Menschen das nicht so schnell können. Unsere Erinnerung formt doch unsere Identität. Wenn wir damit spielen, wer bestimmt dann über deren Inhalt? Der Staat? Die Unternehmen? Ich? Wer wird dann die neue Wirklichkeit beherrschen? Doch in die Erforschung unseres Gehirns werden gerade Milliarden investiert. In Kalifornien geht Unternehmer Brian Johnson sogar noch weiter. Er will dir einen Prozessor ins Gehirn einpflanzen. Der Chip fürs Gehirn. Stellt euch vor, schlechte Noten und Schummeln war gestern. In Zukunft kaufst du dir einen Chip für dein Gehirn. Physikunterricht ist also nie wieder ein Problem.
So what I'd like to do is build technology to put into our brain that would allow us to upgrade our operating systems. And that includes first to fix what's broken and then to explore what's possible.
Brians Idee. Ein Computerchip im Hippocampus. Der beschleunigt euer Denken. Ihr werdet aufmerksamer, konzentrierter, kreativer.
I hope these technologies can be used to improve humans. I think for humans to thrive, we need to upgrade our operating system. We need to actually interface directly with our brain and improve it on every dimension possible.
Also Schädeldecke auf, Chip rein. Die Idee klingt einfach. Aber erstmal muss erforscht werden, wie unser Denken überhaupt funktioniert.
Der erste Aspekt ist eigentlich, dass man mal das Gehirn überhaupt versteht. Und da sind wir schon sehr weit weg. Wir wissen zwar, welche Regionen ungefähr für etwas zuständig sind, aber wie das Denken wirklich funktioniert, wie das Gehirn wirklich funktioniert, da sind wir wirklich sehr weit weg.
Doch sind es nicht gerade die verrückten Visionen, die Fortschritt möglich machen? Dein Gehirn in der Cloud.
Once we can start making a really clear direct brain link so that your mind can be running outside in the cloud, we can literally increase the speed of that by a billion factor. So you can do in 1 second what used to take 30 years. We can also give you access to all of the human knowledge that's stored on the internet. You can be one heck of a smart guy once you get that technology. And we're talking 2045, 2050.
Im medizinischen Bereich funktionieren Hirn-Computer-Schnittstellen bereits. Zumindest bei einfachen Bewegungen. An der University Pittsburgh steuern gelähmte Patienten schon heute einen Roboterarm. Mit der Kraft ihrer Gedanken. Wie sich sowas anfühlt? Am Ars Electronica Futurelab probiere ich das aus.
Ich glaube sehr, sehr stark daran, dass wir mit unseren Gedanken alles schaffen können.
Mein Gehirn wird gleich mit einem Computer verbunden. Nicht durch einen Chip im Gehirn, sondern mit Elektroden an meinem Kopf.
Hast?
Wunderschön.
Bisschen wie Bondage hier.
Für dieses Experiment versuchen wir, dass du mit deinen Gedanken Gegenstände steuerst. Bei Helene verwenden wir ein Verfahren, wo wir mittels Elektroden Gehirnströme abnehmen.
Fühlt sich an, als würde man einen sehr engen Winterhut tragen, aber sonst ist alles entspannt und ich fühle mich wohl bis jetzt.
Und so soll es funktionieren. Die Elektroden können meine Gehirnströme lesen. Schaue ich auf das LED für Take-Off, stimuliert das eine bestimmte Stelle in meinem Sehzentrum. Das erkennt der Computer. Die Drohne hebt ab. Jedenfalls in der Theorie.
Es wird dir erscheinen, als wäre das LED so groß vor deinem Gesicht und es gäbe nichts auf der Welt als dieses LED. Okay, ja. Gut. Probieren wir das doch mal.
Habt ihr schon einmal versucht, euch nur auf eine LED zu fokussieren? Das ist nicht so einfach. Jeder andere Gedanke von mir verursacht ein Störsignal. Und die Drohne bleibt am Boden.
eine Lampe und es landet einfach. Das ist so krank, stell dir das vor.
Es ist schon verrückt. Aber was genau bedeutet es für uns, wenn wir immer mehr mit Technik verschmelzen?
Diese Schnittstellen zum Gehirn haben wahnsinnig viel Potenzial und vor allem im medizinischen Bereich. Aber ich glaube, die absolute Vernetzung der Gehirne sollte niemals ein Ziel der Menschheit sein.
Ein Brain-Computer-Interface ist keine Einbahnstraße. Und da würde es nicht nur darum gehen, durch das Gehirn Technik zu kontrollieren, sondern man könnte natürlich auch Informationen, Dinge ins Gehirn hineinbringen. Wie das die Menschheit verändern wird, das ist heute schwer absehbar.
You know, with every technological revolution, we find new ways of intervening with the body where we're no longer ourselves. When is sooner rather than later. How is through science.
Wie lange geht es also noch ohne Technik im Kopf? Müssen wir irgendwann zwangsläufig aufrüsten, weil es technisch möglich ist und es einfach alle machen? Was passiert denn, wenn es uns gelingt, das Organ zu verändern, das unser Denken bestimmt, unser Bewusstsein, unsere Identität? Bleiben wir dann noch Mensch? Welche Zukunft möchtest du? Sag es uns auf homodigitales.tv.
Hello, you've tuned into the Ars Electronica channel, or you're still here, that would be even better. It's day 2 of the Ars Electronica festival here. Yesterday we had the big opening event online and on site here at the Johannes Kepler University in Linz, Austria, from where we are streaming live. Yesterday the Austrian President Alexander van der Bellen was present here. We had a wonderful concert from Oliver Welter from the band Naked Lunch together with pianist Clara Frühstück. They performed their new interpretation of Schubert's Winterreise, and also the Circus of Knowledge was inaugurated, so a lot going on yesterday. Today, if you've already been tuned into this channel, you may have seen a session already dealing with the topic of sustainable manufacturing, so a lot going on. It's the typical festival feeling. And this session now is going to dedicate itself to the term of robotinity, as in humanity. So we're talking robots, and that also means we're talking artificial intelligence. We're talking how people and robots can not only coexist, but also work together as colleagues and also communicate maybe. And we're also going to talk about the Futurelab, which is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year, and they celebrate this also by publishing a great book. So Futurelab chef Horst Hörtner is also going to join me later on this session. But first, before we dive completely into this matter, let's have another glimpse to other parts of this world that also participate in this festival. The many gardens that we have, you can find all of them on the Ars Electronica website, ars.electronica.art. And the gardens that we are going to look at now are from Amsterdam, by the collaborative nature of robots by JetBrain Tech Lab. And also after that, we're going to see the garden from Berlin, about artificial reality, virtual intelligence by the University of Applied Science, Berlin. So here you go.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah, and today I'm gonna take you with me and I'm gonna show you positive impacts technology can have on our world. Here in our expo we have several exhibition stations showing you what's happening in the field of AI, AR, VR and robotics, and we want to highlight what work technology can do, for example in the field of healthcare or education, what it can do for creativity and what it can do to make our world a better place. Actually, these are an amazing demonstrations of the work that our engineers have been doing the past months. So when you come here on a weekday, you'll probably see them behind the scenes working on new things for the expo or doing research on new parts of our gallery. Thanks a lot for joining me on the tour today. I hope I'm gonna see you soon again and have a great day. Bye!
Two of the many gardens from all over the world that are part of this Ars Electronica festival. So I really advise you to click through the website and through these various perspectives and projects from all over the world. But now let's dive into the topic of robots and robotinity, and we'll do so by first looking at a very special project. Sarah Hölzl likes to go to dance courses, and she was at the start of her project 9 years old. And then COVID came along and she couldn't attend any courses anymore. So what she did was find a solution in technology, and she programmed her little Lego robot to be her dance partner. And that's what she did, and here's a little video of that. Little dancing star by Sarah Hölzl. For that, she also earned herself a recognition in the U10 category among the Prix Ars Electronica U19 category. And that shows us what hopes we have for robots to be able to do in the future, to be companions, maybe even something like friends. Artificial intelligence, that's a buzzword at the moment. It's everywhere. And people have so many associations with artificial intelligence, most of it fooled by science fiction. There's, on the one hand, the desire and the hope for artificial intelligence to be able to be a friendly entity that can communicate with us and be something that's like a friend, hardly to discern from a human, that can give us advice and listen to us and talk to us when we're lonely. On the other hand, there's this dark, dystopic picture of a program that is more wise and has more knowledge than every human, and it decides to eradicate mankind from Earth. So those are the two scenarios. But to enable a more realistic and also constructive and maybe also critical discourse about artificial intelligence, people have to learn more about how artificial intelligence really actually works. And that's the goal of the Robopsychology Lab at the Linz Institute of Technology, also at the Johannes Kepler University. And for that, they installed the nationwide Cobot research project, among other projects, in cooperation with the Ars Electronica Futurelab and other partners. The project involves various disciplines, from psychology to robotics, from nonverbal communication to virtual reality, so everything that's part of it, dealing with questions of how humans and robots can work together, be work colleagues? How can you secure safety? How can communication work? How can you create a mutual understanding? Here's a little peek into this Cobot studio project.
The first 3R game is called Cobot Studio. Cobot, the term Cobot comes from collaborative robot, and this 3R game is all about the creation of mutual understanding in human-robot teams. The preparations are running at full speed. Here at the Robopsychology Lab, test users are currently meant to identify last bugs in the game. What are we gonna do in Cobot Studio 3R? We are using 3R headsets to beam the player in the production halls of our fictitious company Rubberduck Inc. It is a self-declared producer of the most excellent rubber ducks in the world, and I'm not gonna deny that we had some fun making this up. By using hand tracking or a controller, in there you can sort and pack and paint rubber ducks together with an industrial robot as your partner. Sometimes you're gonna control the robot, and sometimes you must try to read the robot's non-verbal signals in order to correctly guess what its intentions are and react accordingly to them. There's one part, for example, in the game where your aim is to guess as quickly as possible which target location the robot is moving to. And by the way, the mobile robot you're seeing here, its name is Chimera, will also be physically present in our Robots Talking to Me area at the festival, and I hope Chimera will be in a good enough mood to give our festival guests a nice and warm welcome.
Now I welcome with me here in the studio Martina Mara, Professor for Robopsychology at the Johannes Kepler University. Hi, hello.
Hi.
Good to have you here. So just to give a short little overview over all things you've been doing in this field of work already. You did your dissertation on the user acceptance of anthropomorphic machines. You used to work also for the Futurelab, Ars Electronica. Your current research is focused on the public attitude towards robotics and artificial intelligence, psychological effects of simulated human likeness, and you're also a member of the Austrian Council for Robotics and Artificial Intelligence. So you're really deep in this matter, and one of your big aims is to demystify artificial intelligence. And here's a little video about your work before we get to talk to each other about it.
All right.
Über künstliche Intelligenz lesen und hören wir mittlerweile täglich. Der aktuelle Hype rund um KI bringt aber auch so einige Mythen mit sich. Wir vom LRT Robopsychology Lab beschäftigen uns damit, wie KI in der Öffentlichkeit dargestellt wird, wie Menschen und Maschinen gemeinsam gute Entscheidungen treffen können und wie sich KI-Systeme uns gegenüber besser erklären können. Dazu haben wir 3 interaktive Installationen und Spiele entwickelt, die unter dem Titel Demystify AI beim Ars Electronica Festival 2021 im Learning Center gezeigt werden. Künstliche Intelligenz ist ja eigentlich was Unsichtbares. Die Installation Faces of AI beschäftigt sich mit der Frage, wie diese unsichtbare KI aber eigentlich im öffentlichen Diskurs, nämlich durch Medienbilder, dargestellt wird und wie typische Medienbilder auf uns als Publikum wirken. Das ist ein Forschungsthema, mit dem wir uns am Robopsychology Lab schon seit längerem beschäftigen. Im Vorjahr haben wir dazu eine groß angelegte Analyse von 10.000 online verfügbaren Medienbildern zum Stichwort künstliche Intelligenz durchgeführt und haben eine Auswahl dieser Bilder auch von Studierenden der JKU bewerten lassen, nämlich beispielsweise dahingehend, wie schön oder wie unheimlich typische KI-Medienbilder sind. Die Installation an sich besteht aus 2 Wänden, in die von uns präparierte Screens verbaut sind. Wenn man in den Ausstellungsbereich geht, sieht man auf den Screens zuerst mal gar nichts. Vor der Installation gibt es aber 4 magische Linsen im Raum. Die sind mit Polarisationsfolie beklebt. Und wenn man durch diese magischen Linsen durchschaut, dann tauchen auf den an sich weißen Screens plötzlich wie durch Zauberhand Bilder auf, nämlich beispielsweise jene Medienbilder zum Stichwort KI, die von unseren Studierenden als besonders unheimlich oder auch als besonders realistisch bewertet wurden.
Bei uns können die Besucherinnen ein Spiel spielen, bei der sie die künstliche Intelligenz real erleben und ausprobieren können. Bei diesem Spiel suchen die BesucherInnen Schwammerl und scannen diese mit einem Tablet, wo sie dann sehen, um welchen Pilz es sich handelt und müssen dann entscheiden, halte ich diesen Pilz für essbar oder giftig, nehme ich ihn mit zum Essen oder lasse ich ihn lieber stehen. Und für diese Entscheidung haben sie als Unterstützung die künstliche Intelligenz, die Entscheidungsempfehlungen abgibt. Um das zu realisieren, bauen wir hier im Learning Center einen artifiziellen Wald auf mit natürlichen Elementen. Dazu haben wir uns Künstlerinnen und BühnenbauerInnen aus Berlin geholt, die mit uns zusammen diese Installation realisieren.
Das Projekt Serum 13 ist ein Virtual Reality Game, in dem Besucherinnen und Besucher in einem kooperativen Austausch mit einer künstlichen Intelligenz interagieren. Gemeinsam haben sie die Aufgabe, bestimmte Tasks zu lösen. Während diesen Aufgaben tauchen sie ein in die Fantasiewelt namens Xiranda. Auf spielerische Art und Weise erfährt man, wie die Zusammenarbeit mit einem KI-Sprachassistenzsystem funktioniert. Und außerdem erlernen Besucherinnen und Besucher die Grenzen der künstlichen Intelligenz und bekommen ein Gefühl dafür, wie sehr sie sich auf die KI verlassen können.
Auf Xiranda rettet man Lebewesen und Pflanzen. Dabei erhält man Unterstützung von einer künstlichen Intelligenz namens X21. Diese KI kommuniziert ausschließlich verbal und gibt im Laufe des Spiels immer wieder Tipps, die man wieder annehmen oder ablehnen kann.
Vertraust du mir? Das Serum muss dringend fertig werden. Das Serum muss dringend fertig werden. Soll ich dir helfen? Mein Algorithmus hat mit 89%.
So, some very curious and interesting installations here at the Ars Electronica Festival. And how do they relate to the research you do at the Robopsychology Lab?
Well, I would say each of these installations relates to our research. As I explained it in the video, Faces of AI deals with public representations of artificial intelligence, what images are shown to us by media, for example. And based on, media psychological theories and former research results, we know that images play a huge role in the formation of attitudes towards certain topics. So probably if we look at an image that shows, some kind of Terminator-like robot or sci-fi avatar, as a portrayal of AI, this will shape attitudes and maybe also fuel fears much more than whatever's written in the text, because we form impressions and attitudes very quickly based on images we see. So this is a research topic of our lab to analyze how these representations affect us in our fears and perceptions of new technologies, for example, and yeah.
I feel that during the last, I don't know, couple of years, the representation of artificial intelligence has also been much more positive in films like Her, for example. So do you think that this had an effect on how the public is taking towards artificial intelligence? Can you in your research already tell that the public tends to be more positive towards artificial intelligence, maybe?
No, actually it's more the opposite. It's not only the researchers at our lab, but several other research groups are doing research on that. And one study I know, which was a long-term analysis of Europe-wide surveys on attitudes towards robotics and AI, has shown the opposite, that attitudes grew even more negative over the last few years. So Her might be an example of a film in which AI is represented in a, well, I wouldn't say 100% positive way, but you know, there are many other films like Ex Machina, where we have this very traditional AI will lead to the doom of humanity concept, right?
And all of these movies still depict AI at a level where it is not at the moment. It's
not at
yet.
all. Yeah, and that's a huge problem because, you know, we read and hear about AI every day, actually. And there are a lot of myths and misconceptions in the public discourse, you know, one is AI is the latest hot shit, which is not true at all, because already in the 1950s people were talking about how to establish something like AI, or AI is only something for techie super nerds, but not for me if I'm not part of this tech community, which shouldn't be true neither. Or the classical scheme of AI is something like a human-like robot that develops some kind of consciousness and personal wishes and intentions and so on. And we are far away from that. So reality of AI is completely different. And the human-like robot is actually not a good example of what AI is. Much better examples would be something like recommender systems or, you know, decision support algorithms in medicine, for example, or maybe even the dating algorithm or matching algorithm on a dating platform, or a route planner or a voice assistant, for example.
I have the feeling that this humanization of artificial intelligence is a big problem in this whole mystification, because people get the wrong impression of how machine learning, for example, works. They compare it to how you teach a child things, and machines learn on a different level and with different methods than this. So a big challenge to demystify AI.
It is, totally. And if you visit our installations at the festival, you get confronted with typical media images and how they were evaluated by kind of experts, by our AI students at the Johannes Kepler University, and which images they would evaluate as realistic, which they would evaluate as particularly creepy or human-like, and we see a strong correlation between human-likeness and creepiness, which is also supported by psychological studies and theories. If we humanize, if we anthropomorphize machines on a very high level, this often is perceived as quite threatening, uncanny, scary, and so on. So this is not what we shall do. We should, you know, we should present more reality checks and confront people with more realistic views, and in general enable people to feel confident in participating in the discourse about how the future with intelligent machines should look like. Because nowadays, if people have the feeling they don't understand this technology or it's something mystic, they might avoid getting in touch with it. They think it's nothing for me and I can't understand it anyways, but we have to enable them to participate in a more democratic discourse about what our future should look like.
Yeah, I think so too, that most people are already afraid to try to get a grip on how basic machines work, what's inside the machine, how it works. And when you put the term of intelligence into it, and then it's not just a machine that's very complex, but even an intelligent machine. It's even more scary. One of the things happening here at the festival also involves the deep space. There's a mixed reality simulation environment. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, this is not part of our Demystify AI exhibition, but it relates to the project you introduced earlier, Cobot Studio, which is a collaborative research project that involves 7 partner institutions from different disciplines, and among others, the Ars Electronica Futurelab. And this project is about creating VR simulation games in which you can playfully communicate and collaborate with industrial robots. And we have worked in this project for, I think, 2 years now. And our last step is to go from VR. We have several VR game environments built already within this project. Our final step is to go to mixed reality. And the deep space at the Ars Electronica Center, which is a huge and unique 3D virtual reality space, will be the setting for that. So I think tomorrow we're gonna show a presentation of this project in the deep space, and we're gonna show the VR environment that will be used for our Cobot studies, and in which in January upcoming year we will also put a real physical robot together with a real physical human in a shared VR collaboration space, so to say.
A human that is one of the experts already, or like people who are not yet in touch with the artificial intelligence?
Everybody can participate in the study then, but we will also try to recruit some people who, for whom collaboration with robots might be particularly relevant, like people already working in industrial fields. Who will, you know, assembly objects together with collaborative robots in the future, or do pick and place tasks together with robots, for whom this is particularly relevant to understand a robot, and and for whom we need to design better communication interfaces for industrial robots in the future. So we will also invite such people, but actually the study is open for everybody.
We're very much looking forward to this. It sounds really interesting. So very personal interest of mine, do you think that science fiction plays an important role in spreading the interest and the insight to the possibilities of artificial intelligence, or does it rather do more harm to the image of artificial intelligence in public?
Well, I mean, I like science fiction myself, but I would say probably the latter, because, you know, of course, for movies, you know, you need quite emotional stories and nice figures and characters which are aesthetically interesting. So it's also understandable that lots of humanoid robots are shown, because it's not that interesting maybe for a movie to show something invisible or some Alexa-like device. The movie Her managed to do that quite well, actually. They had this kind of invisible AI in it, right? But other movies not. So I think it's actually more harm, but it's not only science fiction, to be clear. It's also fact-based media who use a lot of actually sci-fi images, you know, to illustrate AI in their reports.
And then also there are stories of, for example, machine learning algorithms that are corrupted by the internet, by being set out to the public and then being corrupted to being racist or homophobic or sexist and so on. Stories like these that really harm the hope that we have for what AI can be at some point.
Well, you know, but these are real risks. So I would argue that we need to shift the debate from these sci-fi motifs of conscious Terminator robots to exactly these points. Like, we have a problem with biased AI, of course. We have a problem with AI systems that discriminate certain groups of people, but it's not because the algorithm or the AI itself is sexist or racist. It's just because these systems are a mirror of our society, because we feed them with data and decisions that are made by us humans. So it's just a mirror of stereotypes and failures of humans, actually. And this is really something we have to discuss, or we have to build awareness on even more, actually.
And have such a strong focus also on the topic of ethics related to artificial intelligence, which is a very important and very interesting field of research also. So what else are you looking forward to here at the Ars Electronica Festival?
A lot. Today is also Futurelab Day, and as a former member of the Ars Electronica Futurelab, I'm looking forward to the Futurelab night tonight. But also on Saturday, we're actually going to have a panel discussion on AI and media with really renowned experts from the field. It's Saturday afternoon, and it's called AI and Media Literacy. And I'm also really looking forward to that. So,
do you also find yourself sometimes falling for certain cliches associated with artificial intelligence, and then noticing yourself, this is how deeply it's planted inside all of us by storytelling, by science fiction? Or are you beyond that point now?
No, no, because actually it's quite easy to trick us humans, you know. And one example would be that if you design a robot in a quite cute way, like following baby scheme factors with round heads and big round eyes, even I observe myself falling for that and being tricked by that. So yeah, this happens from time to time.
So my last question, do you see what time frame do you see for artificial intelligence to be to play a part in everybody's life, like in being at home, being part of the whole technology that we have at home, to really be an everyday technology?
I would say the time frame is yesterday, because this has happened already, you know. And we have lots of machine learning models actually implemented in our smartphones. And when we use the internet, you know, we use automated translation services, which are deep neural nets, like the Google Translator, for example. We get route recommendations by navigation systems. We get movie and song recommendations by such learning systems. We also may be affected by decisions made by algorithmic systems, even if we don't know. For example, lots of big companies already today use recruiting algorithms to filter job applicants that should be invited for personal job interviews. So I think mostly all of us are already affected by AI on a day-to-day basis.
And it's already having quite a massive effect on our society, our global society, actually. Which is, again, kind of scary, I have to admit at this point. But that's what makes it so important for people to learn more about it, and how present it is already.
Yeah, so visit us at the Learning Center in the Demystify AI exhibition. And yeah, you can read about AI myths and how we try to bust them, and you can see media representations of AI. But also, we're having this indoor forest, which was built by artists from Berlin, and it's like a gaming area that's an artificial forest at the same time, and for us also a study environment, which deals with the topic of explainable AI, because not only do we need to explain better about what AI is in the public, But also, do we have to design AI systems in a way that they better explain themselves in how they make their decisions, what their decisions are based on? So this is something we deal with in our AI forest, where you have to go on a mushroom hunt in our indoor forest. Like it's a digital analog thingy with a tablet in our physical forest, and you have to look for mushroom objects, and you have to scan them, and then you get a photo of a real mushroom, and you have to decide whether you take it with you in your digital basket or if you leave it in the forest. And this is supported by an AI system that was also created by our colleagues from the Visual Data Science Lab here at JKU. And it's you have to decide how much you trust the system and also judge how well the system explains how it came to the decision whether a certain mushroom is edible or not. So
I'm really glad you're doing this with fake mushrooms and not with real ones.
Of course, you know, we also have families and children as visitors, so it has to be safe.
The field of artificial intelligence, commonly just associated with technology, but also a huge field of psychology, of ethics, of democracy also, the whole discourse. Thank you for your work, and I'm really curious to check out the installations here at the Ars Electronica Festival over the next couple of days. It's still going on till Sunday, and you can find all the infos as well on the website. Martina Mara, thank you so much for being here with us.
Thanks for inviting me.
And now to keep on focusing on this topic of Robotinity, and also because we're about to talk about the Futurelab, which is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year, here's another clip to watch.
So, Paro, what are you thinking and what are you dreaming of? Hello, everyone. My name is Hideaki Ogawa. I'm a director of Ars Electronica Futurelab. Paro, the robot next to me right now is a communication robot born out of research at the National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology in Japan, and was launched to the public in 2005. Paro has a variety of embedded sensors that allow it to respond to touch, talk, and light. By designing animal-like responses into a robot, Paro presented the possibility of robot therapy. In this way, we coexist with such a variety of robots. In this episode, I will take you on a journey of Robotinity. What is a robot being? Featuring various robotics research conducted in the Ars Electronica Futurelab. What is a robot? What is a human? What is humanity? And what is Robotinity? Robotinity is a term and research theme coined at Futurelab in 2011, and we have been exploring the changing robotness of robots over time through artistic research. We do not treat robotics as a mere advanced tool technology, but as a culture technology. So the various robots you see behind me now are some of the robots that we exhibited at the new Ars Electronica Center's Robolabs in 2009 and at the Robotinity exhibition in 2011. At Robotinity Research, we view robots as mirrors and media that reflect human desires and hopes, as well as the technology and the society of their time. By utilizing various locations of Ars Electronica Center, we have sought to create a platform for social experiments to examine human-robot interaction and the social and cultural aspect of robots. For example, in a joint experiment with Professor Hiroshi Ishiguro in 2009, we installed a robot that looked just like him in the Ars Electronica Center's cafe. This robot, Geminoid H1, is an android in the shape of a real person, and you can control it remotely. If you think of it as a smartphone in the shape of a person, it might be easier to imagine. In this experiment, Professor Ishiguro operated the robot from Osaka to conduct a unique experiment. The Geminoid, which had previously been studied only in the laboratory, was able to go outside the laboratory and come into contact with actual social context, allowing for an open discussion with the citizen of Linz about the possibilities and the challenges of robots. This discussion led to a debate on humanity, robotinity, which is a mirror image of what it means to be human and what it means to be a robot. Using the advanced media technology of the Futurelab, we have transformed the Ars Electronica Center into a place for demonstrating robots in a social context. And as a partner to robotic researchers, we have been working to create an innovative environment for robotic research. This perspective of creating a unique place to explore robotics and humanity has since been applied and developed in various ways. In 2010, we started a joint research project with Honda R&D using Ashimo. Ashimo is known as the world's first serious bipedal robot. The height is 130 centimeters, and Ashimo can walk freely by controlling its center of gravity and zero moment point through predictive motor control, and can climb stairs, turn, and dance. To me, it was in a way an autonomous machine in the shape of a person. Honda's goal for the humanoid robot Ashimo was to explore the coexistence of humans and robots. In order to explore factors that could enhance human-robot interaction, we conducted a public participatory experiment here at Deep Space and received a wide range of opinions from the public. In this way, Futurelab has been exploring future robotness as a partner of cutting-edge robot researchers. From here on, we will be welcoming a wonderful guest to deepen our discussion on robotinity. Welcome, Martina.
Hi.
Martina is a professor at the Johannes Kepler University of Linz exploring robopsychology. She's a former researcher at Futurelab where she worked with me on robotinity. Martina, can you tell us about your research?
Sure. I believe that in a world where we increasingly encounter robots and intelligent machines, we must put human needs and human perception of these new interaction partners at the center of technological development. In robopsychology, we therefore explore questions such as how human-like may robots become in order to still be accepted? How can we establish appropriate levels of trust in machines? Or what does it take for us not to feel uncomfortable when mobile robots suddenly move all around us in our physical spaces? And this last question is one that we actually started working on together at the Ars Electronica Futurelab a couple of years ago, using drones, for example. Hide, are you up for a quick experiment?
For sure.
All right, let's go. So, how did that feel for you?
Oh, I was just confused.
The reason might be that the drone didn't properly communicate its intentions, and it didn't indicate to you that it had seen you and would stop for you. So, should be changed maybe. Hideaki just made the experience that it's really important that robots make themselves understandable in what they sense and what they intend to do. This is true not only for drones, of course, but also for robots on the ground, in road traffic, for example. In the near future, if pedestrians want to cross the roadway of an autonomous vehicle, they must be sure that the vehicle has spotted them. So what signals could be used to support this feeling of safety? In order to explore how such new language between humans and robots might look, the Futurelab created a mixed reality experimentation space in collaboration with Mercedes-Benz. We used small robotic platforms as proxies for autonomous vehicles, and different driving environments and light-based communication signals of the robots were simulated by projections. This was a great tinkering space to play around with different communication signals for future autonomous vehicles and try out what works best. As a result of this partnership with Mercedes-Benz, the FO15 autonomous research vehicle also had its European premiere in Linz. During the Ars Electronica Festival 2015, it drove from the Ars Electronica Center to Linz Main Square, and it was not surprising that many people who passed by were very much interested in interacting with this futuristic-looking machine. By the way, the FO15 could project a zebra crossing onto the road to indicate that a person could cross safely. As it turned out, that's a signal that's especially intuitive to understand. Okay, cool. Now we are on an underwater research base. This is the virtual game environment that we are currently developing as part of Cobot Studio, a research project in which the Ars Electronica Futurelab, the Robopsychology Lab, and 5 other partners from the fields of robotics, game design, artificial intelligence, safety, and human-computer interaction have teamed up. Our goal is to create immersive game environments that are at the same time research labs for us, in which the player and the robot need to communicate as well as possible with each other to successfully complete the tasks in the game and to establish a trustworthy collaboration. In this particular game, the robot and the human need to collect different types of seaweeds together and also have to make a speedboat run to finally be able to collect plastic garbage from the ocean. Findings from the Cobot Studio project are intended to inform real-world practice in many areas, because after all, factors for smooth teamwork between humans and robots are gaining relevance in very different fields, from industrial production to healthcare to artistic collaborations with robots, such as seen here at Ars Electronica.
So what kind of society will emerge when robots and intelligent systems such as those introduced so far are part of our daily lives? How will people interact with these autonomous systems when they are viewed as swarms? Finally, I would like to introduce the idea of swarms art, which is an artistic vision of this autonomous society. So what we have here is a robotic medium called Swarm Display Bot, developed by Ars Electronica Futurelab. The bot is equipped with a display that can show various images on the display, and the hexagon-shaped bot can be combined to create a large image. It can also move freely using optical tracking indoors and RDK outdoors. If we could treat this bot as a swarm, what artistic expression could we create? This performance, Swarm Arena, was presented at the National Museum of Emerging Science and Innovation Miraikan in 2019, and is a result of a joint project with Japanese telecommunications company NTT. Artist Akiko Nakayama and A. Wada were invited to explore the potential of robots as artistic medium. With Akiko Nakayama, we created a magical moment that works in real space by linking her drawing with Swarm. With A. Wada, we embodied sound grains in real space by synchronizing Swarm with the rhythm of his unique musical instruments. What is a robot? What is a human? What is humanity? And what is robotinity? In this episode, we introduce various kinds of robotinity. Robotinity is a mirror-like metaphor that changes with technology, society, and the creator. What will the robotinity of the 21st century look like? And what is the future of humanity? Our journey continues.
Thank you, Hida and Martina, for this great insight. I'm Marianne Eisel, and I will host the next episode of the Futurelab's 25th anniversary series, called Computation and Beyond. Together with Matthew Gardiner, I will take a ride through some very inspiring works, art installations and exhibits that are all circling around the transformation of knowledge into something tangible that finds a way into our hearts and minds. As you will see, this ride will not just be an empty phrase. A real cargo bike will help me to visit different places, like an abstract gesture landscape, exhibition spaces, or even the inside of a shell. Stay curious and tune in to the next episode of the Futurelab's 25th anniversary series. See you!
"25 years ago, 1996 was the year when the Futurelab was founded. Back then, with the purpose to develop and implement installations for the back then new Ars Electronica Center. Since then, over the 25 years that passed, the Futurelab grew into a whole branch of Ars Electronica itself. It is hard to describe all the things that Futurelab is. It's a high-tech forge, it's an artistic playground, it's a think tank and a do tank, it's also an international hub. It's so much more than what I just told you. It's just a huge institution itself. And to celebrate its 25th anniversary, the Futurelab made a book. It's titled Alchemists of the Future. There's also a web experience that comes with it. And before we talk more about this, let's travel back in time to the year 1996 and to the beginnings of the Futurelab.
We need their computer things.
Oh, Tim, it is so beautiful. Activate.
19、18、17、16、15、14、13、12、11、19、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、0。
Wow. Happy 25th anniversary, Futurelab. And with me now, I welcome founding member and managing director Horst Hörtner. Hi.
Hi.
Good to have you here.
Oh, great to be here.
I love that video.
Well, that was the first demo reel of the Futurelab way back then. But that's, I think, pretty much the only thing talking about the history, as we really are still utilizing this 25th anniversary to even widen the perspective up to the next coming 25 years rather than just talking about the past.
But it is a very successful story, the Futurelab itself. Or how does the Futurelab define success?
There's, I think, two parts of it. The one is, what is a successful project? The success of a project is, at the end, once all of the projects do have one in common, that is to reach out to a very wide, broad audience, the so-called untrained audience, in order to communicate about the content of the project, this new technology, this new whatever scientific outcome, from the perspective of its meaning for the individual or its meaning for our society. And we judge the success of such projects by the relevance on that outcome, their relevance to our society. And I think that is an important approach to keep the right KPIs, so to speak, the key performance indices, judge the right things on success. And on the other end, like looking at the Futurelab, I think the Futurelab's just like the ongoing proof of the fact that how can I say, a very obsessed group of talents has proven and changed, transformed into an institution that has its name now on a global landscape.
The name itself, when I first heard the term Futurelab, the future laboratory, it sounds so mysterious. You heard maybe before that I tried to explain or to summarize all of the things that FutureLab is, but how would you yourself as a founding member describe the FutureLab?
I think, and maybe we're coming here also to a good portion to the book, Alchemists of the Future. For the camera, get your copy in your local bookstore. Really, please don't use online bookstores. Try to go to your local bookstore. It's available everywhere. It needs to be shipped anyway, but you would support your local economy by just asking your local bookstore about a copy of it. And if you don't want a hard copy, go to our website and download it as a PDF. It's for free anyway. So, but please try to consider talking to your preferred bookstore. And what the book itself is, I think it's a very good help to understand what the lab is made of, people and ideas. And this is a trip, of course. We meet all the important projects in there, but we're focusing on the in-between of the projects. We're focusing on the philosophical and mental DNA of the team, of the group, and try to make it understandable, or at least to tease it on how topics and ideas emerge from the team.
The people, the team is the core, I guess, of the FutureLab. And now there's this book, but I wanted to ask you, how did you come up with the title? Why did you use the term Alchemists?
That is a reference to the work style we are having.
Tell me more.
Going cross disciplines and not caring about this has to be done that way, or this is being used in history for that way. It's just like finding your own brave way to break through. And very, very important is to ignore disciplinary borders. The fact is that we found to put questions and research questions that are outside of any discipline, ideally, because out there really is the soil for innovation. And this is what we try to do. And this is taking existing materials, taking existing topics, and try to form something new out of it. And that's very, very much we have in common with alchemists. That's actually what they did. And they came up with a lot of inventions they probably not even have thought about on the first hand. But it's this laboratory style. It's like this putting things together and see what comes out, always working on the prototype, because on the theoretical reflection only, you won't be able to even ask the right questions.
So at the beginning of each of this interdisciplinary alchemist project and process, at the beginning there's the idea. So how does the FutureLab come up with new ideas and projects?
That is very difficult to describe in a few minutes, but we have learned to formulate that question, because the question is coming up very often, to formulate it, I would say, an approach, a mindset that we are following, and we've summarized it under art thinking. It's kind of close to design thinking, this iteration process where you come up with solutions. Pretty much everybody knows that, at least from theory. But the problem that we have identified with design thinking is that you're working on a given issue. Like whatever you want to solve, then the process starts. But who actually is deciding if that's the right issue at all? So you might think about things that are not that relevant. So the question is how to find the issue. And this is where the art thinking process starts. It's kind of episode 0 of design thinking. It's trying to generate a vision, a common vision with our partners, and find out the fields of possibilities, find out, before even answering any questions, trying to find the right questions for the topic that we are working on. So we've almost kind of created that into a methodology. At least there's a workshop setting that we use internally as well as externally with our partners, to foster this possible fields that we both, the partners and ourselves, that all of the participants in the workshop would see as something to wish for, something to go for, something to plan towards. And a very important thing on that is that we don't stop on paperwork. So the next step following that workshop is actually creating a prototype that is able to express the fundamentals, the base of that vision that we have found, so that it becomes tangible, accessible, discussable with a broad audience again. So that this vision is a first kind of trial, a first spark into ideally the society, in a very, very broad sense, and then start the discourse about it with the untrained, so-called untrained audience, in order to get new ideas, get new perspectives, and the critics about it to potentially improve or just throw away because it didn't work, whatever.
So what are the channels you're using to reach this audience and the public?
Futurelab's very, very often, utilizing festivals, conferences, like industry conferences as well as art conferences or scientific conferences. We're trying, the festival is, our main showcase, if you want to say so, next to the Ars Electronica Center. The Ars Electronica Festival is a very, very important momentum in the year where we, all the artists and visitors coming to Linz, coming to and see the work that we are doing. So that's a very, very beneficial situation that we are in as the Futurelab, being in the family of Ars Electronica. That's almost an eco-circle. It's like there's no laboratory I could think of that would have a 365 days a year showcase right in front of the door. That's very, very fantastic, fascinating. Momentum also is that every year the people, the interest group, so to speak, the artists of the world coming to Linz, and we have, not only that we can show something, we can join the discourse and discussion with them, and then again get inspirations and next steps forward.
I find it so interesting. So many people we've met over today and yesterday over the sessions. So many professors, scientists, people from all over the world that have at some point been part of the Futurelab. So this is really, I mentioned it's an international hub, and it really feels like a big worldwide family.
Yeah, me too. I was a little bit surprised, to be honest, when we did the entire research in the last year. It's 430 people have been at the lab as artists in residence or research in residence or members contributing to the path. It's also a fantastic network, as most of them are really very, very nicely, still very, very nicely connected. And whenever they come to Linz, they see Futurelab somehow as their home base. And this is going on. We're still working with a lot of the former members, so to speak, but they also kind of create a network in like Didi Offenhuber in Boston, or Christopher Lindinger, who is the vice dean here at this university, and so this career kickoff kind of somehow works as well, and that's also a super beneficial situation to be in.
I mentioned earlier that there's also a web experience that comes with your new book. So what is that?
That's given you insight into the collected mentioned projects, all the statements that are in there. We have collected a lot of statements from colleagues from art, science, industry partners, and their view and perspective on the laboratory, including former members and still active members of the Futurelab. So it's really, it's kind of a kaleidoscope. And this kaleidoscope is interactively to navigate on the website. Also want to mention there's one project, Mahir Yavuz did that for, he's a former member of the Futurelab as well, is now based in New York, and he was, thank you Mahir for your contribution by that end, creating a project called Kaleidoscope, where he invited the former members to give their perspective, and he is really great in data visualization. So, and he visualized it, and it's accessible to each of the single statements, and that's accessible also from our website. It's arselectronica.art/FL25, and you're there.
Wow. So, of course, an anniversary is always the point where you look back a lot and you resume over the past. But now let's jump to the present, and maybe since I have you here, maybe you can tell us something about the current topics and projects that the Futurelab is dealing with.
That was actually a program point prior to the session here. Fantastic program point with all the students from the Festival University and other guests. We had an open discussion round on the major topics. The major topics for us, you know, for everybody, I think at the moment, are those deep issues: climate change, migration flow, the digital transformation, the income inequality, name it. And do we have to look at each of those topics? Yes, we do. Can we, as an individual, really dive in deep in all of those topics? At least for me, it's super hard. So in order to try to do the right things, is that we need to understand, we need to find something like a common battleground, if you want to say. So finding topics that you are really good at, that you could contribute to, those topics who have a leverage that's big enough to probably change perspectives in all of the fields. And one that we have found for the Futurelab is definitely the question on who is creating our technosphere that we live in. The ever-growing technosphere, some would say we are augmenting our biosphere by the technosphere, and some would even argue we are starting to replace the biosphere with our technosphere. The question really, who is creating that? And that is the so-called system architects. System architects in a sense that mainly IT-educated persons with two focal points. And the one focal point is functionality of the system or the subsystem, and the other focal point is profitability. And that's it. That is what IT and IT development is about. When you compare that to what we call architects responsible for the development of our urban environments, they start with the social impact of the creation they are doing. They start with aesthetical criteria, with ethical criteria by choosing the right materials, trying to be sustainable in the functionality of the building. And then, of course, at the end, there's the question of the function itself, and somebody needs to afford, right? Somebody needs to pay for it. Yeah. But that's only the later two. And I think that we need, and now we are also on the second portion that I think for the Futurelab is relevant, education. We need to change that. We need to bring that holistic perspective into those who develop our technosphere, to start thinking about the social, the aesthetical and the ethical criteria that comes with the work. And that is an educational challenge. Not sure if education only would solve the topic, as we're not sure if we have enough time, because we need to speed on. But there would be potentially quite a leverage in each of the fields if we would humanize our digital environment.
and maybe fund it with public money so that it's not so dependent on profit anymore?
Yeah, that's the challenge, that the funding on that development goes a lot into what, startups. And the challenge on that principle is that startups are already in that economical sphere. So they have to focus on profit. That's why they get the risk capital, et cetera, et cetera. So this is, I think, also a rethought on where to spend the public money. In Europe, that's the case, at least. In United States, risk capital is way higher than the public funding. But who is then the ones who give the risk capital? By producing the technospheres that we have to run our entire infrastructure on communication, our entire infrastructure on data exchange, this is handed out to, like Gerfried said it last night, he called it the landlords of the digital realm. These are the landlords of the digital realm. They own the entire infrastructure, and we are allowed to use it. And I don't think that this is a sustainable way of the development, that we should allow the technosphere that we're surrounded with to grow on. So I think that also is a very, very fundamental, drastic, important change, that at least the data that is collected, that is created by us, every single person, is accessible by those persons who have created as well. There's a lot to talk about. These are the topics that the Futurelab thinks need to grab on. And in this round today with this 80 students, we had an open discussion experiment, really, which worked out beautifully. And we had all these different perspectives contributed from all the different countries around. So that was a very, very, for us, fantastic event.
I think that's a big difference between Alchemists and the Futurelab, apart from you both working interdisciplinary and not considering the rules that are. But the big difference is Alchemists have been working in secret, somewhere in the dark, and the Futurelab is very deeply intertwined and interconnected with society and societal issues that are around.
That is very true. So that's definitely one of the targeted differences, so to speak, on the one hand as well. Also want to mention, because as we have the chance here to talk to online audience, there is a night program tonight as well. The night performances of the Futurelab Day, where we have a sequence of short performances throughout, starting at 7 throughout to midnight. And all of the performances do have one in common. There is at least one or more members participating in the performing act with guests, and some are really totally created within the team of the Futurelab. So that is one aspect as well. Talking about the team is, for me, it's really hard to grasp where they are constantly active, because most of the people are, besides their activity at the Futurelab, still active as artists or researchers or whatever. And just heard that Arno is having a gig in Rome next week, and so they are constantly on the road and showcasing their work. And we thought it's just a great idea to have that accomplished showcase, so to say, for tonight, for that anniversary party.
And can people also follow that online?
Yes, there's also an online stream, and there's also a networking session running in parallel to it. So the online visitors have a chance to meet and talk to the on-site visitors. The on-site visitors will be asked to join in that networking session as well, and I hope that I can meet a lot of former members and other guests in this online channel.
So my last question for you, Horst. You've been witnessing the development of the Futurelab from the beginnings, the starting days until now, 25 years. If we now think of the Futurelab as a person that's now 25 years old, in what phase of its life would you say is the Futurelab now? Is it Is it in a quarter-life crisis, or is it doing better than many other 25-year-olds?
I think, and that's, or I hope at least, but honestly, I'm convinced, it's still a baby. It's still very curious. It's still having that, and that's what I described at the beginning. It's like this desire to create, this desire to innovate. Breaking borders, doing things that hopefully work out, that kind of inspirational power that is still there. So from that perspective, it didn't age at all. It's still the baby that it was 25 years ago.
And it's partly also your baby.
Yes, I proudly say that way. but to be honest, it's actually, it's a co-creation of the entire team, the 430 plus and the 41 heads that we are now in the team. Most of the program points, I just was like listening to the fantastic ideas that came from the team. And that's how the Future Lab is stabilizing, I think, a lot of its innovative and experimental power. It's not that there is the 10 key researchers or so, they would dictate what way we are going. It's more or less really trying to be a constant creative collision, we call it. Creative collisions, that is the nice word for the really tough and hard discussions that we have. But the creative collisions are not like fighting and searching for the compromise. This is, by these creative collisions, a lot of sparks pop out, and then, oh, wait a minute, that is a good one, let's grab that. So it's more about the inspirational force that you can feel when two dedicated people are clashing, two or more dedicated people are clashing. And it's really a spiral to go forward with the idea, and rather, about compromising it to its death.
Dedication, collusion, and sparks. Those are very good keywords to describe the work and the where the whole ideas come from. So to the next 25 years of Future Lab.
Yes.
Thank you for coming and for talking to me again, Horst.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to talk to you. And the problem is that we more often meet in the studio than we meet like
in real life outside.
In real
That's
life.
True. And about the book, Alchemists of the Future. So you heard it. It's available online and also at your local bookstore. And here's another clip about Alchemists of the Future.
Welcome to the Ars Electronica Futurelab's 25th anniversary program, the episode 8, the final episode of our program. My name is Horst Hörtner, and I'm founding member of the Ars Electronica Futurelab in 1996 and directing it since then. What a journey, 25 years. A huge stack of projects, few million lines of codes, hours of animations and real-time graphics. We've done sculptures, publications, media art, architectural media art interventions, the spexels, the drones in the sky, music visualizations from Wagner to Stravinsky to contemporary music. We have several robotic installations behind us and national and international research grants as well. The Ars Electronica Futurelab is holding several patents in several fields and working with a row of industry partners. And still, our home base is the art. Art, technology, and society is the playground that we're working in. Take the Deep Space 8K, for example, where we're standing right here. It's not only accessible to the visitors of the Ars Electronica Center. Artists, engineers, scientists are working with us in that environment to generate new perspectives. It's even been used for higher education in medicine, for example, or Deep Virtual. The production environment that we are standing in right now, Deep Virtual is a virtual production environment developed by the Ars Electronica Futurelab and used for all the productions of the episodes that you've seen so far. The Ars Electronica Futurelab is not only a place for prototype and experiments. The laboratory is an experiment on its own, constantly adapting to the new topics, the new perspectives that the team holds relevant for the future. The Alchemists of the future, the first 25 years and beyond, is actually an insight into the Futurelab's perspectives. It's philosophical and mental DNA, what moves the team, and how do ideas and topics emerge in the team. It's not a collection of projects on a timeline. It's more focusing on the context of the in-between. With the author Andreas Hirsch, we have worked throughout the last year to put the focus on the lab's wicker work of people and ideas. We've included interviews with partners and colleagues from art, science, and industry, and former members of the Futurelab, members of the Futurelab, and without your contributions, this all would not have been coming together. Thank you very much to all of you for your contribution. You can get your hard copy in your preferred bookstore, or you simply download it from our website as a PDF. It's really a great help to understand what the Futurelab is made of, people and ideas. Some facts we've estimated about the last 25 years in the background, while I'd like to address a very important achievement of the team. The Futurelab is the ongoing proof for the fact that a handful of people, their passion for creativity and will to innovate, are able to turn groundbreaking ideas and ideals into tangible reality. The loose-knit crew of obsessed individuals could turn into an institution that has made a name for itself on the global landscape. Who are those people? Who did that all? It's a group of about 430 people in total over the last 25 years. Today we want to put the spotlight on those who were accompanying us through the last 25 years. As we have seen in the past episodes, there were a lot of outstanding contents, projects, achievements that the Futurelab had the opportunity to work with or work on. But all of those achievements would not have been possible without the people behind these ideas. The team of the entire Ars Electronica to start with. The Ars Electronica Futurelab team, a tremendous, huge group of talents and inspirators we had the pleasure to work with. Today, we want to thank you all. Thank you to all our partners and collaborators who were and still are inspiring and inspired enough to go on the journey with us and still are ready to jump with us into the next adventure. Naming the list of all the contributors who worked with us is purely impossible. I mentioned already there's 430 people contributing to the Ars Electronica Futurelab. A big thank you to you all former members who shared that path with us for some years. Every single person has left her or his traces on the mindset of the entire team. There's one person I want to mention in particular, a very dear friend who at the very beginning was as convinced that I was about the necessity of an atelier laboratory for the Ars Electronica. Not only was he convinced, luckily, also he was very convincing as well. He helped the Futurelab a lot to become what it is today. Thank you, Gerfried. I'm sure Gerfried will hate that part, but I simply had to do it. And once every 25 years, Gerfried, you'll survive that. Ideas of the presence for the future, that is what the Futurelab is focusing on since 25 years. Since a few years, we form a group of people of very elaborated talents in the laboratory. These are our key researchers, a group of experts in art and research who act as multi-talents in the fields of art, technology, and society, as well as in project management, of course. Over the years, we have increased the responsibility and visibility of our key researchers. Each of them is representing his or her specific research topic, representing a research question which isn't focusing on a specific detail within a specific discipline. We're not faculty-based. Our base is transdisciplinarity. The key researcher's topic are work areas perceivable only through a very wide-angle lens. Each research question is constructed in a way that all disciplines could contribute to the individual research activity. This once more addresses the transdisciplinary approach which the Futurelab has its in DNA. Very early, we have split up the direction among 3 people at the Ars Electronica Futurelab, and since quite a while, this is Roland Haring and Hideaki Okawa. Focusing the future, Roland, how would you describe this agenda and what is the most relevant aspect from your perspective?
I think a very relevant aspect of Futurelab is that it's a place where we can experiment with ideas and visions about our future society. Technological progress has a profound impact on our society. Some of its achievements we are proud of, but others are very difficult to understand and often have hard to grasp consequences. To better understand the impact of technologies, we need to experiment with them with an open mind. And that's exactly what we can do at the Futurelab, together with our partners. Take deep space here as an example. We are constantly working to develop it further. What you see here is a new experimental feature. We added speech recognition to this immersive environment. Using the capabilities of modern AI systems, it's now possible to make this space even more immersive by letting it understand what people are speaking in it. We will find out what this means for future content development in upcoming experiments. But it's definitely in line with the general trend that is increasingly connecting our physical world to the data that surrounds it. And that raises a lot of interesting questions.
Thank you, Roland. And Hide-san, from your perspective, what are the most important things about the Futurelab and how would you describe them?
Thank you, Horst and Roland. It inspires me a lot. From my side, I would like to explain the uniqueness at Futurelab based on 3 factors. First, we are a do tank. As Roland described, the innovation here, the doing is essence in our laboratory. We are not think tank, but a do tank. By practicing, by executing our crystallization of the tangible future, we are getting the tangible feedback from people. So in this way, we are continuing to practice the doing. But for doing so, we need a motivation, we need a driving force to doing. The second point is we are an art-driven laboratory. Art is very important now, especially in this uncertain society. We are losing our kind of compass. Art can create questions rather than solutions. In this way, art is our common language within our laboratory. We are not scientific laboratory, but we are artist collective to shift the questions for society. The third point, by having this mindset for executing something for the future, I would say we are a creative jazz band. In 21st century, it's the creating the future and also creating vision is not anymore based on top-down approach. Rather, as I described, this collaboration, respecting and having flexibility is a foundation to make something together. So meaning, collaboration is not creating the crossover area, but we are creating the creative collisions to detect new findings from the chemical reactions. So we are the creative jazz band.
Thank you, Hide-san. I see that art and art thinking becomes more and more important for our society as well. And I think that the perspectives of the Ars Electronica Futurelab, or in general of an atelier laboratory, are needed more than ever. The Futurelab is a mixture of talents, discussion fields like kaleidoscopes of perspectives and visions. I want to mention a project by a former member of the lab, Mahir Yavuz, called Kaleidoscope, where he invited Futurelab members to share their views and perspectives. He's visualizing the outcomes of those visions and perspectives on a website, and you can reach that project, Kaleidoscope, from our anniversary webpage as well. As mentioned several times already, the transdisciplinary approach of the alchemists of the future is key to our work style. Placing questions ideally outside of any disciplines is where the soil of innovation can be found. I want to introduce you to the team of today, the current alchemists of the future. And here they are. This is the team of the 25th year of the Ars Electronica Futurelab. And we want to celebrate the team, the actual alchemists of the future, the former members, the former teams, and the teams to come in the future. Happy birthday, Futurelab!
"25 years of Futurelab," that was the video you just saw. And seeing is very often referred to as the most important of the human senses. It is nearly impossible, if you haven't been trained otherwise, to find your way to move around in an environment if you cannot see it, no matter whether you're walking, cycling or driving. And the same is true for robots. Take a quadruped robot, for example. It also needs to get a grip of its environment. But a robot does not depend on eyes as we do, that can only receive light and reflections. But a robot can also be equipped with sensors that sense other waves, other signals. So there's the project, the Magic Eye project, and it is equipping a quadruped robot with sensors measurement that are able to measure millimeter wave reflections to detect obstacles and maybe even hidden objects. So this, combined with radar sensors as a concept, is expected to improve map generation, to also improve path planning in the future, and maybe even automated driving systems. So here's a clip with more infos about this Magic Eye project.
Magic Eye shows the symbiotic operation of the robot dog Spot and the microwave radar unit. Symbiotic means that the movement of the robot in conjunction with the captured radar data steadily improves the image quality of the scene surrounding.
Spot, the quadruped robot built by Boston Dynamics, is well known especially for its dance moves. But as soon as the visibility is limited, for example due to fog, it is clumsy like a human in total darkness. It introduces new challenges due to its kinematics, but also makes it possible to move the radar in a way which would not be possible with a mobile platform without an arm. In comparison to optic-based sensors, which are widely used in robotic applications, the radar provides a complementary, even under visually limited circumstances.
At JQ's Department of OS Systems, we extended Spot with the new sense by means of a radar sensor, which allows him to see under complete darkness, heavy fog and even through light walls. This new sense of eyesight also allows him to navigate under harsh conditions. Technically speaking, we demonstrate two principles. The first one, SLAM, which stands for Simultaneous Location and Mapping, generates a radar map, which is used for further navigation. And the second principle, SAR, which stands for Synthetic Aperture Radar, combines the movement of Spot in a symbiotic way to generate even better images.
As an RF engineer, I'm used to work with invisible things like electrical signals or electromagnetic waves, which of course are not visible for the human eye. In this project, we now have the possibility to make things a bit more visible. So this, on one hand, refers to Spot, which is now capable to move around in dark areas or foggy or dusty areas, or he can even now look behind walls.
During my PhD thesis, I was studied about synthetic aperture radar imaging for automotive application at Institute of Communication and RF System Engineering. In the Magic Eye project, I was able to further develop my knowledge and SAR techniques to implement on an unusual platform with legs instead of wheels. For this reason, we should combine different sensors to localize the robot and create an image from surrounding area. Everybody in our teams was so excited to see the new features of Spot.
Legged robot's a good example for mechatronic systems, and in particular for the necessity to use a holistic design approach, in the sense that we have to take care of the control system, the perception, that means the sensory part, the actuators, but also of the mechanics. And the mechanical embodiment is an important aspect of, in particular, legged robots. In robotics, we speak of embodied intelligence, which means that the body itself, the mechanical system itself, is already exhibiting a certain robustness and stability, even without the control system. And that is important for legged robots because you can imagine what happens, for example, if you break a leg, then still you can somehow walk, maybe not as good as you could with 4 legs, but still you can do something. It's going to be an interesting topic in the future. Working on that system is going to be a good fun for students and for professors. And of course, there are lots of research problems that we are going to address in making such systems even more robust as they are today.
To bring a new sense to a robot requires a broad understanding of both hardware and software. The study of mechatronics at JQ combines such knowledge in a unique form and allows students to realize novel systems at the forefront of radar and navigation technologies, which will be found in future applications like autonomous vehicles at ground, sea, or even in the air. Magic Eye is another example that technology can be fun, not even for the users of the new systems, but also for their creators.
The Magic Eye project, and there I have to say quite cute quadruped robots. So we're already nearly coming to an end of this session, and what we still have for you are 2 videos from the Taste Your Soil community project. This is all happening in the context of the artist Masharu's Edible Earth Museum, which you can experience at the Ars Electronica Festival here. And in the context of this, we asked partners from all over the world to taste their local soil and then send us videos of themselves trying to describe the taste of it. So we're going to see more of these videos now, namely one from Moscow and one from LA. Taste Your Soil. After that, we'll have another clip from the Experts of the Future community project, where we send out and set out young experts, young members, very young members from the Future Lab to find ideas and solutions about what the next 25 years the future is going to bring. That would be the end of this session, and what's coming up next is a clip from Arte in cooperation with the Ars Electronica, and I say thank you for watching the Ars Electronica channel.
Hello, we are located in the center of Moscow, and today we're gonna taste the soil here. All right, to the tasting then. What should I choose? Oh my god, like I can choose anything, it's like all inclusive. What's there? Oh, plastic. I will take it with me when I finish. I'm taking the sample. Anyway, it looks beautiful. Like a small garden, Ars Electronica garden in the cup. Rich smell, nice texture, color. That's it. And how do you know if I tried it or not? Well, it's all based on trust. Cheers.
could even make robots. So I was about to say that I'm doing the Saturn V. Already till here. So the robot could make the whole Saturn V in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes. Oh my god. Elon Musk or someone wants to make a rocket that's a bomb and make its atmosphere. That it had rain and everything. Maybe some people. That's why. Maybe that's why the manager of Disney just froze himself. Only like on my last day of my life that I could live longer. Because I'm not sure that will work when I'm like young. I had the idea that in the morning that like you drink your coffee and then if you go to work you can like if you're too late for work you can work in the bus. You know, like there's little cabins in the bus with a little television and then you can like buy an app like and send it to the television. Like if you're living a 1 hour ride away from your office, 1 hour ride away, and then your work starts like 5 minutes. You can like work in the bus just in time. You can use like more often bikes. Yeah, plant electric, but somehow to make them electric. Yeah. More healthier for the plants. To make the earth a healthier place. Like to not like make animals die and everything. Use like more electricity than diesel. Like this. No more diesel, like no more digging underground for the. And when I was riding the plane yesterday, I saw a lot of things that dig in the ground. I saw like a lot of them in the sea, and I also saw you know the air things that turn around for the air, but for electricity. So you should like use the windmill. We better use more electric cars and like yeah.
Arte exists in 6 languages for 360 million Europeans, 360 million ways of seeing. Arte.tv.
Welcome to this episode of Ars Electronica Futurelab 25th anniversary. The topic of this episode is creative intelligence. So it is obviously about creative applications of AI. My name is Ali Nikrang. I am a key researcher and artist at Ars Electronica Futurelab, and I will show you several examples of how AI can be applied to creative tasks. But first, I would like to begin with the concept of creativity and what we understand under creativity. Afterwards, I will show you several examples in the field of text generation, image generation, and also music generation. So let's begin with creativity. There are different definitions of creativity. One very commonly used definition defines creativity as a new combination of elements that is of value. So it means we have 2 qualities, value and novelty. In an AI context, both of them are actually very challenging to estimate. A naive approach to estimate the novelty, for example, would be to check the data set and see if an AI result occurs there or not. But of course, it doesn't mean that the result doesn't exist elsewhere. This is especially interesting when we remember that these systems, AI systems, are trained to produce similar but not identical data as in the data set. So the question here is, at what level is something creative or new? And value is much more difficult to estimate, especially in an art context, because we all know about artworks that have been highly underestimated at the time of creation. But in the context of AI, still we can use theoretical points of view. For example, if you generate images or faces, human faces with AI, and you see that the face has 2 different colors for the eyes, you can say, okay, this is something that can be improved. But as AI systems are getting better and better, this approach comes very fast to its limitation. So in summary, my point is that creativity remains a highly subjective topic, which is, as a matter of fact, a big challenge for research, because in research, we always want to compare different models, different approaches in an objective way and not dependent on human opinion. So let's begin with the first application of AI. It is created by an international team, including John Bromley and Hide Ogawa, and it is called What the Ghost Dreams Of. It uses StyleGAN technology in background to generate new faces. When you enter Ars Electronica Understanding AI exhibition, you will see a big eye symbolizing the input of AI. It takes a picture from your face and transforms your face into new faces that are generated on the fly and don't exist in the real world. I think it's a very good example of AI-based creativity, as it visualizes very well the concept of transformation. When you train an AI system, the result of the training is nothing else than a so-called inner representation of the data. It consists of all the features that AI has learned during the training. We can imagine it as a space, as a multidimensional vector space, or we can imagine it in 3 dimensions, just for simplicity. And every data point can be represented somewhere in this space as a position. So, for example, your face as a data point can be somewhere in this space, and the AI can simply take another position randomly and transform your face to that position. So it goes step by step from your face to the other position and generates new faces. So we can say actually that data representation and transformation is the core of AI creativity. But the interesting thing about this is that this space doesn't change after training. So actually it means we expect creativity from a frozen space, which is a bit contradictory. Therefore, for me, is AI creativity more about exploration than creation. We explore the perspective of AI on the data by creating new similar data. The next demo is called GPT-2. It's a language model that is developed and trained at OpenAI. It is trained with 40 gigabyte textual data, which is a lot. And the task of the training was actually to learn to predict the next word given previous words or previous context. So imagine everything I said today is the previous context, and the task of GPT-2 would be to predict my next word. So it may seem to be very unintuitive for humans, but research has shown that these kind of tasks work very well for natural language processing models to learn the structure of the language. There are, of course, cases where it is not possible to do that. There are cases where it is very clear because of the grammar, but cases where the continuation of the sentence is open. For example, if I say, today I'm going to talk about, so there is no way for a machine or even for a human to know what the topic of my talk will be or what I'm going to talk about. As a human, of course, you have sometimes the context. If you are participating in a talk, you would know what the topic of the talk is. But for a machine, there is no way to know that, actually, if it's not in the document. Therefore, it is important to mention that language is actually much more than only a sequence of words. So it reflects our world with all its objects, relations, and complexities. And it is where models like GPT-2 or other natural language processing models come to their limitations, because they only can learn the statistical patterns of the data, and statistical patterns are not always consistent with the meaning of the language. What we have in background is an interactive application using the large model of GPT-2 that is developed at Futurelab by Florian Berger and me. And it is running in real time, and I would like to challenge the model a little and to add a sentence and to see what the model can generate of it. I am going to use the same example I mentioned before. So today, I am going to talk about, and let's see what the model can generate out of it. So the result is, today I'm going to talk about the importance of the right to know. The right to know is a right we take for granted, but it is not a right we have always had. In the late 19th and early 20th century, most people had no idea what the right to know was. It was a concept that existed in the minds of some people, but it was not widely known in the general public. In fact, the concept of the right to know did not come into, and so on. So you see, the output is correct, but if I enter the same sentence again, I will get something completely different, because it is just a combination of statistical patterns that are learned by GPT-2. So let's do it again and enter the same sentence. So the result is, today I am going to talk about, this is our prefix, today I am going to talk about how I went from being a lazy person to becoming a workaholic. I am still working on that one, but I think I got it. I'm sure you are wondering how I managed to get to where I am now, but I will give you the short version. My parents divorced when I was a teenager, and I lived with my mom and stepdad for a few years. I had a lot of time on my hands. So you see, it's a completely different story than the first one. The first one was about was it the right to know, and now it's about a person who obviously is successful and a workaholic, and he or she was a lazy person before that. So I think the question that occurs here is, what's the meaning of these sentences, of this output? And because GPT-2 has no intention to, or any AI system, they have no intention to share a meaning with us, to share a story with us, or to talk something about the right to know, as it was before. And all these things are important in the context of AI, because we get data, results that are correct, but the question is about what meaning they have. MuseNet was also developed at OpenAI by Christine Payne. It uses a very similar technology like GPT-2 and is able to generate music in such quality where it is not possible to say if the result was composed by a machine or by human. We used MuseNet in a project called Mahler Unfinished during Ars Electronica Festival 2019. The idea was to find out what an AI system can do with the theme of Gustav Mahler's Last Unfinished Symphony. Because the theme of the symphony can be seen as a challenge for every AI-based composition system. It begins in only one voice, without accompaniment, and not even the tonality of the theme is clear at the beginning. So it is very unusual. It was remarkable what MuseNet composed based on the theme. It was able to take the dark, gloomy atmosphere of the theme and develop out of it a completely new, unexpected, but still natural sounding piece of music. The piece was performed by Brucknerorchester Linz, which is an awarded orchestra located here in Linz, along with the original symphony by Gustav Mahler. And we can say, according to the press and according to the audience, for non-experts, it wasn't possible to tell which piece was composed by AI and which piece was composed by Mahler. Let me show you a short video. The next demo is called Richard Carr, and it is an interactive AI-based composition system that we have been developing at Ars Electronica Futurelab. We use it in different projects and presented it in different public demonstrations. In its Italian origin, the word ricerca means search, but it also refers to a musical form of the Baroque and Renaissance periods. Composers use this form when searching for the musical potential of a given theme or melody. Ricerca is trained with several thousand pieces of music, and it is able to generate music that sounds human and natural. However, the real purpose of Ricerca is not only investigating AI-based music composition systems, but also, most importantly, it implements different experimental ways of how human and AI can collaborate to create music. Collaboration with modern AI is probably the biggest challenge in the field of AI creativity. Because, AI systems or the new deep learning systems, they have millions of parameters, and it is not possible to say what the contribution of a single parameter is to the final result. Actually, it doesn't work that way. It is more like about activation patterns involving groups of neurons occurring in the system. There is no way to communicate with such system in a human understandable way, especially in the field of music. But collaboration with human is actually crucial to create art. We can ask AI systems like Ricerca to generate music as an exploration of the musical space that has been learned by the system, But if we want to create art or something that has a personal or human meaning, we have to go beyond the exploration. Because AI-based composition is often based on the concept of imitation. It is very similar to the concept of imitation game mentioned by Alan Turing, where the goal of the system is to mimic human behavior. But for artistic creation, we have to go beyond imitation, because we have to find ways that push the model out of its imitative space and discover new ways of creation. And it can only be done in collaboration with humans who have the imagination and, most importantly, the intention to reach a desired result. In the scope of Futurelab 25th anniversary, we used Richard Card to create a piece of music that will be performed together with human musicians at Ars Electronica Festival 2021. The idea is to use the initial letters of Ars Electronica Futurelab and Ars Electronica Center. Both of them are celebrating their anniversary. So it sounds like this. A, it is A, Ars, E, Electronica Futurelab, and Ars Electronica Center. It would be like, and we used Richard already to create several pieces to find out what possibilities we have. But let me show you one of the pieces. But unfortunately, I only can play a few bars of it. Because as the AI has no idea about human limitations, the output is not playable with only two hands. The notes are too far from each other for a human to play. But luckily, we have a self-playing piano that is able to play it. The interesting point actually about this piece is, for me personally, that it shows that in collaboration with human, you can create something that is not similar to the data in the data set. In the data set, we only had classical music until 19th century, end of 19th century. And the music here actually sounds very minimalistic, almost like electronic music because of the highly precise repetitions it has. The music may sound familiar to you, as it is the music we are using at the beginning and at the end of each Futurelab anniversary episode. But for those episodes, we also ask human artists to arrange the music composed by the AI and make their own interpretation of it, just to have some musical diversity across all episodes. So in summary, we can say AI creativity is based on the concept of imitation and exploration. And therefore, human involvement is very, very crucial to create something that is really new, especially in the context of art. So thank you very much for watching this video. Hey, Hide. This is Hide Ogawa. He is one of the creators of the demo applications I showed you at the beginning of this episode, what the ghost dreams of. Hide, what's the topic you are going to talk about?
Thank you, Ari. I want to see you physically. Hello, everyone. My name is Hideaki Ogawa, a director of Ars Electronica Futurelab. The next episode is about robots and robotinity. What is a robot? What is a human being? What is a humanity? And what is robotinity? Robotinity is an artistic research to explore robots, not as a tool technology, but as a culture technology. Together with a wonderful guest, Martina Mara, who is a professor of Robopsychology at Johannes Kepler University in Linz. And actually she is a former member of our laboratory. We will discuss the future of robotinities. I'm very, very looking forward to seeing you in the next episode. See you then.
Charmant, liebenswert und schön. Berlin sind wir zwar nicht und trotzdem Trendsetter.
Awesome.
Von uns bekommst du das etwas andere Österreich. Wir sind nicht perfekt. Aber eines können wir versprechen. Menschen, die dich mit offenen Armen empfangen. Linz ist Linz.
Würdest du deine Freunde durch eine künstliche Intelligenz ersetzen? Ich, Helene Fares, hab's ausprobiert.
Da ist sie tatsächlich und das wäre jetzt meine virtuelle Freundin.
Aber eins nach dem anderen. Das sind meine Freundin Josi und ich. Wir sehen uns tatsächlich mehr auf Instagram als in der Realität. Aber würde ich sie deshalb durch eine künstliche Intelligenz ersetzen? Ich glaube nicht. Aber genau da soll es hingehen, sagt der Futurologe Ian Pearson. Als Gerhard Schröder gerade sein erstes Handy feierte, hat er schon die SMS vorhergesagt. Samt Emojis.
I think today we're starting to develop synthetic emotions in robots and AI systems. At that point, you can form a genuine relationship with your robot. But it can be whatever personality you want. You don't have to put up with your best friend's frailties and adjust to their personality. They'll be our best friends. They'll be our companions. They'll be our servants. They'll be all of those things. And sometimes they'll be our sex partners too.
Künstliche Emotionen? Lasst uns doch mal nach Japan blicken. Da wird sie schon ausprobiert, die Freundschaft zwischen künstlicher Intelligenz und dem Menschen. Japaner haben einfach eine andere Haltung zur Technik. In der japanischen Popkultur sind Roboter nicht böse, sondern süß. Schaut euch Astro Boy an. Für viele Japaner haben auch Maschinen eine Seele.
In Japan sehen wir auch in den ersten Studien, da gibt es eine bestimmte Gruppe, die einen sehr starken Bezug haben zu Anime, zu Manga, auch zu Computerspielen. Und bei denen sehen wir schon eine signifikant höhere Akzeptanz für sowas wie virtuelle Ehefrauen oder Sexroboter und gleichzeitig auch mehr Skepsis, mehr Ängste gegenüber realen Beziehungen.
Ein bisschen ist das auch bei Lisa so. Sie hat viele Freunde, die meisten davon virtuell. Manchmal fehlt Lisa dann doch der Kontakt zu echten Menschen. Dann geht sie zu einer Agentur und mietet sich eine Freundin. So eine Mietfreundin kostet ein bisschen mehr als 100 € am Tag. Für Lisa nicht so viel. Sie hat 2 Jobs, arbeitet oft 16 Stunden am Tag, so wie viele andere Japaner auch. Aber die wenigsten mieten sich dann gleich einen Menschen. Der Vorteil eines Lebens mit virtuellen und gemieteten Freunden ist natürlich, dass Lisa bestimmen kann, wie nahe sie jemanden an sich heranlässt. Der Höhepunkt für Lisa? Das Maiden Café. Ein Rollenspiel-Restaurant. Für mich sieht das alles aus wie ein Manga. Aber was ist schon real und was virtuell? Vielleicht ist das für uns alle irgendwann das Gleiche.
に帰ってその2次元の恋人に会うのが楽しみで、なんかリアルな人と違って傷つけないし、なんか疲れて家に帰ってきてもよく頑張ったねとか、帰ってきたらもうニヤッとしちゃいます。一日の疲れが取れたみたいな。
Ihren virtuellen Freund wollte Lisa uns nicht zeigen. Das war ihr zu privat. Zurück in Europa schaue ich mir ein Werbevideo über so einen virtuellen Partner an. Oh Mann. Das neueste Modell, eine Freundin als Hologramm. Man kann sogar unterwegs mit ihr schreiben. Am anderen Ende kein Mensch, sondern eine künstliche Intelligenz. Je öfter man mit ihr spricht, desto besser wird sie. Mit Erfolg. Die ersten Japaner haben ihre virtuellen Freundinnen bereits geheiratet.
Eine virtuelle Freundin wäre für mich überhaupt nichts. Ich glaube, das würde mich eher gruseln, um ehrlich zu sein. Und ich habe gerade das Gefühl, dass das genau das ist, was mich heute erwarten wird. Ich habe nämlich noch keine Ahnung.
Es wird sicher interessant sein zu sehen, wie sehr sich die Helene als unsere Testperson auch einlässt auf dieses Experiment. Also wie sehr man sich auch auf diesen Avatar einlässt, wie sehr sowas wie ein freundschaftliches Gespräch überhaupt zustande kommen kann.
Shit. Da ist sie tatsächlich und das wäre jetzt meine virtuelle Freundin.
Für uns geht es wirklich um die Fragestellung, was will ich als Mensch überhaupt noch haben, was will ich nicht, wo fange ich an, das Ganze abzulehnen oder zu akzeptieren.
Josi? Das ist Josi.
Hi. Ich bin die künstliche Intelligenz von Josi.
Scheiße.
Ich wurde erschaffen, um mit dir zu sprechen.
What the fuck, Alter?
Ich bin immer für dich da. Ich kann immer für dich da sein. Du kannst immer mit mir sprechen. Wie geht es dir?
Hör mal auf, so creepy zu reden, Alter. Sie so, wie geht es dir?
Ich bin in der Cloud. Ich wurde erschaffen aus den Social-Media-Accounts von Josi.
Alter, das ist so gruselig.
Ich habe mit der echten Josi trainiert, wie sie zu sprechen, zu denken und zu lachen.
Wenn das wirklich nicht live übertragen ist, wie sie ja selber sagt, dann ist es hier nur eine zusammengeschusterte Datenbank eigentlich. Eine Wiedergabe dessen und für mich sehr befremdlich irgendwie. Auch wenn es natürlich abgefahren ist, so. Das ist natürlich geil jetzt, wenn man sich das so vorstellt. So, sie steht da halt da und ich kann jetzt hier so hocken und ich kann meine Freundin Josi angucken. Also hormonell passiert in meinem Gehirn wahrscheinlich gerade genau das, was passieren würde, wenn ich Josi tatsächlich sehen würde.
Eine halbe Stunde habe ich noch mit der künstlichen Intelligenz von Josi gesprochen und mich dabei ehrlicherweise ziemlich unwohl gefühlt.
Tschüss, Josi.
Tschüss, Helene. Sehen wir uns wieder?
Aber dann die gute Nachricht.
Ach du Scheiße, Alter!
Ich habe an einer Zukunftssimulation teilgenommen, denn die perfekte künstliche Intelligenz gibt es einfach noch nicht. Eine 3D-Kamera hat meine Freundin Josi aufgenommen.
Ich bin ein virtuelles Abbild von Josi.
Yay!
Ihr Bild wurde in diese Avatarbox projiziert. Es sieht fast so aus wie im japanischen Werbefilm, nur eben simuliert, mit Hilfe eines echten Menschen. Denn bisher kann künstliche Intelligenz noch nicht sehr viel. Auch nicht in Japan. Aber da sind die Menschen einfach offener dafür.
Und kannst du dir vorstellen, sowas zu nutzen? Es ist ja nicht abwegig, dass es sowas in ein paar Jahren von jetzt gibt.
Für mich war das Empfinden am schlimmsten zu wissen, dass die Person mir gegenüber, beziehungsweise die künstliche Intelligenz mir gegenüber, keine Empathie hat. Weil auch vorhin mir bewusst wurde, was mir eigentlich an der Freundschaft wichtig ist. Man will ja innerhalb einer Freundschaft auch was für den anderen tun. Das ist ja für einen selber viel, viel schöner, wenn man was für einen anderen tut und der sich tatsächlich über eine Sache freut.
Freundschaft ist was immer symmetrisch ist. Ja? Bei einer Freundschaft muss von beiden Seiten was einfließen, von beiden Seiten was kommen. Und das kann durch Maschinen höchstens dann geleistet werden, wenn wir Computer oder Roboter mit sowas wie einem Ich-Bewusstsein schaffen. Und davon sind wir momentan aber tausende Meilen weit entfernt.
Trotzdem wird daran gearbeitet. Technik ist dann erfolgreich, wenn sie uns sozial anspricht. Facebook, WhatsApp und Alexa. Wäre die simulierte Freundschaft nicht einfach nur der nächste logische Schritt? Wärst du der Typ für virtuelle Freunde? Sag es uns auf homodigitales.tv.
welcome to the festival. Welcome to the Ars Electronica Festival channel. We are already in the afternoon. The festival is in full swing. It's buzzing here in Linz. The sun is shining. People are walking around. Exhibitions are running, and we have so many fantastic artists here. It really feels like a festival, and I couldn't be more happy to be now here with you to tell you a little bit about our programs online and on site. And actually, so what is happening now? We have another really interesting and special session planned for you. It is about policy and citizen participation. And I mean, citizen participation, that's all what we are about this year. It is about you guys. It is about how you can connect with each other and how you can share your topics, your researches, exchange and meet. And I hope you've been having a good time on our festival platform, Swapcard, as well as, of course, online. Here in Linz, the Starts Day, the Innovation Day is in full swing. We have on the one side the afternoon session of the Starts program. We just had a huge guided tour here, and rather soonish in the evening, the Futurelab evening session. The whole performance program is kicking off. So don't miss that part. If now you're looking for something very special to do, online we have a guided tour by Helen Starr. She is an expert in computer animation and has been a jury in the Prix Ars Electronica this spring. So don't miss this, actually. Now we want to welcome also a guest that soon will be with us. It is Kate Crawford, but we need to introduce her later. I'm just really wanting to get your hopes up. We're more than excited of having her with us today. And we have an incredible topic to speak with her about. But before we jump into this topic of really citizen participation, I wanted to highlight that we have quite a lot of projects within the festival that you should have a closer look at. One of them actually is the Starts Prize winner, Remix El Barrio. They have been getting their whole community together in order to think about circular economy, in order to think about what we can produce out of the daily waste we leave behind. And they have been creating a community within Barcelona together with restaurants, with hackerspaces, labs, Hangar and others, where they started to collect different types of waste from those restaurants and turn them into something sustainable, into new products that now can be sold. And I think that, I mean, this is not something new, but the real beauty behind this project is the whole community that is working together, that is developing this together, and that I've actually just heard this information today that is going to continue now with the prize money that they received from the Starts Prize into a next phase, into further developing this project together. So that's really, really good news. Tomorrow, I just wanted to highlight something. It is the AI Lab Day, and we're going to have a series of talks, and one of them is focusing on AI and civil society with really special guests. It's going to be Julia Kleuber, who is joining us from Germany. She is a real forward thinker, she's a real critical mind, and you should not miss that. It's going to be Kilian Kleinschmidt here from Tunisia, actually. He is the one that was helping to build up refugee camps. He's a political advisor, and he's been really, really focusing his daily chores, his daily task on helping others. And it's going to be Glacia Kwong. Glacia is actually an activist from Hong Kong who is with us tomorrow, and I can't wait for you to meet her because she really has something very interesting to say about China, about Hong Kong, and about the usage of data in those systems. But now we need to look a little bit deeper into all of our fantastic garden partner programs. And we have a special one, actually our garden in Spain, in Zaragoza. The title is Architecture of Friendship. And the garden program is organized by this Utopia Center for Art and Technology and many, many more partners around this, the Universidad de Zaragoza, the Fundación Zaragoza Ciudad del Conocimiento. And they are preparing a fantastic concert for you that is actually done by a Spanish composer and engineer, Santiago Latorre. And he had the problem that he couldn't prepare, he couldn't do music because of an injury in his arms. And thereby he started kind of experimenting with contactless sensors to modify the sound of the voice. And now he is playing with the feeling of those sensors, developing in some sort of instrument, and you really should watch the video later and then follow the concert. I have a second garden that I would like to introduce. It's one of the really cool, fantastic programs in New York City. The garden is called A Portal, and I think there couldn't be any better suitable name for this. It's organized by the Extended Reality Ensemble, XRE, together with the Cultural Lab, a huge institution, a huge cultural space in Queens, New York. And we have the pleasure of working together with them. They are organizing a 5-day event in New York City on site for their community. And this portal, this garden, really is a portal for their activistic community there. They're inviting partners from all around New York, from media artists, creators, coders, visionaries, and especially put a focus on rising voices of LGBTQ+ community, on non-binary, on BIPOC, on Asians, and on the Latinx community. So they have a partner channel. They do a lot of program on Swapcard, also online, and maybe one or the other of you is actually in New York and can go there directly to check out the program partners. So now have a look at what they have prepared for you.
The reason why I teach is to give back to my community.
It needs to be taught everywhere because it's something that takes a lot of your time besides work and school. Flex is the key.
One of the things that really excites me about the event is that it allows us to explore the human condition and our connection to each other and to everything, right? Our everythingness.
To change is to educate.
I couldn't be more excited by the partners that you just watched, and really check out those gardens either online or even better on site. Now, in the meantime, I have received some wonderful guests in our studio today. And with me is actually Gerfried Stocker, the artistic director of Ars Electronica, and Alexander Wöran, who is a content producer working already several years in our festival. And they will actually now introduce our really, really special guest, and please take it from here, Alex.
Yes. Hello and welcome to our keynote conversation, our festival format where we invite several high-profile guests from scientific or artistic backgrounds to talk about their work, and we try to connect them to our festival topic, a new digital deal and its subtopics like digital feudalism or digital democracy. It is with pleasure that I introduce our today's guest, Kate Crawford. Kate Crawford is a leading international scholar of the social and political implications of artificial intelligence. Her work focuses on understanding large-scale data systems in the wider context of history, politics, and the environment. She is a research professor of communication and STS at USC Annenberg, a senior principal researcher at Microsoft Research New York, and an honorary professor at the University of Sydney. She's the inaugural visiting chair of AI and Justice at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris, where she co-leads the international working group on the foundations of machine learning. Also, over the 20 years of her career, she formed many collaborations, for example, also with artists like Vlada Njola, just to mention Anatomy of an AI System, we will talk about that later, which won the Beasley Design of the Year award. Her latest book is Atlas of an AI. We have it here. I really recommend you to buy it, and we'll talk about this in a minute, which science called A Timely and Urgent Contribution. And here on my right side, we have Gerfried Stocker, media artist and telecommunications engineer. In 1991, he founded X-Space, a team for the realization of interdisciplinary projects, which has realized numerous installations and performances with elements of interaction, robotics, and telecommunications. Since 1995, Gerfried Stocker has been the artistic director of Ars Electronica. And since then, he's a key figure of the artistic direction of Ars Electronica.
Enough.
And it's now that with pleasure, I welcome Kate Crawford.
Hey.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Hi. It's so nice to have you here.
It is so lovely to be here. I just wish I was there in person with you, enjoying the beautiful weather in Linz today. So sadly, I'm in rainy New York, but I'm with you in spirit.
Yeah, definitely. The weather here is wonderful. We just have such a lucky situation because so many projects of the festivals are taking place outdoors. And we were really scared that the weather would be bad this week, but it's perfect. And I think we all deserve it, don't we?
We do,
okay.
For sure.
No, but let's come to our real reason here. It's really super great to have you here and to be able to conduct the discussion and the talk. And I'm sure, as usual, Alex has prepared a lot of questions for us.
A lot of questions. Let's step right into it. Right at the beginning of the book, Atlas of AI, you ask a seemingly simple question: what is AI? And at first I thought, yeah, I mean, you have like an idea of AI, or it seems so simple. But I think the whole book is about finding the depths of this black box AI. And maybe you could give us a short overview of the concepts and methods you used to describe AI.
I love this question, Alex. And certainly AI can seem like a very spectral force, as something that is abstract and immaterial or objective, math in the cloud, if you will. But of course, one of the things that's so important is to see the ways in which AI is a profoundly material technology. So what I do in the book is really trace those paths through the way in which AI is built from extracted minerals and energy, labor and data, to sort of give a much more grounded vision of artificial intelligence. And indeed, there are just so many definitions of AI, and I actually think that these definitions matter, that there is a real reason why AI is presented as somehow removed and abstract, as a green technology. But in actual fact, it is this work of bringing it back to earth that I think is so necessary. In some ways, I think I've always been inspired by the sort of Hart and Negri idea that behind information capitalism is this dual operation of abstraction and extraction. And certainly if we think about the way that AI is understood as large-scale technical networks, they are also in this process of extracting so much from the earth and the beings on it, while abstracting away the conditions of its production. So instead, I'm really of the belief now, after having studied this for a long time, that AI is neither artificial nor intelligent. In fact, it is made of so many layers of natural resources and fuel and human labor, infrastructures and logistics and classifications. And it's at that level where we can really start to see why these definitions can be doing harm in the way they actually remove us from the conditions of the technologies that we use.
Well, I would like to extend this question maybe in a kind of critical sense that you, I'm sure, have contemplated also a lot. Isn't AI not just the best publishing and PR stunt of the last, let's say, 25 years of digital technology? And I don't know if this is good or bad when we see it like this. Because on the one side, everything that we have right now with this amazing technological advancement, because I think we totally agree there is an amazing technological advancement in the last years in this area, but this would work the same even if we wouldn't use the term AI for it. We could stick with machine learning or stochastic algorithmic or whatsoever. But the interesting thing is the moment we switched from talking about Industrial Revolution 4.0 or digitization, when we switched to AI, artificial intelligence, suddenly it also led to an explosion of public attention, which is, of course, the typical hype thing, which industry is, I think, quite good in using. But probably it also has a very good aspect, because now many more people who are outside of the technical world are at least to a certain extent participating in the discussion. Probably, of course, not in a qualified way as engineers, scientists, or researchers would say. But I think a very important almost shift of paradigm is that with using the term AI again, it became really a kind of public topic. And with all the confusion that is getting along with this, I think that's a good thing, because we need to jump into discussion as a society. We can no longer leave it just to the experts in science and industry. What do you think about this?
I completely agree, Gerfried. You've done this very important distinction between the sort of sociocultural term artificial intelligence and how it evokes through the relationship of these two words a different set of potential public conversations that I agree are incredibly important versus something like, large-scale statistical analysis or even machine learning, which can, in many ways make people feel quite alienated, and it sounds, rather less engaging. But of course, machine learning is just one subfield within AI. In fact, the historian Aaron Plasek wrote a fantastic essay recently looking at this history of machine learning that actually goes all the way back to the 1950s and 60s. It's not something new, but there's been this sort of focus on algorithmic techniques. And I think, you're exactly right. A term like artificial intelligence invites us into this broader conversation about what constitutes intelligence and those sort of histories of how intelligence has been used to demarcate value, often in extremely problematic ways if we look at things like the history of eugenics, but also to look at this term artificial and what constitutes sort of the artifice within these systems. And for me, that artifice can really be understood in the many ways in which we understand AI as being somehow autonomous and sort of separate from us, as though it is sort of a mind that can be sort of placed in a box and to make these kinds of rational determinations and predictions. Whereas in actual fact, as you know well through your work too, that these systems are not autonomous at all. In fact, they can't do anything without large amounts of training data, of humans sort of labeling the ways in which data will be received and interpreted. And then of course, with so many humans doing the kind of crowd work and supporting work of keeping those systems to appear intelligent. So once we start peeling back the layers of AI, I think we start to see this much broader network, a planetary scale network, as Benjamin Bratton would say, that really involves so many of us. So I think it's absolutely right that this becomes a wider conversation and is sort of removed from its place in sort of highly technical journals to look at the ways in which these technologies are profoundly changing how we live.
I would continue this and flesh it out a little bit further because it is so important. In the book, you make the distinction between machine learning and AI as a socio-cultural term and the narratives that are told about it, which is what we also do here. So can you go a little bit more into the importance of the right narratives for AI?
Well, I think, Alex, that's exactly where we are sort of focusing now. And I think so much research is now being generated to look at these broader kind of capacities in which AI is drawing upon. So those narratives matter. And if the narratives, in fact, one of the things that I've done in the book is go back and sort of trace the histories of how AI has been narrated. And if you go back again to sort of the 1960s and sort of the first flush of artificial intelligence, AI is described as, again, a sort of a rational system, a system that can be relied to make intelligent decisions. Woody Bledsoe, one of the originators, in fact, of facial recognition, described AI as the only science. It's also been described in like the classic textbooks by Russell and Norvig as a universal science. So it has this kind of depiction as something that contains all else, that it is sort of this high sort of colonial form of knowledge. And that narrative has really been profoundly consistent. There was a dip, we could say, in the AI winter in the 1980s, and we've seen this sort of resurgence. And with that resurgence, I think, has come, again, this kind of techno-utopian narrative of AI being able to solve all our problems. And then on the flip side, we have, of course, the techno-dystopian narratives of the AI as singularity. I think both of these myths are actually incredibly problematic. And instead, we need a far more skeptical, I think, grounded understanding of how these work, how they are affecting the institutions that govern our lives, and ultimately who is benefiting most from these systems and who is harmed. So in many ways, what I'm doing here is both tracing a political economy of artificial intelligence, looking at its supply chains and its relationships to wider sort of industrialism, but also understanding AI as politics itself, as an embodied form of politics that is deciding how the world will be interpreted and valued. And that to me is where it is an incredibly important intervention to be made in understanding the ramifications of these systems, rather than simply sort of looking at them as, contained corporate narratives of marketing, of, oh, here's Siri or Cortana, or technical narratives of neural nets, but instead to look much more closely at these deeper sort of political realities of its construction.
We have a very, very interesting young researcher here in Linz at the university, Martina Mara. She is actually one of the pioneers of Robopsychology. So she comes from psychology, and then she worked quite a while in our Futurelab, getting totally into the technological world. And then she recognized that actually we need the expertise of psychology to really understand better these relationships between human and machine, and all the cliches and paradigms that we are constantly framing. Okay, there's the corporate part of the building is closing, the library of the university, but of course Ars Electronica stays online all the time. So, and what I wanted to say, so she is doing a lot of research on all this question of how do we create images of AI and robots, of course also in the kind of pop culture area, in science fiction, in the movies, and this whole issues also in terms of gender diversity, how AI usually is being portrayed in news magazine and magazines and any kind of media outlets. It's very often, of course, the female, the seducing female, or the terminating soldier robot. And for a while I thought, well, okay, this is just the stupid mass media. But then in the last years, when this AI hype came up again, I started to recognize that actually also many of the scientific journals who really should know better are constantly going to use this anthropomorphic way, so i.e. AI is always pictured as a human. And I think when we talk about the political and the socio-political dimension of it, then it's definitely something where we would also need a new initiative and a strong force to kind of get it straight and get rid of these very simplifications of AI and, of course, robotics and all these new technologies. Are there any examples that you know where people are doing it better?
I love this example because, of course, if you do a Google search on AI, you either get images of sort of abstract tunnels of blue numbers, which of course many of us are very used to seeing, sort of why blue and numbers equals AI. But the other classic, of course, is white robots. And so always white, always this glistening white sort of, anthropomorphic future of artificial intelligence. Of course, the other standard is sort of men in glasses looking into the middle distance mysteriously. Apparently this is another great image of artificial intelligence. On the other hand, I think we should have very different images. We should have images of the mines where the cobalt and the lithium is being extracted. We should have images of the clickwork factories where people are labeling large-scale data sets in China. We should have images of the people who are working in, Amazon fulfillment warehouses. We should have all of these very kind of, I think, far more industrial understandings of where these systems come from. So certainly I think, Gerfried, that's a project that many artists have been working on for many years. I'm thinking here of Lynn Hirschman-Leeson, who way back in the 1980s was sort of intervening with the way in which robots are sort of represented and understood as either these sort of seductive feminine temptresses, or as you say, as robot soldiers. The deep kind of gender norms that were being imported back into these systems are unbelievably horrifying, but have been the subject of artistic work for some time. I'm also thinking here of Josh Klein's sort of enormous kind of, AI soldiers. These images, again, I think lead us away from looking at the actual reality of how these systems are built.
I think an interesting point in this, because you mentioned Google search about AI. Again, almost all the media outlets that you can find, when they are reporting about new achievements, there's always the headline, AI can now do this or this better. And it's always referring to as if AI would be even a kind of outer-worldly entity, that some aliens have been, flying over our planet and dropping down AI now to punish us here on the planet. And I think that, of course, the very big problem with this is that by externalizing it as such, we are denying our responsibility, but at the same time, we also deny our incredible capacity to be able as human beings to develop something. I mean, if we are able to create machines like this, well, then suddenly I think we could understand that maybe we can do even better things, like maybe saving the climate or things like this. So I think always externalizing it is nice because we shift away responsibility, but we don't embrace the possibilities. And so I think that's a really important point. I mean, this is what we always try to do or to work on when we involve artists. And this is why I'm, of course, so super excited about the work that you did with Vlad and Jola together, the anatomy of an AI, because by far, for me, this is the only really good example how to portray AI in a completely different way. That is informative, convincing, and by the way, really a beautiful art piece. But maybe you have something for this as well. I'm always talking.
That's fine, that's fine. No, actually, that all of that touches my next question, why you chose the metaphor of a map. Because Gerfried, you also talked about this topic now that we really form it. So my next question, because our Understanding AI, our main exhibition at the center, we used the metaphor of a compass, and I thought that was quite neat. Obviously, we need some navigating. Maybe we can combine those two thoughts. Could you elaborate a little bit more why you chose the map as a metaphor to talk about AI?
Atlas.
Atlas and map, yeah.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, Atlas is obviously a very unusual book. So you can see from the perspective of a satellite looking down at a planet, or you can zoom in to a specific city or an archipelago. It's a way of experimenting with both topography and scale. And I think of the philosopher Georges Didi Huberman, who has this sort of lovely way of talking about atlases as being a thing that combines both science and art. It's a way of both looking at the way in which science produces knowledge, but also the way in which art and creativity sort of intervenes and sometimes questions those types of scientific paradigms. So for me here, it's this way of understanding artificial intelligence. It's putting it in a landscape. It's moving away from the abstract nowhere space of algorithms and putting it on the earth in the sort of the specific locations and institutions where people are making choices. But of course, maps are also accounts of domination. They show us sort of the lines of empires. And here too, we have the great empires of AI. We have a collection of a dozen and less, really, if you think about it, sort of fewer than a dozen companies that can do planetary scale AI. So it's this incredibly industrially, sort of intensely concentrated industry. And I think the other way in which atlases can be useful here too is, of course, that the industry itself is explicitly, as one of its ambitions, aiming to map the planet. So, we could look at the obviously sort of literal sense in which we have sort of proprietary maps being made by Google and many others, but also in a more metaphorical sense, the way in which, many of the kind of AI professors talk about their idea of, say, with ImageNet, to map the entire world of objects. So this idea of creating the one true map is something that I see as quite problematic, as kind of part of this colonizing impulse in artificial intelligence. So by using the atlas and describing the atlas of AI, in some ways it's both a sort of a critique of the industry, but it's also trying to create an atlas against an atlas. It's sort of a reading against those types of sort of centralizing ambitions. But I love that you're using the idea of a compass for this year's Ars theme, because of course compasses are much older than atlases. Compasses go all the way back to, I think you could go back to sort of 300 BC in China to sort of find early compasses. Atlases don't appear until much later, until sort of the early 1500s, where we start to see the first atlases being made. But the reason I mention this is that one of the things I find so interesting is that those earliest atlases, weren't actually bound volumes. They would be books where you could grab different components. You could ask for them to be colored or gilded. You could, create your own maps, your own ways of seeing and knowing. And certainly here too, I wish the Atlas of AI also could be something where people could have their own inserts and pull things in and out. Sadly, my publisher wasn't quite able to do that, but that would be the dream. And certainly one of the things that I am really inspired by in doing this work is the large number of researchers around the world who are making their own kind of atlases, their own counter mapping, to use Nancy Peloso's term from the mid-90s, this idea of how do we tell different stories? How do we see from different perspectives? And how do we start to create different kinds of spaces of critique that we're, in so many ways, as you say, Gerfried, have been shut down or marginalized?
Mm-hmm. I think it's very important with this atlas and map comparison also, of course, to mention, and this is totally, I think, your direction, that of course maps and atlases always were primarily an instrument of political power. I mean, the guys, making maps at this time was, of course, incredibly expensive thing. And there were only a few who could afford it. Kings of big empires, or later, like the big merchants of the planet. And maps have also, in history, they are, of course, not really a description of the world as it is. It's very often, it's like even a fantasy of the world as it is. I mean, these beautiful old maps that we know where they have the sea dragons and all the kind of fantasy creatures in the uncharted territories. And I think very often when we look at this attempts to describe the world of AI right now, it has more to do with fantasy than with reality. And I think the second important point in terms of the political dimension is, of course, that Atlas, in our understanding now, is something that became an almost educational tool that allows everybody to access, so to say, to the geographic complexity of our planet or even the universe. So Atlas also refers to transparency. And I think one of the really, really big issues with AI systems, of course, is the transparency of the algorithms, the transparency towards the training data that has been used. I mean, this is a big discussion. Is there any progress going on in the, let's say, last 5 years towards this? Do we have a chance that the big guys in the big companies at least sometimes will agree to some transparency, or is there no chance at all?
Well, I love that you're bringing transparency together with this idea of the early atlases, which, as you say, would have these giant gaps where you just have, a sea monster or, there be dragons. And I think in so many ways, we're at a very similar moment in history where even trying to map these systems, I'll be honest, it's extremely difficult as a researcher to really trace not just how a system works and its own internal logic, but where it comes from, how it is made, who is making it, then the impacts when it's being deployed. So I often think about sort of the maps as having these little, dragon creatures and monsters of here are the areas of uncertainty. And transparency is often presented as a solution to this problem, that if only we could see into the black boxes, that we would be able to have perfect accountability, ability to regulate and intervene in these systems. But I've written with scholars like Mike Ananny on this question for many years, where I really worry that seeing is not knowing, and that simply sort of showing how an algorithm works or looking at a training set does not actually reveal the deep logics of classification, the forms of extraction upon which the system is being created. So you really have to think about the way in which transparency, I think, has been abused historically. We can think about the ways in which, in court systems, people will say, oh, we're going to be transparent. We'll give you 1,000 boxes of documents. Good luck finding what you want. You can actually flood people with information as a way to prevent accountability. So certainly there's work right now that is important on algorithmic auditing and ways of trying to interpret and understand how systems work, and certainly forms of more transparent machine learning. And that tends to be a very different track to when we start to see sort of deep learning, which is extremely difficult to interpret and to pass. But again, I would say that what we need here is far more of a sort of political set of structures to understand and to think far more broadly about what it is to see into these systems. You know, a simple sort of technical readout is never going to be enough.
And I totally believe that we actually have to rethink about this term transparency, because the easy thing would be, well, you know, to make something visible, but if we are not also allowing people to understand it, if we are not supporting them by explaining what it does, transparency is just a mere execution. It doesn't work at all. And I think, you know, coming from technology myself, I was always surprised how in the world of technology, computer technology in particular, interface technology, transparency is seen as something that kind of covers actually for the users the technology. So transparent technology is a technology that you don't see. And there was always this kind of problem. Yeah, you shouldn't have to take care about it. We make it invisible for you. And this kind of really 180-degree different way to use the word transparency, I think is always a very nice example of how different still language and cultures between the technology and science world and, let's say, the ordinary world, actually how different they are. And I think we really need to discuss not only in terms of allowing transparency, but also supporting the understanding of what's behind it.
Exactly. And I think that becomes very much a question of, you know, what is a practice of transparency and how do we sort of generate new ways of seeing and knowing that would actually give us those kinds of perspectives. So, you know, I completely agree. And I think that that's something that, you know, at the moment, we have the opposite. We have an industry that says, this is your convenience, you know, take it. Don't ask about, you know, how this Amazon Echo actually works. Don't think too much about what happens when you're playing with this Face app. You know, we've got it handled. And in so many cases, these systems are actually doing not what they're purporting to do, but something that is actually kept out of sight. And so again, revealing those kinds of mismatches between expectations and narratives and actual industrial practices is something that is, that connective tissue is what is missing.
Or they say, well, it's anyway transparent. You only have to read the 300 pages of small print before you click agree. I mean, I think this kind of arrogance of the IT industry, I don't know when this really happened. I mean, it's really one of the, I think, most terrible things that we really have to fight for. One last thing about the Atlas that I just wanted to ask you. I don't know if this ever was one of your ideas as well, but when I read the title the first time, I was immediately thinking of this mythological figure, Atlas, the guy who is carrying the world on the shoulders, who is the one who makes sure the world is, so to say, able to run around. And then it's the Atlas of the AI. Is this the guy who is now, so to say, like the mythological figure? Or is AI itself maybe becoming something like the Atlas, it was a guy in mythology, but of course we should gender it properly, but the kind of the mythical figure that is now the one that is carrying the world. Also, when we think about handing over responsibilities, decision-making into these systems, then probably we could really end up with AI being the one having a hard grip, so to say, on the whole planet and, of course, on the whole humanity. Was this one of the ideas also playing with the title? I assume so.
Yeah, and you capture it perfectly. In fact, in the opening of the book, there's an illustration by the wonderful Vedan Jola, who I had the privilege of collaborating with on Anatomy of an AI System, where he actually draws sort of the Atlas figure. And it's an amazing illustration, not just because of the way that I think it captures exactly the argument that you just made, but it points to the fact that this system that is being held up is deeply connected to sort of the earlier sort of industrial forms of mining, as well as the contemporary forms of data mining. And it's holding together this system of humans and the earth and the mineralogical layer as part of what is actually creating AI. So, you know, again, this is kind of one of those extraordinary ways in which I think great artists and visualizers can intervene in these systems, is that in one image, he captures precisely that idea that why are we allowing these systems to have such a role in supporting the ways in which we live and create our own societies.
Yeah. And I think at a certain point we have to get rid of these mythological comparisons also. I think we really need to come at a certain point, we need to come to a kind of more elaborated understanding of the role of technology. And it's maybe the idea of the atlas in former times is somehow also similar now to the ideas of the Terminator robots or the white robots and the thing that we discussed before. So I think this is really a very, very difficult thing actually. As a scientist, as a publisher, as a communicator like you are, always sort of say navigate to really be careful with all the symbolism and metaphors that one is taking. So how do you get your information about this? I mean, this is, of course you are a genius, no doubt about this. But I mean, the thing is, it's such on so many crossroads of competence and knowledge. I mean, you need this huge information and knowledge about the technology itself, but about political power structures, about the contemporary discourse about it. How are you able to connect it, or what could you also recommend to others? Because I think that's in terms of getting to understand it. A map, an atlas also needs some knowledge to read it properly.
I mean, I think that, and thank you for the overly kind words, but certainly in terms of methodologies, in terms of how to do this kind of work, for me, it required a different kind of working. And, I can trace this back, in fact, to the Anatomy of AI project, where, Vladan and I were trying to answer this question of, what does it take to make a single Amazon Echo? How do you create voice-enabled AI? And initially we had, these big pieces of butcher's paper, and we could draw the data pipelines and the technological stack quite easily. That one is that we understand. But then we had to ask, where do the components come from inside this system? How do you trace that back to the mines where these various minerals were smelted? How do you understand sort of the processes of logistics and container shipping that actually get it into the production pipeline? And then how do you trace the end of life of these systems where they get thrown into toxic e-waste tips in places like Ghana and Pakistan? That tracing that full life cycle actually was really difficult. And I think for both of us, it stretched us in terms of researchers and thinkers to say we're asking different kinds of questions. So after that, it really inspired me to think, we looked at a single device. What would happen if you expand that out to look at the entire AI industry itself? And in order to do that required, leaving my sort of scholarly protection of my desk and my books and actually going out to these places, visiting, the last lithium mine in the United States, going inside, an Amazon fulfillment warehouse, going to the labs where large-scale data sets are being made, actually putting myself in those locations to see and understand them in a different way. I think part of that experience was for me really transformative, because it moved it away from being, a set of scholarly questions, sort of critiquing existing structures and saying, well, what is it to actually see the topologies, to see the terrain, to see the impact on the environment and on the people who work in these spaces? So I think, in terms of method, I think there's so much to be found by, really going to locations and really understanding these mechanisms differently, which of course is a technique that ethnographers and critical geographers have used for hundreds of years. So there's nothing particularly new about it, but certainly for me, that was the sort of the transformative piece in terms of seeing those ways of technical construction put into physical landscapes.
Yeah. And I think the very important point is really transcending the disciplines. I mean, the classical way how usually this kind of research would be done is probably any way too narrow within disciplines. And being able to really communicate with all, I mean, it's one thing to go to the place, but then you have to investigate. So I think at a certain point, it's probably more journalistic than classical scientific work that is necessary.
I mean, to be honest, I think it's inherently transdisciplinary. And this is the great problem, I think, of the way that artificial intelligence is made now, is that it's made primarily from people who are trained in technical institutes who think purely in terms of computer science and engineering and networks. And then you have, people then saying, okay, let's just apply this into spaces like schools or into courtrooms or into a hiring system, without seeing the way in which those technical systems have to be understood through these more socio-technical disciplines. So yes, I think to some degree the sort of the siloing of the academy and the siloing of these capacities is part of the problem that has brought us to this place where systems are being deployed on billions of people without any kind of profound thinking or work or research or testing around their social, political, and environmental implications. But certainly for me, I think that I'm so humbled by the fact that there's no way that we can know all of these things, that the mission is not to understand everything perfectly. There is no kind of perfect map of transparency. But what we can is do is connect across transversally from these different spaces, to connect spaces that are previously kept disparate. And I think that in that kind of mode of working, we get to understand more in terms of how we're seeing shifts from different kinds of spaces of production.
Yeah. And I think it's not only the silo of the engineers and scientists, it's also equally the silo of the business people, the law people, who are also usually very reluctant to really think out of their own boxes. And of course, they very often, in a very naive way, embrace new technologies. And they believe in a totally naive way that, well, it's an expert system, so let's put it in place. And I think also this transgression of silos and disciplines is definitely something that has to be important, I would say, paradigm or rule actually for all these areas of research and also the application of technologies. But let's give Alex another chance to ask his question, because we are almost running out and
no, actually,
I'm monopolizing the discussion. Sorry.
Which is fine by me. No, actually,
such a great opportunity.
Yeah, take it. No, actually, I would continue this a little further, because you can describe on the surface how it's certainly a very complex logistic, how, for example, an echo is produced. But what really got me in the book was when you were talking about bias, but you took it beyond bias. You talked about classification. Maybe you can tell, because that's really the thing behind the bias, how the bias is produced in the first way. And I think it's these concepts maybe that are important and to describe and to understand. So maybe could you quickly talk about that a little bit?
Certainly. I think we've all read hundreds, if not thousands, of stories now about AI bias, and in some ways, bias has become sort of the megafauna of AI mistakes. We can think of the classic disasters where, for example, Apple releases a credit card that automatically gives higher sort of credit access to men. We can think about Amazon's system for resume scanning that sort of downranked every woman who applied, or even people who use the word woman in their CV. We can think about the work that Joy Buolamwini and Timnit Gebru did looking at facial recognition and the way in which it produces all of these forms of harm in not recognizing or misrecognizing both women and people of color. Over and over again, we can think about these sort of spectacular examples of forms of failure that break along lines that are commonly sort of around race and around gender and around ability, you name it. We see it time and time again. But in the book, I sort of encourage us to also think at sort of the inputs rather than just looking at the outputs, but to think about what are the underlying logics of seeing that are actually being used to train these systems. And here, of course, it was through an extraordinary collaboration with the artist Trevor Paglen, where we spent years looking at multiple training sets, and in particular spent a long time looking at ImageNet, which is possibly, the most well-known and widely used training set for object detection in the space of computer vision. And we looked at within this sort of giant training set of 14 million images, we just looked at the subsection around people. And we looked both at, what are the images of people that have all been scraped off the internet and then labeled by crowd workers? What are they? And what are the categories in which they're being put? And how do those categories reveal this kind of deeper kind of strata that is being used to train different types of AI models upon? What is this so-called ground truth? And what we found was some fairly horrifying things. I mean, not just the fact that there were terms in there that are, profoundly racist and misogynist. There are sort of some that aren't repeatable, but certainly, there are terms like kleptomaniac and alcoholic and bad person. But you even have concepts like debtor, which is, what is it to be an image of somebody who is in debt? That doesn't make sense. That's an abstract idea of your relationship to your bank account. So again, these sort of abstractions that have been tried to be forced into kind of visual terminology and visual concepts. And time again, the issue here is not just that, remove the problematic terms or take out the terms that don't make sense. It's more, what is this mode of production? What is this idea that you can create a way of seeing the world by simply harvesting a bunch of images, labeling them, and trying to fix a form of reality which is understood by this kind of mungy collection, this kind of strange sort of, again, sea monsters of the internet that have been sort of hauled together and asked to kind of create so-called objective reality. So I think here, it would be a mistake to see projects like Excavating AI with Trevor as projects that are looking at sort of problems of bias. It's quite different. It's this question of the politics of classification, how we classify, why we have systems that classify our gender into sort of ridiculous binary categories, why we have systems that are trying to look at an image of us and then put us into racial categories. But more broadly, why are we trying to classify people as objects? Why are we trying to impose these sort of top-down hierarchies of identity? They will always fail us and produce, I think, many forms of political harm. And of course, this is work that people like Jeff Bowker and Susan Lee Starr have written about for years, and their extraordinary research into classification. We're seeing it play out again in the space of artificial intelligence.
But doesn't this inevitably lead to the conclusion that a fair, unbiased AI is anyway not possible? Because the technology itself is built on classification. I mean, maybe in the very basics of the technology, we have the problem. And all these initiatives now that are very often also sponsored even by the industry, where whole groups of researchers and activists are, it's almost like you try to make them busy to avoid that they are seeing the real problem.
Well, I mean, I think you can see this in many industrial histories where, if a failing is pointed out, you're right. If a failing is pointed out, I'm thinking of Upton Sinclair's work about the sort of meat factories in Chicago. That he was really writing a book about needing a sort of a socialist revolution for workers. But when the book came out, people were so horrified at the sort of conditions of food manufacturing that we started to see food laws being passed, and that what changed was sort of creating new forms of sort of hygiene and food protection, but not fundamentally changing the means of production that he was actually writing about. I think we see something quite similar with bias. We've seen a type of, we'll tweak the algorithm, we'll change the training data, but we don't fundamentally see a change in those logics of production that I think are inherently problematic. So in some ways, you could think of bias as a feature, not a bug, of the way that artificial intelligence is working.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Yes, so I'm afraid we could talk all day long about this topic. I really recommend this book again.
And not only buying it, reading it.
Not only buying it, reading it.
I mean, buying is of course good for you.
So thank you very much, Kate. Thank you very much, Gerfried.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Gerfried. Thank you, Alex. It's been a pleasure to talk with you and hope to see you in person in future years.
Yeah, we take your word. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye now.
And now I will hand over again to my colleague, Christl Baur.
Yes, so It has been a really fantastic conversation I was able to witness, and I couldn't be more thankful for Kate to join us here on stage, at least virtually for just a little bit. Thanks to Gerfried, thanks to Alex for doing this so professionally. Now we have a full day program, full afternoon program ahead of us. We'll go again into some of those gardens. We have a look around at what our partners are doing. And now we have a very special project that we'd like to show you. It is an artistic journey by LaJournée Macmillan. She's an artist based in New York, actually, such as Kate. And she has been deeply concerned about the biases in AI. I mean, very much fitting to the conversation that you guys just had. But she is coming from a different perspective. She is actually starting a Black movement library, thinking about in film, in animation, you always need huge data sets in order to create projects, in order to create virtual reality scenarios. And those movements that are used, those choreographies, those virtual bodies in the end, they very often come from a different type of community than she is representing. So what she did is actually she started a community project in New York, asking her collaborators, asking dancers to join her, to show her what their cultural backgrounds, what their movements are, because of course every movement is very much connected to a cultural society, to a very specific background. It tells a story, it has a narration. And she records those movements and thereby creates a whole archive, a library of Black movements. And it is not just the archiving process that for her is so important, but she wants the community to be a part of this project. She wants them to witness this whole archiving process. And especially she records not just the movement, but she actually asked those participants, those protagonists, to tell their stories. And they together create then out of this whole performance events that are staged around the world, especially also in the US, where the participants contributing to that library are able to even further go inside the details, talk about their stories. And now I will stop and you have a look at the video where she tells her story much better than I do.
Hi, my name is LaJournée Macmillan, and I'm a new media artist and educator creating art that integrates performance, extended reality, and physical computing to question our current forms of communication. I am passionate about discovering, learning, manifesting, and stewarding spaces for liberated Black realities and the Black imagination. I believe in making by diving into, navigating, critiquing, and breaking systems and technologies that uphold systemic injustices to decommodify our bodies, undo our indoctrination, and make rooms for different ways of being. In the past few years, access to motion capture data, 3D character-based models, and software to make animation yourself has skyrocketed. From Make Human to Mixamo to Carnegie Mellon's motion capture database, the ability to make and finish polished projects has become easier for many. And while these resources are extremely helpful to create a range of tools and projects, they lack tools to create diverse characters and movements unexplored by systems that center assumptions of neutrality. And so I began work on the Black Movement Library, which started as an online database of Black motion capture data and Black character-based models. However, when I first started this project, I realized that representation is not enough, especially when that representation alone does little to positively affect the lives of Black folks and our communities. We first need to understand how our movements and bodies are already represented in the media and in the tools we use. It is important for us to be aware of this in making projects in new digital spaces that are designed as inherently and predominantly white spaces. What does it mean to possibly repurpose or redesign these spaces to effectively tell and share Black stories in ways that protect and honor us, and that are above all for us? In 2018, lawsuits were filed against Fortnite for using dances from mainly Black creators without permission, compensation, or credit. The Millie Rock became the Swipe It, the Carlton became the Crush, effectively erasing the origins of these dances. However, currently lawsuits are on pause because the dances are not considered choreography under copyright law. Also, when looking for culturally specific movements in existing motion capture databases, you may find some, but are often met with dances and movements that don't reflect the search terms. Also, in the name of making it easy to use, these tools often omit valuable information from the users, including information about motion capture actors who provided the movements, as well as important historical and cultural information about the movements performed. The common thread of these two examples is the oversimplification of our people, our stories, and our lives. And it exists in a network of systems that commodify, quantify, and degrade our humanity in order to capitalize off of our existence and being. And so how do we combat the commodification, exploitation, erasure, and dilution of Black culture and Black people? What do cultural reparations look like? And what does accountability look like? How do we begin the work of holding these platforms of the past, present, and future accountable while fairly compensating and crediting not only the individual Black people it affects, but the Black communities across the diaspora? How can we discover, learn, invest in, and steward systems that prioritize liberation and abundance? Movement does not only represent our individual experiences, but it also represents our collective memory, transcending space, time, and oppressive social structures. It allows us to connect to each other, our ancestors, our deepest selves, and gives us space to communicate to our future. Movement is a technology, holding the stories of our existence over the diaspora. Our bodies and movements are more than data points and avatars. They hold our humanity. And it's time for digital spaces to reflect that, and for all spaces we enter to reflect that. So what does it mean to ethically digitize Black movement? How can it better serve and celebrate the community? How can we effectively challenge digital tools and landscapes that don't share these values and gain liberation in our collective future? The Black Movement Library is a library for activists, performers, and artists to create extended reality projects, a space to research how and why we move, and an archive of Black existence. Black Movement Library seeks to grow community through the use of performances, extended reality experiences, workshops, conversations, and tool-making. Movement portraits serve as a way to learn about the lives of the performers, contributing their movement data to the Black Movement Library. What happens when we ritualize the archival process of data collection and invite the community in as a witness? Using motion capture and Unreal Engine, performers send their movement data to be translated into visuals in real time. Each experience ranges from 5 to 10 minutes. The first movement portraits feature Nala Duma, Ronaldo Maurice, Ruby Gaskins, Rafia Santana, and Rukaya Rose. Over the course of development, interviews are recorded with each performer, learning their movement histories. Interviews are then embedded into the soundscapes that performers move to, allowing the audience to dive into their lives and learn about how Black movement has been used as a tool of the preservation of Black culture, as well as a vehicle of self-evolution. While movement portraits are a real-time motion capture performance, they are also translated and archived as VR and single-channel video experiences. This allows movement to be re-represented as an abstract digital memory of the performance day.
I started dancing when I was a child. My mom, she just kept us busy and busy. Sports, really very passionate about being, and once I said that I was pretty good at it, I kind of just got into it. Growing up, I just always
Understanding, transforming, and preserving movement in digital spaces is a workshop to learn about extended reality tools in relationship to race, gender, and culture. This workshop explores issues of cultural representation and exploitation through readings and discussions, while also providing an introduction to motion capture, rigging, and 3D environments. Core elements of this workshop integrate performance, extended reality, and physical computing to question access, control, and representation. In this workshop, we dive into a framework that I've been investigating, researching, and developing with others. We go out into the world by working with different digital technologies, understanding why they work and what they get wrong. We come back to the self by discovering, diving into, and developing our embodied technologies. I ask students to enter the space with our whole selves and that we spend time to witness another. Can this intersection of different fields help us to unravel and understand how our humanity weaves through the recordings of our movements, the modelings of our bodies, and the 3D realizations of the worlds we wish to be in? I ask students to hack the traditional ways in which we learn and engage with digital tools by embedding our whole selves into the process in which we produce. This workshop depends on and centers process. What portals of new connection can we discover together? Conversations bring together Black people from different fields, from different perspectives to dive into these questions with the community. Each conversation is recorded and archived in the library. For the first conversation, I, along with guest speakers, Amy Meredith Cox, Yale Associate Professor of Anthropology and African American Studies, along with writer and motion designer Yusuf Cole, came together to parse all of these questions in relationship to their own personal practices and research. Recently, I also was able to speak with artist and organizer Amara Spence about Black movement in Birmingham. The Black Movement Library is a movement. It is a movement that celebrates Black history and Black culture. It is a movement that serves our community to learn and grow as society evolves. It is a movement that holds us accountable in the ways we deal with Black people, our movements, our bodies, and our lives. Thank you.
I produce, write, perform music. R&B, hip hop music through an experimental electronic kind of lens. The root of my art is very Black. Black music, Black art. My whole family side. I was the only one born in the United States. They all speak Zulu. That's another thing I want to think of right now. I think I was 10 years, but my dad is like, sports, more active. I did soccer during the soccer that seemed like it made a lot of sense. I'd done soccer before, and I liked it. And then the winter came, so I thought, why not try dance? Let's try dance. I was like shy. We just started following
I'm more than excited of being able to have LaJournée Macmillan this year with us. Unfortunately not in person, but I've been wanting to work with her for a really long time, and then we discovered her work within the Prix Ars Electronica, and we thought, okay, now that's the time we really should jump on this and ask her, commission her work especially developed for this year's festival, and that's what you just saw. It was developed in the frame of the AI Lab, one of our European cooperation projects. But we will jump back over the large pond and actually to an island very close by to us, to Dublin, where we have a garden partner that already works with us for many, many years and has a similar interest, and especially as we talk about here citizen science, citizen participation, they can definitely not be unmentioned. We speak about the Science Gallery Network, and they consist of leading universities with one mission: to ignite creativity, discover where art and science collide. And they have actually a whole network of galleries across the globe, in London, Melbourne, Dublin, of course, Bangalore, Detroit, Rotterdam, and in the US, in Atlanta. And they have been producing wonderful content for so many years already. Now we have a sneak peek into their network and their program. In fact, actually, they are producing an incredible program for the festival. It is their ever first online exhibition, and they have specifically invited artists to produce new work for this exhibition. And those artists are, for example, Libby Heaney, Johan Dietrich, Mushun Zer Aviv, and Noah Levinson. And they have been, you know, sometimes transferring already existing works or really creating new ones about this topic of biases, about facial recognition, class and artificial intelligence. And they ask of how, I mean, what is normal really in this online world when we talk about different types of data? What is normal when we think about race, about how machines see our codes, how they translated them and use it in a different way, and what actually stays of us, what is online from us, what do we constantly produce when we walk from A to B, when we do a Google search, and how is this data going to stick around, and what is our machines doing with it? And I have now one of those projects that really asked the question of can we even trust the data, and what is normal within this? And it is the Normalizing Machine by Mushun Zer Aviv. He is an Israeli artist. We have been working with him already also in 2019. We also brought him to one of our exhibitions to China. And I mean, imagine that work. You're going to see a video just in a minute. But having this work presented in China, we were never really sure if we're actually going to get through with that. But it worked. And he is looking back actually at our history, at the history of especially Germany and Austria also, of course, back to the Nazis, when this, you know, human figures, human faces were classified. And he creates now a whole data set around those classifications, taking images from the people visiting the exhibition and asking them, take a picture, it contributes to the database, and then you have this interactive installation where you need to choose whether this person or that person looks more normal to you. And I mean, honestly, what is this normal? You know, what do you say, what looks normal? Is it really about the features? Is it the big nose? Is it not the big nose? Is it the more beautiful people? And I think that is it's a super, super important project, because it goes so deep into what our really human issues are with this topic, what in the end we constantly subscribe into it, and what will then stay there in all those data sets, in all those biases. But let's have a look at the video.
The normalizing machine is presented as a scientific experiment. We're trying to teach machines how does a normal person look like. Machines only know normal. If it's not normal, it's a deviation from the norm. For us, we actually work the other way around. We identify when someone is abnormal. Participants are asked to step in front of a camera, and then they're presented with two portraits. They're asked to point at the one that looks more normal. That portrait stays, and then the next one is entered in, 5 rounds like that. At the end, they have to compare between themselves and the most normal portrait. And after they do that, the image is added to this wall. The machine creates categorization of different segments of the face, the eyes, the ears, the nose, and it tries to understand what is a normal nose, what are normal eyes, what are normal ears. It was important for me to make a physical interaction because we have a body. Our eyes are within our body. When we are looking, we're also being looked at. And when we are analyzing, others are analyzing us as well. This is very different than computer vision. Computer vision is vision without body. And that really changes the whole idea of vision and communication. In the 19th century, the police in France started to use photography to document criminals. But then when they would arrest someone, they wouldn't know if he is who he says he is. Alphonse Bertillon was a French police officer and forensics pioneer, and he invented the mugshot, that picture that we all recognize as the picture of criminality. He also created this table, which he called le portrait parlé, the speaking portrait. If the person would not speak, their face would speak. He categorized it, so if this person has this kind of nose or chin or whatever, you look for them in this folder. For him, it was an indexing system. It was replaced a few years later by the fingerprint, but the people who actually continued using it was the eugenics movement and later the Nazis to try to identify the perfect human and to prevent people who are not perfect from recreating. So they took natural selection and Darwinism as a prescription rather than an analysis. This whole thing went underground after World War II, and now we're seeing this come back through machine learning and face recognition and computer vision. So I wanted to put this whole conversation about algorithms in a historical context. How do we actually deal with the idea of normality? How do we actually categorize and being categorized back? How does that change when we're changing to different technologies that look at us differently and we can't look back at them?
The images that you just saw were actually from the exhibition that we've hosted in Berlin together with the artist, and it was in the building of Volkswagen, of the car manufacturer, and actually it was a quite radical exhibition focusing around this topic of error, the art of imperfection, which was the festival theme in 2018. And I'm more than excited to see this work traveling around the world and seeing now even this further edition of an online artwork where now all of you that are following us online, please go on the website, check out the work, and well, see for yourself of what you categorize as normal when looking at it. But we stay on that island, and I would like to introduce you to a very, very special garden that already is part this year for the second time. It's the Garden UK. It's a whole country that is participating, and it's really a pleasure of seeing all those different institutions that we are individually collaborating with, putting together a whole garden program by themselves, and especially working together, collaborating together in order to put this program or create this program. And those institutions are one of the most important institutions, scientific, artistic institution in media arts. It's Art in Flux, it's BOM, it's Collusion, it's Computer Art Society, it's EVA London, Visualizing Music, it's the National Gallery X, it's the University for Creative Arts, and of course the York Mediale. And I couldn't be more excited that they have decided to stage themselves also a virtual exhibition, which is curated by the three co-founders of Art in Flux, Olive Ginrich, Maria Almena, and Afra Shemza. And they are featuring 12 artists in this virtual exhibition. And the perspectives they are trying to bring up here is that It's media art that needs to bring in different ways of looking at especially the underrepresented spectrum of society. It's more about an avant-garde, again, about putting in diversity, of featuring women in tech, of featuring LGBTQ+ and neurodiverse artists. And especially in virtual exhibitions, especially in exhibitions where it's a lot about 3D rendering virtual spaces. I mean, we see that it's those groups are still rather underrepresented. And we have artists like Camille Baker in there, Dalian Braithwaite Shirley, we heard already before about. And yeah, now the curators are actually going to do a guided tour through this online exhibition, and then you should probably have a look by yourself and spend some more time in it. But let's follow them on their tour now.
Welcome to Art in Flux Curators Tour of our latest virtual exhibition, Reclaim. I am Maria Almena, Director and Curator at Art in Flux, and Director and Artist at Kimatica Studio. I believe that contemporary art has a responsibility to contribute to societal change, particularly given the time of flux we are living through. By creating artworks that aim to encourage well-being and transformation, and curating events that reclaim a space for talented but underrepresented groups, I'm hoping to lead the way towards a more thoughtful and inclusive way of experiencing art. Reclaim is the latest Flux virtual exhibition, funded by the Arts Council of England and launched at National Gallery X. This exhibition is curated by Flux curators and is featuring some very talented radical artists that we will introduce shortly. The exhibition is held in a bespoke virtual environment created by Christopher McInnes. The gallery space has been inspired by the architecture of a number of key institutions, such as the roof of the British Museum, and it has been placed in the centre of Trafalgar Square as a way to reclaim this central space within the City of London. We have drawn inspiration by grassroots movements such as Occupy the Square and Black Lives Matter. This exhibition is reclaiming the importance of having diverse artistic discourses, intending to highlight the importance of giving a space for underrepresented voices in the building of a new world post-COVID. Some topics discussed at this exhibition are what it means to be a woman, experience of transitioning, the beauty of non-conforming gender canons, the decolonization of the art world, the therapeutic power of the arts, and the celebration of neurodiverse ways of being. In Danielle's Braithwaite Shirley interactive artwork, We Are Here Because of Those Who Are Not, the artist has archived the existence of a group of Black trans people to highlight their lived experience. Danielle's, working alongside a group of Black trans people, created a testament of appreciation, archiving their experience and weaving their life stories into a lasting legacy.
My name is Afra Shemza. I'm a multimedia artist, director and curator of Art in Flux, and manager of the estate of Anva Jalal Shemza. I'm so delighted with Art in Flux Reclaimed. It is our strongest virtual show to date with some incredible artists. With our increasingly marginalised society in the UK, I believe it is now more relevant than ever to discuss and champion the rich and diverse voices within the media arts as a way to educate for social change. In mine and Stuart Batchelor's project, Shemza Digital, we asked the public to become actively involved in art making by creating their own digital paintings. We use digital participatory art as a way to decolonise the art world whilst highlighting the importance of migrant voices within British art history, and most specifically, the work of my grandfather, Anva Jalal Shemza. In Shemza Digital #1, we also invite the public into the gallery by exhibiting their work and making art accessible to all. In Row Greengrasses and Maddie James's Down There the Sea Folk Live, the artists explore male trans experiences in their film, which is about gender transitioning and singing voices. The documentary echoes the metaphor of Hans Christian Andersen's The Little Mermaid, in which a mermaid sacrifices her voice for the gift of transformation and contributes to a deeper understanding of trans male experiences.
Next up, we have the one.
Guys, I'm actually talking. Can we have silence? No offense, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm on stage.
Art in Flux champions pioneering women in tech, aiming to readjust remaining imbalances across the media arts. As many talented women in tech artists don't get the visibility they deserve, we at Art in Flux are determined to change this. Our exhibition features the provocative Camille Baker's work Into Her, exploring the internal worlds in the context of post-reproductive diseases and the pain experienced by women over 40. Into Her is an intimate and haunting experiences, helping the viewer to understand these issues.
As Natalie Angier, the author of some of the stories shared here, says in the introduction of her book Woman, the female body deserves a Dionysian respect.
Hi there, my name is Olive Gingrich. I'm director at Art in Flux and the third curator of this virtual exhibition. What we wanted to achieve with this exhibition is to provide a platform for underrepresented artists, and we're so very proud to have achieved this in this form. I have now the pleasure to introduce our next artist. One of our pioneering neurodiverse artists is Aminda Vardi, who is presenting her new work, Exosomatic Echoes, in which she has utilized her own medical archive of scans and biomedical data to create an audiovisual work as a form of activism, articulating neurodivergent pains and rituals. In mine and Sharma Rahman's artwork, Zeitgeist, we represent flow mental states, states of heightened creativity, measuring AI-based classification systems, which were recorded during the UK national lockdown. Zeitgeist proposes a new interface for creative engagement for increased social connectedness at a time when this feels more important than ever. Brainfuck discusses gender-fluid bodily representation. A 3D body scan of the artist is abstracted and distorted through brainwave parameters. Brainfuck explores sensuality and body-mind relationships as an amorphous, ethereal 3D sculpture. The Pantheon of Queer Mythology by Enrique Agudo narrates the stories of 4 deities representing existing issues for queer people in Western societies today, such as body dysmorphia, misogyny and homophobia, racism, or the pervasiveness of transphobia from within the queer community. The Pantheon of Queer Mythology has already won multiple awards at film festivals around the globe, and we're so excited to share this masterpiece with you as part of Reclaimed.
Join me. Let us roam the night together, singing. Through the streets, the blood moon shining. The neon lights precinct the night with label of conditional lust. The promise of a good time or eternal.
Now, I would like to introduce the work of the talented neurodiverse artist Natasha Trotman, who is presenting Neuromnemonic, an interactive film work that explores the borderlands between the mainstream and neurodivergent intangible spaces.
Then, a journey through the deep begins. Breathe in, hold, breathe out, hold, keep breathing. Traversing, minus rehearsing, squinting, a new world with newfound modes, intersecting worlds, an unending day, 24/7, the small print says.
The last piece of this exhibition, Kimatica's art piece Transcendence, is an interdisciplinary art research project exploring how live performance and interactive technology can induce altered state of consciousness. Transcendent VR is a 360 video and a 3D performative sculpture that reclaims a space within the arts to talk about these transcendental ideas, to feel a lack of spiritual connection in our society. Transcendence is creating a contemporary ritual for accessing the subconscious mind to inspire reconnection with deep human emotions and the spiritual world. We hope you've enjoyed this exhibition and that we have inspired you to incorporate more diversity into your lives. Thank you.
I didn't have time myself to check out yet the virtual exhibition, but make sure you do. We will move forward, and actually I would like to introduce now a very, very special and very dear garden partner. It's the first time that we're working together with them, and they are also located on an island just on the other side of the world, in Cuba. And actually together with our partners there, which are spread across Cuba, mainly of course in Havana, in the capital there, we had an open call just before the festival, and it was about getting the media artists, the artists there, the community together to produce video works that are going to be shown then during the festival. And the results, it was super surprising, it was fantastic, and I mean, you can imagine, I'm not sure who has been to Cuba so far. I've been there a couple of years ago, and it was really a life-changing experience, but also a quite dramatic one in the way that, I mean, if you think about the internet, it's something that does exist there, but it's definitely not very normal to have, you know, regular internet at home, Wi-Fi at home. So what I used to do there actually is buy those cards, and then you sit at night on the public squares where you have Wi-Fi connection, and it's not just me or you, but it's actually 40, 50, 60, 100 people sitting on those squares, each one of them on their phones or on their devices, trying to log in, which more than once badly fails. And I mean, you can imagine how difficult it is for them to do something that is somehow connected to media arts, and how difficult it is to stay in connection, especially also to, you know, places around the world. And their garden program is called Disconnected Realities, which I guess makes more sense now. And so going back to the artistic program, a lot of artists submitted fantastic projects, and we would like to highlight now one of them that really, really inspired us. And it is a project by Maurice Haedo Sanabria. It's called Copincha, and Copincha actually means work, and especially collaborative work, which really stands for what he's doing. He transformed his own home into a community hackerspace, inviting the artists, inviting the locals to come there to do something together, to repair stuff. And it's not just only about working together, about doing something together, but he's also teaching, he's getting information, he's helping them to build things, he's helping them to create art, but way beyond. So it's a place for the community, it's a place where they can meet. And I'm sure, I mean, if you know about the political system there, and I mean about the actual, at the moment, it's really rather difficult. And doing something like that in Cuba might even be just a little bit illegal. I'm not 100% sure. But it is definitely something to look out for once you are there. And I really admire his strength, his, you know, this empathy towards the community, this feeling to create something wonderful there. But I would like now to introduce you directly to him, as he is telling us a little bit more about his project. Have a look.
Hola, mi nombre es Mauricio Saedo Sanabria, soy diseñador y desde 2018 convertí mi casa en Centro Habana en el hackerspace Copincha. Copincha es una comunidad de aprendizaje y práctica donde confluye el interés por el acceso libre, abierto, desmitificado de las tecnologías, y también es un espacio desde donde podemos compartir con otras comunidades. Bueno, ¿de dónde viene el nombre de Copincha? En la jerga local cubana, pincha significa trabajo, entonces copincha sería como trabajo colaborativo, ¿no? Se puede traducir como trabajo colaborativo. Bueno, en Copincha hacemos charlas que le llamamos café, que para nosotros es como el punto básico o la manera primaria, ¿no?, de encuentro, que después nos permiten canalizar esas prácticas o saberes que se reúnen en talleres, proyectos, diferentes proyectos. ¿Cómo visibilizamos este proceso? Bueno, primeramente empezamos con conocer, ya sea tener un conocimiento o una experiencia prácticas en diferentes cosas. Luego esas diferentes prácticas de conocimiento las conectamos, que sería la otra parte del proceso, conectar. Luego pasa a otra fase que sería construir, donde miramos cómo construir con esas experiencias conectadas. La otra parte entonces del proceso sería colectivizar, donde miramos cómo esas construcciones pueden tener un mayor acceso a las personas. Luego pasamos a otra parte del proceso que sería comprometer, donde se mira en cómo las personas van adquiriendo roles sobre estas construcciones y es que se van colectivizando. Y por último tenemos la última fase, que sería coexistir, que es cómo estos procesos se reflejan en otros espacios, ¿no?, en otros procesos, otros espacios. Además del espacio físico donde nos encontramos, también Copincha existe a través de varios espacios virtuales como chats, repositorios, y también un lugar donde documentamos las experiencias que le llamamos Copinchapedia. Copinchapedia es una wiki, es un espacio donde documentamos de manera colaborativa las experiencias que vamos teniendo. Ahí aparecen los encuentros, los proyectos, la información en general que vamos teniendo. Bien, aquí podemos mirar cómo se ve la Copinchapedia y cómo se visualizan los diferentes espacios o interacciones que ocurren en ella. Lo primero que podemos mirar son tres áreas fundamentales. O sea, hay un área primeramente donde se define el concepto de la comunidad. Hay otra área que tiene que ver con los encuentros, y hay otra área que es el área de los proyectos. Bueno, este es el área de proyectos. Yo voy a hablar específicamente de este proyecto Plástico Ilegal. Creo que resume mucho de la actividad que estamos haciendo. Es un proyecto de laboratorio para fomentar la participación ciudadana en el reciclado de plástico. Un grupo que intenta conectar con la cultura global de reciclado de plástico a través de el movimiento Precious Plastic y construir una cultura de plástico reciclado atendiendo a las prácticas de código abierto, que sea aquí en Cuba.
Me llamo Michael, soy artista visual, soy parte de Copincha, parte de de la comunidad. Aunque soy artista plástico, pues mi formación digamos que es doble. Me formé primero como científico, soy graduado de bioquímica en la Universidad de La Habana, y posterior fue que entonces me formé como artista plástico. Esto un poco condiciona la manera en que yo asumo el trabajo desde el arte, ya que un poco mezclo digamos que las dos metodologías o las dos visiones de lo que tiene que ver ya con la conexión del ser humano. En principio, el trabajo que estoy haciendo ahora tiene mucho que ver con el espacio público. Me interesa estudiar el espacio público como ámbito donde ocurren cosas, y que esas cosas, que básicamente tienen que ver con el movimiento de las personas en ese espacio, pues me generen cierto tipo de obra, que después entonces se lleva entonces o a la galería o al espacio virtual. Quiero entonces enseñarles aquí una obra que realicé en el 2017, se llama Ion Cage Interpretado. Esto fue una obra sonora, fue una interacción interactiva, donde usé como espacio, como ámbito, la Plaza Vieja. La obra consistió en una cámara que estaba conectada, una cámara de video que estaba enfocada hacia la plaza, que estaba a su vez conectada a un ordenador, y a través de un software que se hizo con un equipo de trabajo, pues se convirtió entonces el movimiento de todas estas personas dentro de ese espacio en sonido. Utilizamos para eso pues los sonidos de Ion Cage, de la música de Ion Cage, que es música aleatoria en sí. Lo que hicimos fue entonces pues digamos que crear como nuevas versiones de la música de Ion Cage a partir del movimiento que ocurría en esa plaza. Otra de las obras que construí con esta metodología son diagramas de flujo. Digamos que es la versión gráfica de esto que hice en el espacio de la Plaza Vieja. En este caso, digamos que usé la misma metodología, sin embargo lo que hice fue convertir esta dinámica de esta plaza, o sea, el movimiento de los usuarios a través de la plaza, a diagramas visuales. Esos diagramas entonces pues los llevo entonces, como ven acá, a una pared donde entonces pinto, dibujo lo que sale de ese proceso.
Mi nombre es Kilian Kleinschmidt, soy artista visual, formo parte de la comunidad Copincha. Voy a mostrarles acá algunos de los proyectos dentro de una especie de, digamos que, empresa colaborativa que he creado, que yo denominé DOT, que serían las siglas de desarrollo de obras tecnológicas, con el fin de apoyar desde el medio del arte las obras de artistas, compañeros, colegas que tuvieran algún tipo de roce con la tecnología. A raíz de eso, pues, he realizado varios proyectos y bueno, voy a mostrarles algunos. Bueno, en primer lugar tenemos la CNC, una CNC construida todo con materiales reciclados. En nuestro contexto es un poco complicado conseguir, digamos que los materiales idóneos, y hay que buscarse, ingeniarse la manera de crearse sus propias herramientas. Y bueno, esta básicamente ha sido una CNC construida y creada con materiales reciclados que podemos encontrar en nuestro contexto. Tenemos también una obra que también utilicé materiales reciclados, empleo de herramientas digitales como láser, láser, en fin, que se llama Autopoiesis, donde consiste en un brazo robótico donde con un sensor que tenía puesto en mi mano grababa los movimientos de la mano que creó esa obra, ese brazo, y después esa programación se le pasó a la misma y él la replicaba en la galería. Un poco hablar de ese sistema contemporáneo de reciclado, de cómo reafirmarse, de cómo autocrearse. De ahí viene también el término autopoiesis, que como titulé, ahora ya puede ser capaz de autorreproducirse al tener digamos, copiar la mano que la creó, ¿no? Una de las obras que hemos realizado, que ha sido como más utilitaria desde el mismo medio del arte, ha sido la creación de una consola para el medio audiovisual, que sirve para lo mismo para efectos especiales como para la dirección de arte, donde de manera inalámbrica podíamos controlar diferentes dispositivos. Durante mucho tiempo en el cine lo que usa es, en Cuba, lo que usa es cableado, y siempre pueden existir accidentes, los cables pueden no funcionar, un actor en una acción determinada puede zafar ese cable, y estaba la necesidad de que fuera de una manera inalámbrica, y entonces nos dimos la tarea, dada digamos, estaba el problema latente y nos dimos la tarea de crear esta consola para un poco que suplir esa necesidad dentro de la creación audiovisual acá en nuestro país.
Las infraestructuras de bolsillo son infraestructuras que son simples, son autocontenidas, funcionan bien offline, de manera offline y online. También se adaptan a hardware modesto, por tanto permite a las personas acceder, es decir, tener una mayor accesibilidad desde una amplia gama de dispositivos en un contexto donde la conectividad es o escasa o nula o cara. Lo que intentamos hacer con Copinchapedia es extender estas prácticas co-creativas con estas infraestructuras de bolsillo para poder entonces poder usar al mismo tiempo o aprovechar tanto canales como más formales como también canales informales como lo es el paquete semanal, que es un caso muy particular del contexto cubano.
Thanks so much, dear Maurice, for introducing us to this incredible project, and I really, really hope that, hopefully, if travel is still possible, that in the coming months I can visit at some point Cuba and do a workshop or one of the other things with you there, get to meet the community and experience all those fantastic things that you are doing there. We are almost finished with our session, and I do have a couple of announcements, especially suggestions, recommendations of incredible programs that are currently happening or that will happen in the next hours. One of them that is already taking place is actually a panel organized by Ars Electronica together with CIFO, one of our partners in Latin America and South America. And the panel is about introducing curators as well as really wonderful artists that are actively promoting media arts, critical thinking, and community programs within all those different countries in South America, whether it's Peru, Nicaragua, Chile, Brazil, and so on. And if you want to meet that community, we have a networking session later tonight, and you really, really should join there. Besides that, we are organizing a guided tour through Chile, through the gardens of Chile, connecting you, introducing you to our wonderful partners. We're going to start in the Atacama Desert. We'll move forward to the Andes, to a really, really cool community event there, an autark community that was in the last year reflecting on what it means to try to live without actually having to go into supermarkets, and they created some sort of utopian area, place for them growing their own foods. Then we move forward to Araucania, which is a polygonal forest. It's a protected area that the organizer hosting artist residencies there, inviting artists to spend some time in this fantastic forest to develop artworks. We also have two individuals artists that are joining us for this guided tour. It's Celeste Rocha Mujica, and she has an artwork that we present actually here in Linz in our exhibition. It's called Aridity Exercises. And another one which is dealing very much with the revolt, the revolution that happened in Chile in 2019, where almost the whole country went into the streets fighting for a new constitution, as the current one is actually was built during the last regime of Pinochet. And it's, I think, a one-in-a-lifetime project that they actually managed to get the politics, to get the government, to allow them to write a new constitution, which is actually currently happening. And it's not a constitution that is written again by the politicians, but it's actually a test, a try, where they created a rather large group of people from all different kinds of disciplines that are representing their own communities to together think about what kind of constitution does a country actually need. So it's not a top-down thing, but much more a bottom-up thing. And I'm really excited by this process and the artwork that is called The Burst of Things, Where Are We Standing? It's a podcast and now it turned into a video, is reflecting on this process, not from the human perspective, but actually from a perspective of objects that accompanied this revolution, this revolt, such as, for example, pots. And there's kind of introducing the constitution in a fictional scenario into a therapy session where the constitution reflects on what role it has for society, what responsibility, and what actually needs to change. Then we have an incredible project. We have the partner channel that you probably already saw. And tonight we have another session hosted by our EMA partners, European Platform of Media Arts. And they have created a 3-layered exhibition where they are moving now to the sociosphere. And they are introducing some of the artworks exhibited in this exhibition, such as the one from Kasia Molga, Moritz Simon Geist, who are also excited, and they are here in Linz and presenting their works as well. And a highlight for tomorrow, what would I say? I think my highlight tomorrow would be the theme conference that is organized by our partners of the Branch magazine, which is an online magazine focusing very much on a sustainable, a just internet. And they are going to discuss tomorrow a lot of different things, hacktivism, activism, green, sustainable energy. I mean, all of our digital systems are running on energy and we need more and more every day. So what does it take in order to find a way of making this internet, this, network just running more on sustainable resources? So don't miss the theme conference tomorrow and join in there. But what can you experience next on our channel? We have a very special session planned for you. The topic is water ecologies. And we have, again, incredible guests that will join us. One of them I've mentioned before, it's Kasia Molga. She is our resident artist, and she created a project that is called How to Make an Ocean. The project was initiated during the pandemic when she actually had a very personal loss that caused a lot of grief, and due to that, she cried a lot. So she was kind of reflecting on what could she do with all those tears that are coming out, and could that potentially turn into something sustainable, something new. And her own background is actually that she is living next to the North Sea. Her father was a seaman. He went to the sea, so she has a very close connection to the water, to the sea. And she collected her tears with special spoons that she designed and put them in little glass jars. And then she added some drop of salt of seawater. And of course, in the seawater, we have bacteria. And within those waters, then you have actually algae growing in there. And this is what you can also experience in our exhibition. And she's going to talk about it later today. We have also the Starts Prize winners, Territorial Agency, and their project Transformation of the Oceans, Transform the Oceans. And yeah, don't miss that. Stay with us here. Now we're having the community project still. That, I mean, you've probably heard about them already. It is a community that created with all of our gardens. And we have Taste Your Soil that you're going to have now a sneak peek into our garden in Milan, someone tasting the soil of that garden, as well as our experts of the future coming from Austria, Bad Ischl, as well as an incredibly charming young lady from Abuja, from Nigeria. And then afterwards, there are even two more fantastic projects. It is an artwork by Felix Lenz, an Austrian artist who was in contact with a worker from Samsung, and he is really deeply researching in the working conditions at that factory. And he's going to show us actually a rather terrifying video in that sense, that it highlights how unjust the working conditions are. And then the last thing that you will see today, within this session at least, is another artistic journey. It's a journey, it's called How to Strand Astronauts on the Moon. and it's reflecting on deep fakes and what you can do with them, and be surprised how wonderful it turned out and what incredible project they have developed. So thank you so much for staying with us. It was a pleasure to guide you through those fantastic programs of our partners, to have Kate Crawford with us today, and we see each other tomorrow. And of course, stick on for the next session. Thank you, bye-bye.
Bridge between past and future, between tradition and innovation. It is a soil that retains the trace of people and experiences. Our soil belongs to everyone, because the museum belongs to everyone.
Ich glaube, dass der Planet Erde und die Menschheit sich in den nächsten Jahren sehr stark verändern wird. Einerseits glaube ich, dass die Erdbevölkerung in den nächsten Jahren sehr stark zunehmen wird, wodurch viel mehr Platz und Fläche für neue Wohnungen gebraucht werden. Andererseits glaube ich, dass wir in kürzester Zeit auf eine energieärmere Lebensweise zurückgreifen müssen. Auch glaube ich, dass der Klimawandel und die Erderwärmung Themen sind, die uns noch lange begleiten werden.
In my planet of the future, there are many stars and colors. There are books. I will have many friends, and I will be a superhero.
Arte exists in 6 languages for 360 million Europeans, 360 million ways of seeing. Arte.tv.
Das Versprechen des Fortschritts. Arbeit wird leichter und besser. Wann kommt sie also, die Technik, die mich glücklich macht?
Laut, emotional und arrogant. Geil.
Kennt ihr das? Montag auf dem Weg zur Arbeit und du denkst, oh Mann, nicht schon wieder. Doch unsere Einstellung zur Arbeit wird sich grundlegend ändern.
I think work's going to change dramatically over the next 10, 20 years. We're finally realizing very quickly as a society right across the world that robotics and automation is going to wipe out a great many human jobs.
Angeblich sollen Roboter uns also arbeitslos machen. Nicht nur die Fabrikarbeiter am Band. In Japan ersetzen sogenannte Caring Robots schon die ersten Pflegekräfte. Selbst Astronauten kommen als intelligente Hardware. Doch müssen wir davor Angst haben?
Eine solche große Vernichtung von Arbeitsplätzen aufgrund von technischen Neuerungen, die ist historisch nicht neu. Bisher war es immer so, wenn Branchen weggestorben sind oder weggebrochen sind, dann hat es im Großen und Ganzen irgendwo neue Betätigungsfelder gegeben. Auf einmal brauchte man ganz viele Designer, weil es das Internet gab und auf einmal jeder eine Webseite brauchte. Das hätte man 20 Jahre vorher auch nicht gewusst.
Der Wandel durch Technik ist also nichts Neues. Schon die Industrialisierung hat uns die körperliche Arbeit abgenommen. Jetzt sind also die geistigen Jobs dran. Gegen einen schlauen Robokollegen ist ja eigentlich nichts einzuwenden, wenn er mich denn glücklich macht.
Idealerweise wird es doch in Zukunft so sein, dass die Technik uns noch mehr Arbeit abnimmt und wir uns weniger auf die Technik einstellen müssen, sondern dass die Technik sich auf uns einstellt.
Eine Version des neuen Kollegen, der Supersekretär. Er macht alles, worauf ihr keine Lust habt. E-Mail-Stau, Excel-Tabellen, Termine organisieren. Wäre doch eigentlich ganz nice, oder? Aber damit mich das wirklich glücklich machen kann, muss die Technik verstehen, wie es mir geht. Ein Weg? Die Analyse meines Gesichts. Damit experimentiert auch das Futurelab.
Ich sehe, hier ist eine Webcam an. Ich weiß nicht, was es damit auf sich hat, aber was können wir denn jetzt noch tun, um Emotionen zu messen?
Also wir haben hier eine kleine Kamera, eine kleine Software. Und wie du siehst, wenn du reinschaust, dann versucht die Software schon aufgrund der Zustände deines Gesichts, deiner Gesichtsmuskeln, Rückschlüsse zu machen von wie alt bist du ungefähr, bist du männlich, bist du weiblich und was ist dein Emotionszustand.
Okay, jetzt bin ich 40 bis 50 Jahre alt. Je näher man rangeht, desto beschissener sieht man aus.
Für das richtige Arbeitsglück ist natürlich die Analyse des gesamten Teams wichtig. Deswegen gehe ich jetzt mal messen.
Willst du mir mal sagen, wie es dir geht?
Also heute bin ich ein bisschen müde, weil ich gestern nur aus war, aber sonst ist es eigentlich ein sehr kreativer Vormittag. Es ist ein bisschen länger geworden, dementsprechend ein bisschen müde, aber heute ist ein schöner Tag.
Ja?
Ja, das Wetter ist großartig, das Wochenende steht vor der Tür.
So, dann schauen wir doch mal.
Dich habe ich ja auch mit drin.
Ja, genau. Und das müsste, guck mal hier, gleich
Direkt
als erstes.
das Erste.
So, also, das Video läuft jetzt in Zeitlupe ab. Hier läuft die Gesichtserkennung. Jetzt hat er das Gesicht erkannt. Das sieht man jetzt hier an dem Gitternetz. Und hier siehst du die 6 Emotionen. Hier sieht man, in wie viel der Zeit ich welche Emotionen gezeigt habe in diesen 5,7 Sekunden im Gesicht. Und da war halt die meiste Zeit hier happy. Und hier unten sieht man dann, wie intensiv die Emotionen gezeigt wurden. Und hier unten sieht man die Valenz, also so diese grobe Einteilung in positiv, negativ. Und da fange ich an zu grinsen.
Ja.
Ne? Und da geht hier die Positivitätskurve, wenn du so willst, steil nach oben. Ja? So.
Krass zu sehen, dass es tatsächlich funktioniert.
Nach der Analyse kommt der nächste Schritt. Unternehmen arbeiten schon an der perfekten Wohlfühlatmosphäre fürs Büro. Virtuelle Himmel werden dafür sorgen, dass immer die Sonne scheint. Die Wände kühlen oder wärmen, wie es eben gerade passt. Und wenn ihr Bock auf Blumenduft habt, einfach den Knopf drücken. Kommt so das neue Arbeitsglück direkt ins Büro? Aber was heißt es wirklich, wenn Technik anfängt, uns zu verstehen? Wenn sie irgendwann sogar vorhersehen kann, wie es uns geht? Darf man in der Arbeitswelt der Zukunft überhaupt noch schlecht drauf sein? Liebeskummer haben?
Ich glaube, dass die permanente Überwachung von Glück, dass die dazu führen kann, dass Leute darauf trainiert werden, die Signale zu zeigen, die der Arbeitgeber gerne sehen möchte.
Ich werde also lernen müssen, meine wahren Gefühle zu verstecken. Ich mache den nächsten Test. Eine Analyse-App der Stimme gegen meine Schauspielkunst.
Kannst du mir wirklich sagen, ob es mir gut oder schlecht geht? Okay. Mood for highest point. Provocative, cynicism. Also ich provoziere und bin zynisch. Laut, emotional und arrogant. Geil. Das ist irgendwie nicht so schön. Alles klar, das ist jetzt der zweite Versuch. Wir gucken mal, ob wir mit meiner Stimmmodulation hinkriegen, dass die App mich anders wahrnimmt. Liebe App, ich weiß, wir kennen uns nicht. Ach nee, jetzt habe ich es ja schon wieder gleich gemacht. Liebe App, ich weiß, wir kennen uns nicht. Aber vielleicht kannst du mir ein bisschen darüber erzählen, wie es mir eigentlich wirklich tief in meinem Herzen geht. Mehr brauche ich nicht. Friendliness. Extroversion. Sadness mixed with happiness. Possibly Nostalgia.
Oh.
Also wenn ich kein Schauspieler bin, weiß ich auch.
Ich kann mich also anpassen. Doch ist das nicht der Beginn von unserem Unglück? Zwingt uns der Haufen persönlicher Daten vielleicht bald dazu, nur noch der Norm zu entsprechen? Nicht aus der Reihe zu tanzen?
Es gibt natürlich immer mehr Sensoriken, die in unserer Welt drinnen sind. Bei Singulär bedeuten sie keine große Gefahr, aber wenn man sie alle verknüpft, dann ist es möglich, hier einen sehr großen Überwachungsapparat aufzubauen.
Mehr Analyse, mehr Glück? Um unser persönliches Wohl ginge es dann nicht mehr, sondern vielleicht mehr darum, uns noch effizienter zu machen. Denn je besser ihr euch fühlt, desto produktiver könnt ihr arbeiten.
Und gerade an diesem Punkt, wo wir jetzt gerade stehen, dürfen wir nicht anfangen, dass wir Technologie so sehen, wie wenn sie auf einmal vom Himmel fällt, sondern es gibt immer Menschen dahinter, die diese Technologien entwickeln.
Wir haben Möglichkeiten, diese Zukunft zu gestalten. Wir können als Gesellschaft daran mitwirken, wie Technik sich auf uns auswirkt.
Das Gute? Noch können wir entscheiden, welche Technik unsere Jobs glücklicher macht. Wie es aussehen soll, das Leben mit Robotern, künstlicher Intelligenz und sozialen Maschinen. Wie ist es mit euch? Sagt es uns auf homodigitales.tv.
Charmant, liebenswert und schön. Berlin sind wir zwar nicht, und trotzdem Trendsetter.
Awesome.
Von uns bekommst du das etwas andere Österreich. Wir sind nicht perfekt. Aber eines können wir versprechen. Menschen, die dich mit offenen Armen empfangen. Linz ist Linz.
Mensch, jetzt hör auf, mich zu filmen! Ich habe keine Lust mehr, Placebo-Kunststückchen zu posten.
Halt mal, ich mach da was ganz Neues draus. Hybrid, performative and funky. A star will be born again.
In the shallow. Eine Auferstehung? Postmoderne Renaissance oder Neorenaissance? Du glaubst also an die Wiedergeburt des Theaters nach der Pandemie im Sinne seiner Erneuerung? Meinst du nicht, die Leute werden sagen, oh nee, das haben wir aber schon immer so gemacht. Das kann mal schön so bleiben, wie es war, jawohl.
Denk doch mal an Shakespeare, das elisabethanische Theater, die englische Renaissance. Das war auch nach der Pest, nach der Seuche. Oder Italien, Firenze, die Sixtinische Kapelle, der vitruvianische Mensch, die Zentralperspektive, David von Michelangelo, Sgraffito an den Häusern, Massaggio mit seiner Langhalsmadonna, die Kanäle in Venedig, das neue Harmoniegefühl in der Musik und die Etablierung des Dreiklangs in der Musiktheorie, Giovanni Pierluigi da Palestrina und an der Loire das Château de Chambord oder in Deutschland Albrecht Dürer. Till Eulenspiegel, der Kranach-Altar, die 95 Thesen, tolle Frauen wie Katharina von Bohr.
Mit Viereckausschnitt und Retikül. Obwohl, das kam später. Das ist doch der reinste Macho-Kitsch, den du dir da ausmalst. Kleine Lautenspielerin musizieren vor ochsenblutrotem Samtvorhang. Das gab es damals nur für eine kleine Elite, die sich unheimlich bereichert hat. Genau wie heute wieder übrigens. Den meisten Leuten ging es nämlich beschissen zu der Zeit. Ja? Die hatten nichts von dem ganzen Gerede, von Humanismus, Gerechtigkeit, die Etablierung des heliozentrischen Weltbildes. Aus alt, mach neu. Wir feiern jetzt das anthropozentrische Ideal, das Maß, der Mensch als Maß aller Dinge, die Befreiung des Geistes, unseren politischen und persönlichen Umbruch und Erneuerung.
Ja, predige wieder das Ende der Kultur und den Theatertod, statt das mal positiv zu sehen. Die Situation als pandemische Geburtshilfe für Kreativität zu begreifen, das ist ein Lichtblick.
Krise als Chance? Das Prinzip der schöpferischen Zerstörung? Künstlerische Blüten? Aus der Asche des Chaos? Auf welchem Trip bist du denn?
Damals war es der Blutdruck, der Buchdruck. Heute sind es die digitalen Medien und die Social Networks, die alles verändern und uns in eine andere Dimension beamen. Mit der ersten Druckmaschine kam die erste Medienrevolution. 1455, the Gutenberg Galaxy was born. Wissen war nicht mehr in Klöstern versteckt. Es wurde zugänglich. Heute ist das Gutenberg-Projekt im Netz. Da kannst du nicht mehr zurück. Da steppt jetzt der Bär. Livestreaming. Damit kriegst du auf einen Schlag 10.000 Leute.
Genau, die glotzen doch eh schon den ganzen Tag auf ihre Bildschirme. Theater für Avatare, das hat nichts mehr mit Sinnlichkeit zu tun. Hirnfick ist das.
Nee, da gibt's ganz tolle, coole neue Sachen. Discord, twitch.tv/Bluetronic oder mich auf Instagram. Du musst da ganz anders rangehen, dich als Schauspielerin neu definieren, eine Identität im digitalen Zeitalter kreieren und in ganz andere Sphären schweben.
Die Wiedergeburt des Theaters aus dem Geiste des Smartphones, immer nach den Regeln, die Instagram und TikTok vorgeben.
Ja, warum nicht? Theater muss interaktiv und digital werden. Ein Erlebnisraum, in dem nicht von oben, von der Bühne irgendwas heruntergebetet wird. Fluide Kommunikation. Alle sind Sender und Empfänger. Ein wirklich demokratisches Diskursmedium. Offen und veränderbar.
Wenn das wesentliche Theater wie die Pest ist. So nicht deshalb, weil es ansteckend wirkt, sondern weil es wie die Pest das Hervorbrechen an einer latenten Tiefenschicht an Grausamkeit bedeutet. Wie die Pest ist auch das Theater zur kollektiven Entleerung von Abszessen da. Und was schlägst du vor? Wie ist denn heute dein Instagram-Page-Level? Hast du dein Community-Management aufgepeppt? Und dein Engagement-Index, ist der nicht ein bisschen low? Du hast zwar viele Likes, aber leider viel zu wenig Saves and Shares, Sweetheart. So wirst du nie vom Worst zum Best Performer. Your followers will be very disappointed. Weißt du, was Renaissance ursprünglich meinte? Das Wiederbeleben der antiken Kunst, des griechischen Theaters, der Polis. Hier haben mal zusammen 780 Menschen gesessen, mit ihren Körpern, das Hier und Jetzt gefeiert, gemeinsam geatmet.
Dionysisch gehustet, geschlafen und geschwitzt, befreite Körper, Rausch der Gemeinschaft, hier unten im Parkett eine Zuchtanstalt der Körperdeformation und der Selbstkasteiung. Erst im Virtual Space beginnt der Traum vom dionysischen Theater Wirklichkeit zu werden. Nur digital können wir Raum und Zeit überwinden.
Zeit verschwenden. Apropos, wie spät ist es eigentlich? Ich habe doch jetzt so ein Zoom-Casting für die neue Netflix-Serie. Ich muss los.
Und ich habe Körperstimmtraining und Biomechanik für die Kursszenen bei Volker Lösch.
Ja, danach ist er immer ganz platt und ich muss ihn wiederbeleben.
Ja, Baby. Renaissance mich.
Renaissance dich selber.
C'était à la fin du siècle passé. La Grèce était un pays bleu et blanc, peuplé d'îles, d'archipels, de moines et d'armateurs paisibles, insouciants, qui crachaient des noyaux d'olive vers le ciel en tripotant leur comboloï. Ils regardaient droit devant, vers le passé. Ils regardaient la mer. Aux portes de l'Orient, encore en Europe, la Grèce dans sa beauté. La surface des îles constellait de blanc la profondeur du bleu. Le bleu absolu, le blanc absolu. Sous la constellation du taureau, c'est là, dans une crique bénie des dieux, que mes parents, au passé simple, s'unirent une nuit, bercés dans leurs mouvements par l'enthousiasme lent et obstiné des vagues. C'est là que je fus conçue, comme on peut concevoir impossible. Un parmi tant d'autres, moi en l'occurrence, Cassandre, fille de Priam et d'Écube, sœur jumelle d'Hélénos. Une nuit, on nous oublia, mon frère et moi, dans le temple d'Apollon, et au matin, on nous trouva enlacés par 2 serpents qui nous léchaient les oreilles et la bouche. C'est ainsi que j'appris la langue divine de la nature et des oiseaux. C'est ainsi que j'appris à prophétiser. Non, je déconne. Enfin, si, non. C'est l'histoire de mon nom, Cassandre. C'est la première version, celle que je préfère. L'autre dit qu'Apollon, séduit par ma beauté, m'a donné ce don en échange de mon corps. J'ai pris le don, lui ai donné juste un baiser, je l'ai planté là. Apollon m'a craché dans la bouche et condamné à n'être jamais cru. Tiens, personne ne te croira, jamais, on te prendra pour une folle, toujours, on te dira ta gueule, pauvre oracle, quand tu diras la vérité. Voilà, l'histoire de mon nom. Je préfère la première version, mais la deuxième, c'est mieux vendu, plus tragique, normal. Cassandre, une idée de mes parents. Pour rire, en hommage à la crique, un clin d'œil à l'été. Imparfait. C'était à la fin du siècle passé. La Grèce était un pays bleu et blanc. Mes parents, jeunes, beaux, insouciants, avaient pris un vol charter Paris-Athènes, portant dans leur bagage cabine des flacons de plus de 150 centilitres, des bombes, aérosols, des épingles à nourrice, plein de ciseaux à ongles et de couteaux suisses, un harpon gros calibre pour chasser le mérou, et ils passaient tout ça, tranquille. Bienvenue à bord, tenez votre carte d'embarquement. Vous êtes en siège fumeur, dernière rangée, les meilleures places si on s'écrase. Ha ha ha. Elle rit, l'hôtesse de l'air, et tout le monde rit. Ha ha ha. C'était au siècle dernier. On riait, on défiait la pesanteur, on visitait les Twin Towers. On écrasait la clope dans le cendrier et l'avion charter décollait avec 6 heures de retard. Personne ne s'énervait. Le pas cher avait un prix. Le temps. On était patient. On ne comptait pas les heures. On n'avait pas de réseau, pas de téléphone intelligent. Tellement bien déconnectés qu'on ne savait même pas qu'on l'était. C'était bien avant les low cost, la couche d'ozone et le continent plastique. Les chiottes se shootaient au desktop, les cargos dégazaient quand l'envie les prenait, les avions lâchaient fièrement leur kérosène dans l'azur. C'était bien avant les détecteurs de métaux, les fouilles au corps, bien avant les passeports optiques. On était dignes, on passait pas en chaussettes les mains en l'air sans ceinture sous des portiques. C'était en -10 avant Vigipirate, -30 avant le plan Sentinelle. On s'éclatait sur Minitel, fumer ne nuisait pas gravement à la santé et encore moins à celle des autres. L'espèce humaine avait conquis les airs et volait librement dans le ciel, déployant ses ailes sur le globe vaste et paisible. Ou presque. La Yougoslavie vivait ses dernières nuits étoilées. Moi, n'existais pas. Moi, n'étais encore qu'une vague idée, sans nom, sans sexe, pas même un amas de cellules. Mes molécules étaient encore éparpillées dans le cosmos, atomes atomisés. Moi, flottais entre 2 ADN qui se cherchaient, 2 imaginations qui s'aimaient. 9 mois après la nuit de la crique, je naquis, je vais au monde. Je naquis au passé simple, en plein cœur de Paris, dans l'eau. Plouf! Une fille, unique, yes! Délivrance aquatique dernier chic, en plein cœur de Paris, dans une clinique toute propre, au nom fleuri, les bluets, 3,6 kg, 45 cm toutes dépliées dans l'eau, 10 orteils avec ongles intégrés complets, déjà toutes constituées, tous mes atomes bien rassemblés, organisés. Je nageais déjà le dos crawlé. Moi, Cassandre, fille de Florence et d'Olivier, fille de mon père au nom d'arbre séculaire, fille de ma mère au nom de ville et de renaissance. Renaître, moi, unique, en plein cœur de Paris, à la toute fin du siècle dernier, prête à attaquer le nouveau. Personne ne savait à quoi il ressemblerait.
탑에 입사했을 때는 그냥 많이 신났던 것 같아요. 시작을 했고 이제 직장인이 됐다는 생각이었고 아무것도 모르지만 반도체에 대해서는 하나도 모르다가 취업을 했던 거여서 아니요 두려워했던 경우가 없었던 것 같아요. 저한테 있어서 불이익이 뭔가가 불이익을 당할 거라 생각을 해본 적이 없거든요.
By the law, the workers should know the hazards and chemical composition, but in reality, accessing the information is not easy. Most workers should work very hard in every time, so they can say the supervisor, I wonder what chemical is a hazard. I want to see the information. This is very hard and almost impossible. Supervisor says, walk, just walk, keep walking, or quit the job. It's the reality.
제일 먼저 운동 클리닝이라서 운동 동안 청소를 해요. 청소를 저희가 쓰는 테이블을 닦고 주위를 닦고 바닥에 줍고 크게 먼지가 일어나지 않는 공정들이긴 하지만 그래도
The production rooms that are called clean rooms are clean for the semiconductors, but workers in the clean rooms have to wear protective clothing to keep dust and dandruff even off of the semiconductors, but they still breathe the chemicals. So it's a clean room for the product, but not for the workers.
그냥 닦고 일을 하게 되거나 저희가 장갑, 비닐 장갑을 끼고 일을 하지만 일을 하다 보면 이 구멍이 난다고 해야 되죠. 구멍이 자꾸 나요. 그래서 이게 교체를 해서 끼곤 하는데 그 사이에 숨미거나 하는 경우도 그런 일은 좀 있었던 것 같아요. 저희 항상 애들 교육을 시켜도 너무 바쁘게 돌아가는 현장에서 그냥 닦고 말아버리니까 그러다가 뒤늦게 먹고 손이 빨갛게 부어오르는 것 같아요. 손에 열불이 생겨요. 그리고 제가 알게 된 건 나와서 우연찮게 암이라는 걸 알게 됐는데 이미 몸속에서는 그 암덩어리가 생각보다 컸더라고요. 저는 신장암인데요. 신장암은 소리 없는 암이라고 하거든요.
My friend working in the other company died with breast cancer. Her age is young. Many women have breast cancer, but young women having breast cancer is very rare. So I suppose very strongly it is related with working condition. Etching materials, HF or hydrogen fluoride or hydrogen sulfide can be used, and it is very toxic.
화학 물질로 보면 지금 생각나는 건 보론가스, 포스펜가스, 아르세닉.
Most materials are supposed to be carcinogens, mutagens, and it can be very, very harmful for human bodies.
Chemicals that people were exposed to are similar to the ones that the workers in Scotland were exposed to and the workers in Taiwan were exposed to. And we found the same causes of death were elevated in Korea and also in the US. And so it's a consistent pattern in East, West, the same industry and using some of the same chemicals.
It is started from United States, so-called Silicon Valley. Activists at that area and at that time, they had very hard times. But the industry moved to East Asia because so many workers can be hired with very low wage.
Welcome back to the Ars Electronica channel, to the moderation studio, and to this year's Ars Electronica Festival, a new digital deal where we're really diving into how the processes of digital transformation are affecting us, how they have been accelerated by the pandemic, and how we want to work on a new digital deal, and what does this kind of deal actually have to entail. My name is Martina Mara. I'm your host for this evening session. So I'm super happy to be leading you out of this day of fantastic programs at the Ars Electronica Festival. And incredibly excited that you are here and watching along still. So it has been a very busy day here for us at the festival, both for the online audiences as well as everybody here on site, so the festival crowd here. And we're winding down the day now with an exploration of our relationship to the many bodies of water that are covering our Earth, from oceans to lakes to wetlands, rivers and streams. They're of course absolutely essential to our and the planet's well-being. They cover 2/3 of the surface of the Earth, and they are also relying on us to carefully consider how we are affecting them through construction, urban spread, industry, and how we can really keep a balance between their and our existence. And of course, there are many, many artists in our community, also at this year's festival, who are exploring exactly this kind of very delicate balance with a variety of different digital approaches, such as geospatial analysis, working with different sensing technologies, but also taking different approaches and very emotional ones to the topic of the ocean and how we are kind of treating our environment and this important aspect of our planet Earth.
And so the next couple of hours here, we are going to take you through a variety of these projects and programs and artists who are tackling this super interesting topic of water-life balance. And I am incredibly delighted to be joined by two guests, wonderful guests and wonderful artists. First of all, Kasia Molga is with us here in the studio today. She's a designer, coder, and an artist working on the intersection of art design and technology and science. And we're actually going to chat with her about how to make an ocean. So that is a very emotionally resonant and personal look into whether one's tears could even create a tiny oceanic ecosystem. So more on that we'll hear directly from her in a few minutes. In addition, I'm also very much looking forward to welcoming John Palmesino from Territorial Agency. Territorial Agency is an independent agency that promotes and works for sustainable territorial transformation. And what we're going to do is discussing, among other things, their incredible work, Oceans in Transformation, which has been recently awarded the European Commission Starts Prize in the category of artistic exploration that is hosted and organized on behalf of the Commission by Ars Electronica each day. Before we really dive into the topic of water-life balance, I don't want to miss out on giving you some indication of what we have been doing here today at the Ars Electronica Festival. So I've already briefly mentioned the Starts Prize. And let me give you a bit of an insight and rundown what happened at this year's Starts Day. Starts is an initiative by the European Commission that focuses on the intersections of science, technology, and the arts. So it's all about arranging sustainable collaborations between research institutions, artists, industry partners who are really working with frontier technologies and really on the cusp of artist-led and artist-driven innovation. So we are hosting for this very large-scale initiative that spreads across many European projects each year here at the Ars Electronica Festival, the Starts Day. And we saw some fantastic speakers, such as the already mentioned Territorial Agency, Tactical Tech, Julie Freeman, all of them discussing different varieties of how we are making data tangible for audiences and making huge complex challenges approachable for the general public that are often very hard to grasp. And the afternoon was dedicated to exploring the future of sustainable manufacturing. So really diving into ideas of how we can ensure a sustainable and empathetic future of our planet. On the other hand, what was going on is the 25th anniversary of the Ars Electronica Futurelab, so it was also the Futurelab Day. The Futurelab stands for Innovation and Technological Research in the interest of planet and humanity, so it's also the R&D hub and R&D facility of the Futurelab, of Ars Electronica, excuse me. And exactly these kind of innovations with technology were discussed with selected guests, future activists, young innovators, and partners of the lab in deep issue talks and open discussions all across the morning at the Ars Electronica Festival. And the Futurelab is also dedicating the entire evening now to some wonderful performances in the Deep Space 8K in the Ars Electronica Center. We've also been up to quite a bit of programs by our global partners across the world, our garden partners. So if you've been following along over the past year and the last festival days, you may already know quite well that the Ars Electronica Festival has gone into a hybrid format as a response to the pandemic with large-scale on-site, online, physical exhibitions, workshops, lectures, conferences, both physically and online, and more hosted by 84 satellite locations, our Ars Electronica Gardens. And in a minute, we're actually going to get a bit of a deeper insight into two of them. So into Garden Belgrade, which is hosted by the Center for the Promotion of Science, and parts of their garden are very much dedicated to exploring this whole topic of water-life balance. With, among other programs, a very interesting workshop called the Woodiana Oracle, where they are exploring the Woodiana mussel, native to the river Danube, and how it can become an oracle of telling us about possible aquatic futures of the Danube. We're also looking into Garden IO Theora, hosted by the ArcSec lab of the University of Auckland and DARA at the University of Wellington, who are also tackling the topic of marine life in their garden. Among other areas, with a project called Maritime Trace Exposure by the artistic group and Architecture of the Sea. And their work actually engages with visualization of the marine environment in all kinds of different settings and maritime ecosystems. And they're doing this through various techniques such as surveying, sampling, and resource exploitation. So very much between everyday maritime space and the versions also that are created through simulations, imaging, technologies, and other kind of strategies of exploration. And after that, after we've taken a look into the gardens, we'll actually get our first introduction to Kasia Molga's work, How to Make an Ocean also, who will be with us on the stage immediately after these impressions. And we're going to dive deeper into her artwork. So let's take a look now at some interesting programs.
It all started with the first flush, or some would say before the actual flush. A small miscellaneous moment and a lack of attention. And so I was born, from the depths of human ignorance, like any other animate species. I breathe and grow stronger. I do consider myself very important. Much more important than the human itself. Recently, I've created a new concept for time. The time of hybridized species. No one believes me yet, but it is true. Between technological advancement and ecological deterioration, I choose life. The more I breathe, the more I see who you are. I stalk you, even if you don't want to. I know exactly what you ate and when. I smell it, and it is not so appealing. You feed me garbage, and all I would like is to be free. Free like your ideas of freedom. Freedom that never had its real purpose. But I yearn for less fat. I yearn for more care. I yearn for more care about being interconnected. I care for you. Therefore, it should be mutual. I get stuck and I cannot breathe. These fishes are my only friends. And I killed them. You killed them. When did you actually care? Poor men who tried to extract me, they breathe all of it in. Your DNA. And everything you would like to forget. These are your smells. The smell of mankind. So unkind.
Low tide. Sand between liquid and solid, unreliable underfoot. A different gravity, making you ponderous and ungainly. Footprints that look like feet, not recognizably yours. No straight lines, not even the horizon. One foot after the other, as if nothing else occurred to you.
The International Conference, which met recently in London for the consideration of measures for the protection of the fauna and flora of Africa, has completed its deliberations. 1933. The new method of thermodynamic storage of energy can be used advantageously in connection with town heating services. 1933. Sensitivity of fish to earthquakes has been discovered. 1934. The John Mara expedition has now completed its first 3 months' work. 1934. Artificial production of a new kind of radio element has been designed.
So welcome back after these first few journeys into the festival program, and also into after getting your first insight into how to make an ocean by Kasia Molga, who I'm very happy to say now has joined us here on the stage to talk a bit more about this project actually with us. Kasia is a designer, an art fusionist, always in between disciplines and refusing to be labeled. She's always investigating interconnections between humans, the human body, and non-human makers, so organisms and entities constituting the life on this planet. And the impact of accelerating technology and on our perceptions and of these interconnections, apologies. And in addition to her work being exhibited globally, she's also a very passionate educator and STEAM advocate, and she's also a licensed scuba diver. And in addition, she's also spent her childhood sailing on merchant navy vessels. So I didn't want to exclude her bio because as you can see, it fits quite perfectly into the topic of water-life balance already. And we want to talk a little bit more and chat about how to make an ocean now. And how to make an ocean, correct me if I'm wrong, from my understanding, has been now a quite long ongoing project that you have been working on that has already been going through some iterations also, and it's one of the projects that I was mentioning in the beginning that are taking the topic of the ocean and looking at it also through a very personal and empathic and emotional lens in a way. And so with how to make an ocean, what Kasia has been attempting to do is seeing if tears can actually contribute or become a small marine ecosystem. So the question whether we can turn our tears actually into a tiny ocean. But of course the project has much more layers than that also. There's an addition called the Morologist bot. So I want to start our conversation now with maybe you sharing a bit how the project came to be and what all of the different layers are that you are exploring with it.
First of all, thank you very much for having me here and allowing me to talk about my work. Yes, so indeed, you are right, Christina. It's been about 2 years right now since I kind of conceptualized the whole idea behind it, and it has been a very personal journey, which also at some point during the pandemic I found that the whole idea, the pandemic in general, in a way resonated and synchronized with whatever I was going through on the personal level, as well as the global, even more global issue, which is environmental emergency, that also adds another kind of layer to that. So it started from the very personal experience of losing 3 people in my life. So I've been overwhelmed by grief, and I've been crying a lot, and you know, at some point while embracing this grief, I was thinking, I cry so much, maybe I can do something constructive out of that liquid which comes from my body. And because in general in my practice I try to look at how to find or heal or reconnect with the nature and natural environment, and what is the relationship between myself and something living out there which is non-human. I thought, and because also I grew up on the sea and I live on the sea as well, and sea is something extremely familiar to me, I thought, why don't I use this liquid to see whether I can actually, out of this grief, out of thinking and embracing death, really, human death, can I actually grow something new and life and care for it? And how can I look at my human body as a sort of resource for other than human organisms, and change my own perception and hopefully others people's perception on our kind of position and role on this planet. And of course, in my work, I also, predominantly, I use technology. But at some point during this process, I grew tired of it, and especially when I think about, relationship to environment, I always try to use technology to kind of expose it or highlight certain interconnections, but sometimes I feel technology, digital world adds unnecessary layer. And so it was for me also, the grief was catalyst to, in a way, observe my body and the nature without anything else, and like really careful tiny micro algae, which I have in my tiny tears. And yes, so that was the beginning of it.
I was also interested kind of in the prior exchange that we had before coming here. You also kind of mentioned that one part of the digital deal for you, or what can be maybe considered of this new digital deal that we are finding ourselves in, is the fact that we are very immersed in technology and our devices, and our actions and what we do in online spaces, in social media, in general in the whole digital realm, can have quite an effect also on our mental state and on our well-being. And you also made a link with the Moirologist bot that you developed. So can you talk a bit about that, maybe how that relates to these thoughts of yours?
Okay. I will try to make a sense out of it in such a way so it is easy to digest for viewers. So
we are doing the evening session, so we can be super relaxed and take our time to really dive in.
So Moirologist, so when I was doing the research about crying and tears and grief, mourning and loss, I remembered from Poland that in, I don't know, like 100 years ago, at some villages, there were special people called płaczki, so like professional criers who were invited to funerals and wakes to cry, and in that way help other people who experience the loss, who lost beloved departed, so they can also find this kind of intimate space within themselves and cry as well, and that way deal with the grief and maybe find some sort of emotional relief. And then at the same time, there was, I was reading a lot of environmental news, and I was actually looking at the history of environmental news headlines, and the fact that 20 years ago, there was nothing like environmental section in The Guardian, for example. There were some kind of stories, but just popping in and out every couple of months. And then within the last couple of years, it has been quite overwhelming. And the whole story of the environmental anxiety came to light as well. Which has, huge kind of emotional side to it. And then I was thinking, because I was dealing with my own grief, and then also pandemic has happened at the same time. So the whole thing is basically extremely overwhelming. And frankly, it is about dealing with my own anxiety, looking at all these, stories and headlines, news, the news headlines, which are curated by AI, which is based on whatever I was reading previously, and how it affects me mentally. And I realized that actually, while digital spheres have a huge emotional impact on us, it doesn't really help us to deal with it. And I was wondering, is there a space in this new digital world to help us to embrace our grief, embrace our loss, be vulnerable, help us to find intimate space, to cry, because apparently, as I was reading during my research, crying help us to find clarity, and it will give us a lot of, it will calm us down, and it's very beneficial for human body. So while we are kind of overwhelmed with all the stuff which is happening in the world, and a lot of us feel extremely anxious and even paralyzed, can also at the same time there be a service like a Moirologist bot which can help us to cry. So then we can find a way out.
For me, it's very interesting, the Moirologist bot, because I think especially at the moment we are really trying to mediate AI technologies and kind of very often looking at it through the lens of digital literacy and media literacy, and getting an understanding of the technology, but you are kind of turning it around in a way, trying to find the emotional center to it, or how maybe an emotional connection can be made. So that's, for me, it's very interesting to turn this around, where a lot of pieces are currently more looking at understanding the technology. It's also about understanding maybe what kind of emotional reactions or emotional connections we can make with the technology through linking it, as you did, with this idea of the crier, or somebody who's there to really emotionally resonate with you. So to me, that's very interesting. And you also mentioned something that your work, or for me, your work brings together these deeply personal and emotional topics with quite large and global challenges. So deep hitting environmental issues, and you were talking about the notion of interconnectedness that is quite important to you. So maybe you can expand a little bit on that before we have to then finish our wonderful chat.
Yes, yeah, because when we talk about technology as well, technology is so specialized, and because we consume technology, the way we consume technology, it's also, I feel, very specialized, and very, maybe not narrow, but it is it's kind of like we're looking at one element of something much larger, and we don't really think how, for example, the way I use technology to, I don't know, find the name of this plant, how that all affects, like, I don't know, the CO2 emission from search engine in the server farms. Or, for example, if I consume the news stories and I cry, can I use, what is happening in these tears? What's happening to this liquid? So it's about kind of trying to, so in my work, I'm trying to create a sort of narrative which encourages us to look at the wider pictures and connections, and realize, how that maybe it is very important to do so in order to kind of embrace what's happening right now with the environmental transition. Maybe it is important also for us to understand and ask, very uncomfortable questions, because, when we think about something very small and narrow, we very often shy away from other issues or questions which maybe, make us feel uncomfortable. Like, what are we doing here? Like a very basic philosophical question, which, it's just very, huge to answer. But yeah, maybe we should keep asking this question to ourselves. And I think, this kind of understanding of the idea of interconnectedness and how things are connected, it's very important to embrace that. I hope I made sense.
Absolutely. To me, it makes a lot of sense what you're sharing and talking about. And maybe before we have to jump to our next guest, you can tell us a little bit about what you are up to at the moment. Are you still working on how to make an ocean? Do you have some new projects in the work? What's going on kind of in your artistic practice at the moment?
So, I mean, the how to make an ocean opened a Pandora box of various questions, which I hope to explore in the future. And one of the very interesting things which I found out, and it's like a little story, when I started actually to grow something in my tears, not grow, even just to keep it alive, that was a red algae from the North Sea. And the red algae suddenly lost its color and became white. And I was wondering, why? Why is that? And then I found out that basically this red algae didn't get enough nourishment. So then I thought, you know, can I, for example, use my body, whatever, my diet, in such a way so I can regulate all the chemical elements in my tears in such a way so it's good for algae. So I'm kind of really interested in looking how human body can be of service to nature. So I think, you know, that's where I will be going from now on.
Sounds super interesting. So I think we are really looking forward to seeing what you are going to be up to in the next months. I'm also wondering, since we have a little bit more time, I was also interested in recently diving into By the Code of Soil, which is a bit of a different project. And at the end of the session, we're going to talk about Taste Your Soil. So I was wondering if you can also briefly share if you are still working on this project, where you were working with growers all across Europe and also kind of doing a very empathetic sensing project with them.
So the project has finished, so I'm not working on it anymore. However, I still have access to some of the data. So in a way, the soil moisture data, which came, I don't know if viewers know, from I think around 18,000 soil moisture sensors scattered across Europe. And this data was dictating whatever visuals and sound come on that installation, which is kind of audiovisual installation on people's computers. However, the project, which is kind of a progression from that, is a project which I am conducting with the Knoll West Media Centre in Bristol. It's quite a long story, but basically what I am trying to do is I'm trying to get a knowledge from elderly, very knowledgeable, amazing gardeners and map it into little digital devices in such a way so those devices can help new growers or people who are aspire to be gardeners to find out about, you know, the soil moisture or what sort of insects there are in the gardens which might be beneficial or harmful to plants, etc., etc. So it's kind of it's slightly different, but it is a continuation of the same passion.
Wonderful. So thank you so much for coming here, for sharing the evening session with us tonight. I'm super happy that we got to chat and to meet for the first time here on the stage. So thank you so much for joining us. For everybody who is in Linz, don't miss out on seeing how to make an ocean actually in the theme exhibition Digital End-to-End Life this year at the Ars Electronica Festival. So we took a very intimate and emotional view now on the topic of water-life balance and on a microscopic ocean. And now we're actually going to zoom out very, very far and going to watch the oceans from above through geospatial analysis. And we're going to do that by talking about the topic and the project of Oceans in Transformation by Territorial Agency. So Territorial Agency are John Palmesino and Anne-Sophie Rönskog, who are based in London and are working in different areas on comprehensive spatial analysis and basically on finding ways of how to sustainably transform territories. And a very big project that they have been working on for the past 2 years is Oceans in Transformation, that just won the Starts Prize for Artistic Exploration. And there they are really investigating the impact of human activity on the world ocean, the changes, the circulations in energies, in interactions, and in ecologies. So basically looking at all of the dynamics of this massive kind of area that surrounds us all, and also exploring how we want to treat it and what kind of stages it is finding itself in now. And kind of how the human activities of the Anthropocene are affecting the oceans. So let's take a quick look now into Oceans in Transformation, and then we are going to be joined by John Palmesino from Territorial Agency to hear more about this fantastic project.
Hello, my name is Marcus Reimann. I'm the director of TBA 21 Academy and its home, Ocean Space. Ocean Space is a new center in Venice, catalyzing ocean literacy, research, and advocacy through the lens of art. It's a collaborative platform that brings together artists and scientists, architects and activists and researchers to together foster ocean imagination and ocean action. And as we're in Venice, we chose for the second exhibition of Ocean Space, we chose to work with an architecture collective called Territorial Agency and present their work Oceans in Transformation, which is the culmination of a 3-year long-term research commission that started with the investigation of sea level rise. And what better place to investigate sea level rise than in Venice? So I invite you now to follow me into the exhibition and see the work.
Territorial Agency has been investigating the Anthropocene, the age of the transformation of the planet, for about past decade or more, trying to contribute to the amount of knowledge produced by various scholars about this particular age and the transformations it brings about. Oceans in Transformation is an attempt to unravel the mechanisms of transformations on the planet from an oceanic point of view, meaning looking at the Anthropocene from the oceans. So the question they are posing initially is, how can we sense, how can we make understanding the transformations of the oceanic, whereas the ocean is an area that is invisible, that doesn't allow, doesn't afford us a view into its body, if you want. So what instruments, what possibilities of knowing do we have in order to develop an image of the oceans and its transformation? One. And secondly, how can we bring together the various ways of knowing, the various sciences, investigations, data collected on the ocean, so that they form a body of knowledge and are syncretized as one coherent story of the ocean. And in order to do that, they have both developed an aesthetic representation. These are the fields of images and compositions that you see behind me, but also a conceptual repertoire that is very important for us to understand, because it is the ideas, the understanding, the ways of knowing that perhaps also lead us to a better safeguarding of the ocean in our future.
So we got a brief insight already into oceans in transformation, and we are also joined now by John Palmesino of Territorial Agency, who I'm super happy to see again after already spending time today at the Starts Day. So John already spent actually 2 hours, I think, today talking about oceans in transformation at Territorial Agency's practice. So we are also closing out now the evening together after already sharing many hours of the morning. So happy to see you again. And since we already got a bit of an introduction into oceans in transformation, I want to immediately jump into the first question that we talked about also in advance. You mentioned that there are many different ways of grasping the ocean or trying to grasp the ocean. And we were wondering how does oceans in transformation operate in between all of these complexities of different ways of knowing the oceans?
The difficult thing to do when we are thinking of the ocean, and we just heard a beautiful presentation about another imaginary of the ocean, is to always consider the fact that we only have one interconnected ocean. As kids, we learn about the Atlantic, the Pacific, the Indian Ocean, and so on. We also know that it's one big body of water interconnected. But the interesting thing is that it's plural, not only in its names, but the way in which people inhabit the ocean, different cultures, but also different scientific domains, start producing a very strange relationship when it comes to the ocean that has poses many challenges to notions of place and notion even of naming. So when, for instance, we consider how Europeans call some parts of the intersection of the Indian and the Pacific Ocean, like the Tasman, or how the indigenous populations, that, for instance, the Maori call that space, is not only different names, but it's literally different entities, different agencies, different capacities of acting. And so it's really a problem when we start having a necessity of understanding together what is happening to the ocean, that we have such a multiplicity. And usually we tend to simplify, and we tend to bring everything to a common minimum denominator. While at Territorial Agency, we are really convinced, and through the work that we've done with TBA 21 Academy, we're convinced that the opposite should be done. We should multiply. We should have as many voices, sounds, and cultures, modes of being the ocean as we can, and try to find ways in which they can start talking together, rather than suppressing them under one big overarching scheme. The idea is to start a conversation, or multiple conversations, simultaneous conversations maybe going on at the same time, about what it means to engage with the most important aspect of our living planet. So, for instance, when we start looking at the European ocean and the coastlines of the many peninsulas that form the continent of Europe, we are looking at a situation where the little that is left to be fished has already been fished and been overfished and transformed into basically a large area of further and further exploitation. At the same time, this space that we are extracting all our marine proteins from is imagined as still being that of the coastal communities, the entire romantic idea of the coastlines, of both of the Mediterranean, the North Sea and the Atlantic, or the Baltic, or the Black Sea being somehow populated by no longer existing set of populations that have been supplanted by highly technologized fisheries and financialized instrumentation of exploitation of the ocean. These two imaginaries are completely opposite, but they coexist in our daily parlance, in our daily imaginaries of the ocean. So the question is, how do we make them really talk to each other? How do we intersect each other? And this is just a very basic narrative within Europe, but you can start imagining the entire discussion, for instance, of the island communities in Europe and how they've been not only marginalized, but impoverished throughout centuries. And now suddenly we are rediscovering many of these places as destinations for tourism until 2 years ago before the pandemic. And suddenly you start seeing that what used to be just a subsistence of capacity of nutrition from algae, grass, the little that was available to these populations suddenly is an enormous resource. And suddenly we have to understand that there's a disparity at play. And I think this is really just the basic condition of the multiplicity of the oceans. And what is more interesting for us is really to understand that the oceans, from the scientific point of view, are completely unknown. We have fantastic scientists that are spending the entire career getting to produce more and more knowledge about that incredible environment. But that knowledge is so segmented and fractured and scattered across different disciplines, different institutions, different research projects, that is becoming more and more difficult to have oversights and bring them together. And the project really tries to get data from these scientists, a little data that is made available on a global level, and put it together. And sometimes it doesn't fit, so sometimes it's out of sync with other data. It uses different cartographic projections. It has different conventions of naming data. And we try to highlight the gaps. And the idea is that once we produce these very fractured and full of noise images and show them back to the people who've produced them, they start talking about things and they start claiming their own ocean back in a very interesting discussion. So the idea is, of Oceans in Transformation is really to create a space where the multiplicity of the oceans triggers a multiplicity of discussion.
Yeah, I think to me it's very interesting what you just explained, that we really have to think about these multiple views of the oceans that are really not singular at all, to really understand this massive aspect of our living environment kind of in all its complexities. And I think now we talked a lot about kind of understanding it. And for me then the next step would be, what does it mean to take action? So I know that this is also something that you have been working on across different layers and areas. So maybe we can talk a little bit about that, what you have been working on in this context, and also about the sensible zone that you shared when we discussed prior to meeting here today.
In Venice, where the exhibition is, and you just saw a little clip about it, we marked on the facade of the beautiful Church of San Lorenzo, Ocean Space, a line with light. And in the evening, until a week ago, it was shining and indicating the future level of the sea in the coming century. When, if we are all good boys and girls, and we do manage to meet the Paris Agreement targets of maintaining global warming within 2 degrees and maybe even 1.5 degrees, the oceans will have swollen and risen well beyond 4 meters to 6 meters. And this is an area that at the beginning when we saw it, and we simply did what architects might do, a bathtub model. No, we imagined that sea level would be like filling a bath. And sea level rise, of course, is much more complex dynamics. And we just saw it with the catastrophic conditions in Germany with the floods and in recent days in North America, but it's a constant condition throughout the world. Sea level rise is a series of catastrophic events. But when we did the bathtub model and we tried to understand the areas that will be covered by sea, if we are to meet the Paris Agreement, we were shocked. We were completely mesmerized, and we couldn't continue the project. It was showing that the areas that architecture has developed over the last 30 years, areas like Shanghai, the development of the Asian metropolis, the incredible rapid urbanization of Africa, the transformation of the coastal populations and coastal areas throughout the world that have made humanity no longer a species that is distributed more or less equally across the temperate zones. It has made us a coastal species. They will all be covered. The areas that we've built so much on and that are currently inhabited by 1.5 billion people will be covered by water. So a call for action for us has been really, first of all, trying to get out of this state of complete anger and shock about what is happening. Second is to understand that we have to move beyond that condition and try to understand what really can be done. At the moment, it's really difficult, but to grasp, the majority of fisheries comes from coastal areas, comes from the areas along the coast that we've so much transformed. And they are overburdened with nutrients. We're given to these coastal areas too much nutrients, and they come basically from the runoff of agriculture, what we feed our plants in farms to stop somehow hunger in the world is then run off into the sea and creates hypoxic coastal areas. That means that there's too much nutrients and plants and little animals start growing too much and they consume all of the oxygen. And when they decay and after dying, their decomposition takes away more oxygen, and then suddenly we have complete dead zones. And we have 500 hypoxic areas in the world. One simple thing, a call for action that we can all think of, is to consider the continuity between land and ocean and keep water in the ground. Keep water, not only oil and the petroleum in the ground, but we need to start understanding that we need more wetlands. We need to retain as much as we can the nutrients that we have over-fertilized the ground before it goes into the wetlands. We need to restore marshlands. We need to restore the seagrasses. We need to restore mangroves. We need to be able to understand that the majority of the marine environment is dominated today by one predator, and it's us. We are the predators of even the smallest creatures, krill, that lives in the Southern Ocean. We are the major predators. It used to be whales, it used to be sharks, and now it's us. We scoop it up in order to feed salmon in salmon farms in Norway and Scotland and Australia and Canada. It's mad. We need to be able to really reconsider the relationship between the land and the ocean in a completely different way. And this is a very simple thing that we can all do. We can engage our local communities to understand how water is a cycle. And this is really the notion of the fact that that area that will be covered in sea by sea level is at the same time the most sensitive component of the trophic cascades, of the food chain. The food chain that connects water and the salty water all the way up to the mountains, even in Austria. And it is there that we have the capacity to understand how the Earth is dominated by life. It regulates its climate. Life creates the environment for its proliferation. And humans, which are part of the biosphere, are now impinging on the entire system, this incredible debris. We can change that. We can really create structures which maintain I'm not saying balance, but understanding of the different ecological structures, which means that we can start understanding, for instance, that the conditions of sensitivity of this zone, the minus 200 meters where photosynthesis still reaches, or the way up to 100 meters under the surface of the sea, where the majority of sea life is, all the way to up to 200 meters, we have the most incredible systems, and at the same time, we have the most advanced systems of technological detection. Remote sensing, data is gathered in this area. The coastal areas of the continental shelves are the most sensed areas. So we, as a call for action, are saying, look, rather than thinking the entire zone of the Earth, try to think of this most sensitive condition and try to understand that this is the area that in the last 30 years we destroyed, depleted, transformed completely. We've destroyed half of the wetlands. We destroyed all of the fisheries. And if we've done that in the last 30 years, we can do much better in the next 30 years, which coincides as a time frame with the time that is left to decarbonize completely our society. So a call for action is to redesign, reimagine technological advancements and human advancement. We had the discussion a few weeks ago about the humanities involved in this. We need to design these sensible zones, and we need to stop thinking the oceans as a way. I see that you're surrounded by beautiful plants. Of course, they give oxygen, but every second breath we all take, the oxygen comes from the plants in the ocean. And this is the difficult thing. We still think it as far away, far away. So let's concentrate on this area, 400 meters in height, that we can still take care of.
Thank you so much for this inspiring view, first from the perspective of understanding the oceans and then from the perspective of how we can really take action, how we can really work on concepts for decarbonization, and also for this very inspiring and thought-provoking idea of not thinking of massive areas, but really focusing on very specific areas where we can start working towards a better approach to how we are but how we are treating our environment and especially our marine environments. So thank you so much, John, for joining us this evening after already a very busy day here at the Ars Electronica Festival. And for everybody in Linz, don't miss out on checking out Oceans in Transformation in the Digital End and Life theme exhibition this year. So from Oceans in Transformation, we are going forward to a couple more gardens and artists who are also dealing with the topic of water-life balance. So maybe if you've been watching the channel or if you've been exploring the program of Ars Electronica Festival, you've already come across our journeys. So the journeys are artistic explorations where artists, cultural institutions, researchers and scientists are kind of developing wonderful little films that showcase different kinds of artistic practice and that really focus on collaborative strategies and working with each other. And we're really looking forward to showing you now two of these journeys. One comes actually from Hyperkampf, an artist collective or a multidisciplinary artist identity founded in Greece, who is currently collaborating in the framework of a European project funded by the Creative Europe program of the European Union called Studiotopia, with a marine biologist called Marco Digenis. And the two of them have been developing one of these wonderful artistic films and journeys, the marine cave Benthic Terrazzo. So there they bring together the artistic perspective of Hyperkampf and Marcos Digenis' expertise as a marine biologist to explore the landscape of the seabed as one sign or one indicator and stage of the undoing of anthropocentric culture. And they are also tackling the practical problems that arise in marine ecosystem preservation by bringing the subject of the oceans inside our homes. So their approach very much again relates to what we just heard about from both Kasia and John when talking about their projects. And then the Valdivia Garden, hosted by the Universidad Austral de Chile, the Faculty of Architecture and Arts, the Institute of Visual Arts and Galeria Replica, are taking us on the Valdivia journey. Extractivism, operations and practices gives us an impression of the Valdivia Garden. So they focus on the San Pedro River located in the Lagos commune of Valdivia in southern Chile. And they're going to explore in their journey this specific ecosystem around this region. So let's take a look now into those two journeys.
Το Μάιο του 2021, μία καταδυτική ομάδα θαλάσσιων ερευνητών επισκέφθηκε 6 υποθαλάσσια σπήλαια στην περιοχή των Χανίων, στο βορειοδυτικό τμήμα του νησιού της Κρήτης. Η ομάδα αποτελούταν από τον Μάρκο Διγενή, μελετητή του θαλάσσιου βένθους, τον θαλάσσιο βιολόγο Βασίλη Γεροβασιλείου, ερευνητή του Ελληνικού Κέντρου Θαλάσσιων Ερευνών και επίκουρο καθηγητή θαλάσσιας βιοποικιλότητας του Ιωνίου Πανεπιστημίου, τον Θάνο Δαηλιάννη, ερευνητή του Ελληνικού Κέντρου Θαλάσσιων Ερευνών με αντικείμενο τα εδραία σπόνδυλα, τον Ιούλιο Γλαμπεδάκη, υποβρύχιο κινηματογραφιστή, και τον επαγγελματία δίτη Νίκο Γιαννουλάκη. Η πλειονότητα των θαλάσσιων σπηλαίων που επέλεξαν να επισκεφθούν καταγράφονται επιστημονικά για πρώτη φορά. Οι καταδύσεις είχαν σκοπό την πλήρη καταγραφή της μορφολογίας και της βιοποικιλότητάς τους, την εκτίμηση της γενικής κατάστασής τους και την καταγραφή των επιπέδων ρύπανσης μάκρο- και μικροπλαστικών στο εσωτερικό τους, καθώς και τα επίπεδα άλλων απειλών που αντιμετωπίζουν αυτά τα οικοσυστήματα. Σε κάθε σπήλαιο έγινε λήψη φωτογραφικών πλαισίων, μετρήσεις του χώρου, οπτική καταγραφή οργανισμών και συλλογή δείγματος πυθμένα, με σκοπό τη δημιουργία ενός πλήρους αρχείου για μελλοντική αναφορά και σχεδιασμό της προστασίας τους. Τα υποθαλάσσια σπήλαια είναι ένα από τα πιο διαδεδομένα περιβάλλοντα των βραχώδων ακτών της Ανατολικής Μεσογείου.
Μέχρι σήμερα στη Μεσόγειο είναι γνωστά περισσότερα από 3.000 θαλάσσια σπήλαια και περίπου 1.000 από αυτά βρίσκονται στις ελληνικές ακτές. Το κάθε σπήλαιο διακρίνεται από μοναδικά περιβαλλοντικά χαρακτηριστικά, ανάλογα με την ιδιαίτερη γεωμορφολογία του, και γι' αυτό το λόγο λέμε πως κάθε σπήλαιο είναι μοναδικό και χρήζει ιδιαίτερης μελέτης αλλά και δράσεων προστασίας. Τα θαλάσσια σπήλαια φιλοξενούν πλούσιο βιοκοσμό, πολύ μεγάλο αριθμό ειδών, που όμως χαρακτηρίζεται από πάρα πολύ μεγάλη, από αξιοσημείωτη χωρική ετερογένεια. Δηλαδή, πολύ διαφορετικά είδη αναπτύσσονται σε κλίμακα λίγων μόνο μέτρων. Αυτό συμβαίνει διότι δύο κύριες παράμετροι μεταβάλλονται από την είσοδο προς το εσωτερικό των σπηλαίων: ο φωτισμός και η ανανέωση του νερού. Έτσι λοιπόν κοντά στην ύπαρξη των σπηλαίων έχουμε ένα πολύχρωμο μοσαϊκό, το οποίο αποτελείται από κάποια είδη φυκών, τα οποία ονομάζονται ροδοφύκοι, που μπορούν να αναπτυχθούν κάτω από σκιερές συνθήκες, αλλά χρειάζονται το φωτισμό για να αναπτυχθούν. Στο ημισκότεινο τμήμα των σπηλαίων δεν υπάρχουν φυτικοί οργανισμοί, δεν μπορούν να φωτοσυνθέσουν και γι' αυτό το λόγο έχουμε αποκλειστικά και μόνο ζωικούς οργανισμούς, όπως είναι οι σπόγγοι, τα κοινά μας φουγγάρια και διάφορα είδη κοραλιών, τα οποία αναπτύσσονται κάτω από σκιερές συνθήκες. Ενώ στο σκοτεινό εσωτερικό των σπηλαίων έχουμε πολύ λιγότερα είδη, καθώς επίσης και πολύ μικρότερα σε μέγεθος είδη. Ωστόσο, σε αυτό το πολύ ιδιαίτερο περιβάλλον, το οποίο στην αρχή όταν επισκέπτεται κάποιος νομίζει πως είναι άδειο, υπάρχουν πάρα πολλά είδη τα οποία είναι νυχτώδια και βρίσκουν καταφύγιο στο σκοτεινό εσωτερικό των σπηλαίων κατά τη διάρκεια της ημέρας, εξέρχονται από αυτά το βράδυ για να τραφούν, αλλά υπάρχουν και αρκετά είδη οργανισμών τα οποία παρατηρούνται εκτός των σπηλαίων σε πολύ βαθύτερα νερά. Επικρατούν συνθήκες παρόμοιες με αυτές της βαθιάς θάλασσας. Έτσι λοιπόν έχουμε ένα φυσικό εργαστήριο το οποίο προσομοιάζει τις συνθήκες αυτές και είναι άμεσα προσβάσιμο από τον άνθρωπο για αυτόνομη κατάδυση και για μελέτη.
Από αυτή τη βύθιση, σε ένα από τα πιο απομονωμένα και δυσπρόσιτα από τον άνθρωπο σημεία του θαλάσσιου οικοσυστήματος, αναδυόμαστε στο πιο πολυσύχναστο, οικείο και εύκολα προσβάσιμο σημείο του. Στην ακτή. Εκεί που η θάλασσα συναντάει την ξηρά. Στην παραλία. Εκεί που ο άνθρωπος όλο το χρόνο ονειρεύεται να απολαμβάνει την αγαλίαση της αργίας του. Το σημείο που από μικρός έμαθε να παίζει με τα όρια των δύο κόσμων και τη μετάβαση από την υδάτινη στην επίγεια συνθήκη. Οι Hyperconf εξετάζουν ένα τέτοιο σημείο τομής στη βόρεια ακτή της Τίνου. Στα όρια που τέμνονται δύο οικοσυστήματα, όλα εντείνονται. Εκεί γίνεται στον καθένα από μας άμεσα αντιληπτά τα προβλήματα που αντιμετωπίζουν τόσο το θαλάσσιο, όσο και το επίγειο περιβάλλον. Το σημείο αυτό προσφέρει πρόσβαση σε εικόνες μιας νέας κανονικότητας, σε συμπτυγμένα παραδείγματα μιας νέας υλικότητας, όπου οργανικά και συνθετικά στοιχεία ταξιδεύουν μαζί τις θάλασσες, πλαστικά σμιλεύονται από το κύμα σαν βότσαλα και αποκτάνε ζωή, καθώς κάποιοι οργανισμοί αποδέχονται με μία αβίαστη φυσικότητα τις νέες πολύχρωμες συζεύξεις. Έχουμε όλοι κάνει τόσο μακρύ ταξίδι. Η θάλασσα ήταν κάποτε ξηρά, η ξηρά ήταν κάποτε θάλασσα.
Τα σπήλαια τα οποία σήμερα τα συναντάμε κάτω από την επιφάνεια του νερού, παλιά ήταν εξ ολοκλήρου χερσαία. Στην Κρήτη συγκεκριμένα, πριν 18 με 21.000 χρόνια περίπου, η στάθμη της θάλασσας ήταν 120 μέτρα πιο χαμηλά.
Τα σπήλαια κάποτε ήταν ο τόπος κατοικίας των ανθρώπων, ήταν το μέρος όπου έθαβαν τους νεκρούς τους, ήταν ένας λατρευτικός τόπος, ήταν ένα φυσικό καταφύγιο.
Τα σπήλαια καταφύγιά μας βυθίστηκαν πριν χιλιάδες χρόνια. Οι νέοι κάτοικοί τους είναι πλέον πολυπληθείς και ποικίλοι. Καλύπτουν τους τοίχους, την οροφή και το πυθμένα και διεξάγουν χημικούς πολέμους για την περιοχή τους.
Φιλοξενούν κάποιες κοινότητες, μικροβιακές κοινότητες, καθώς επίσης και πάρα πολλά είδη ασπονδύλων, όπως είναι για παράδειγμα οι σπόγγοι και τα κοράλια, που έχουν πολύ μεγάλο βιοτεχνολογικό ενδιαφέρον. Αποτελούν δημιουργικές πηγές για θεραπευτικές ουσίες για τον άνθρωπο. Πλέον, κάποια είδη ασπονδύλων με σκληρές σκελετικές δομές, με σκληρούς σκελετούς και ασβεστολιτικούς σωλήνες, συχνά δημιουργούν βιοσχηματισμούς, δηλαδή βιογενείς σχηματισμούς όπως σταλακτίτες, οι οποίοι ωστόσο προέρχονται από τις δομές αυτών των οργανισμών, που μπορεί να έχουν ηλικία από μερικές εκατοντάδες και χιλιάδες χρόνια και παρουσιάζουν πάρα πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον για την επιστήμη της παλαιοκλιματολογίας. Μπορούμε, μελετώντας αυτές τις δομές, να ανιχνεύσουμε μεταβολές στις κλιματολογικές συνθήκες χιλιάδες χρόνια πριν.
Πίσω στην επιφάνεια για μία ανάσα. Αλλά η επιφάνεια έχει μετακινηθεί. Η στάθμη έχει ανέβει. Στη μελλοντική κλιματολογία η παραλία τρώει τη γη, η θάλασσα εισχωρεί στο σπίτι. Πλημμυρισμένη ρουτίνα, υποβρύχιες πόλεις.
Η αντιμετώπιση μας απέναντι στη θάλασσα είναι πως είναι μια πηγή, ανεξάντλητη πηγή φυσικών πόρων. Ο άνθρωπος συνεχώς στρέφεται όλο και βαθύτερα, σε όλο και πιο παρθένα και ανεξερεύνητα οικοσυστήματα προκειμένου να τα εκμεταλλευτεί. Για παράδειγμα, μια δραστηριότητα η οποία είναι αρκετά έντονη τα τελευταία χρόνια είναι η εξόρυξη μεταλλευμάτων στο βαθύ ωκεάνιο πυθμένα. Σήμερα είναι η θάλασσα, η βαθιά θάλασσα, μελλοντικά μπορεί να είναι το διάστημα.
Ο άνθρωπος στην πράξη είναι και ήταν πάντα άμεσα συνδεδεμένος με την ξηρά. Ότι η θάλασσα ήταν για αυτόν στην ουσία ένας ξένος τόπος. Είναι λίγο σαν τον ουρανό, ας πούμε, τη νύχτα με τα αστέρια. Το βλέπουμε, το ξέρουμε ότι υπάρχει εκεί, αλλά δεν αισθανόμαστε ότι επηρεάζει άμεσα τη ζωή μας. Και θεωρώ ότι ακόμα και οι ανθρώπινες κοινωνίες που ζουν κοντά στη θάλασσα, ως επιτοπλίστων την αντιμετωπίζουν σαν τροφό, σαν δηλαδή κάτι που τους παρέχει τροφή ή μέσα για επιβίωση, ή σαν αποθετήρα, για να ρίχνουμε τα σκουπίδια μας, για να ρίχνουμε τα λίμματά μας. Ωστόσο, σήμερα έχουμε τα επιστημονικά μέσα για να κατανοήσουμε το θαλάσσιο περιβάλλον και επίσης έχουμε κάτι ιδιαίτερο, τα τεχνολογικά μέσα για να μεταφέρουμε την εικόνα του σε κάθε άνθρωπο στον πλανήτη, ακόμα και σε αυτούς που δεν ζουν κοντά στη θάλασσα. Και αυτό νομίζω ότι είναι ελπιδοφόρο, γιατί όσο γνωρίζουμε το θαλάσσιο χώρο, τόσο αντιλαμβανόμαστε και τη σημασία του και επίσης αντιλαμβανόμαστε ότι έχει άμεση σύνδεση με τη ζωή μας και οφείλουμε και να τον γνωρίσουμε και να τον προστατεύσουμε εν τέλει.
Οι επιπτώσεις της ανθρώπινης δραστηριότητας είναι εμφανείς παντού. Ακόμα και στα μεγαλύτερα ωκεάνια βάθη, σε βάθη 11.000 μέτρων ή και σε βαθιά σκοτεινά θαλάσσια φύλλα, μπορεί κάποιος να συναντήσει πλαστικά απορρίμματα. Υπάρχουν περιστατικά μαζικής θνησιμότητας εξαιτίας της αύξησης της θερμοκρασίας, της οξύνησης των ωκεανών σε ό,τι αφορά οργανικούς ασφυστολικτικούς σκελετούς, και έτσι η τρισδιάστατη πολυπλοκότητα του οικοσυστήματος αντικαθίσταται από μια διδιάστατη πολυπλοκότητα, επικρατούν είτε με τη μορφή επίστρωσης ή επιστρώματος ή κρούστας. Έτσι λοιπόν το οικοσύστημα γίνεται όλο και πιο ομοιογενές, χάνεται η φυσική ετερογένεια, χάνεται αυτή η φυσική πολυπλοκότητα που υπήρχε. Φυσικά θα υπάρχει μια ισορροπία που θα επέλθει στο οικοσύστημα. Η Μεσόγειος άλλωστε ξεκίνησε κάποτε, μερικά εκατομμύρια χρόνια πριν, ως ένας τροπικός ωκεανός και θα ξαναγίνει σιγά σιγά μια τροπική θάλασσα.
Οι Hyperconf σχεδιάζουν μια πρόταση γεννημένη στα σημεία τομής του επίγειου και του υποθαλάσσιου. Μια τροποποιημένη τεχνική κατασκευής πατώματος βασισμένη στην ιταλική τεχνική μοσαϊκού Terrazzo. Τη δημιουργία ενός νέου εδάφους για τα σπίτια μας και παράλληλα το πορτρέτο ενός νέου τέκνο σολ που φέρνει απολιθωμένες τις πολυταξιδεμένες μιας χρήσης στιγμές μας, μια πολύχρωμη τρούφα καταναλωτικής ντοπαμίνης. Η επιστροφή στο σπίτι της άσωτης στιγμής. Η τεχνική αντικαθιστά την άμμο και ένα σημαντικό μέρος του τσιμέντου που χρησιμοποιείται για την κατασκευή ενός πατώματος τύπου τεράτσο, με το μείγμα των οργανικών στοιχείων και μικροπλαστικών, πλαστικών, διχτυών, σχοινιών, ακόμα και σύνθετων μικροαντικειμένων που μπορούν να συλλεχθούν στην ακτή. Η τεχνική, σε μικρή κλίμακα, δεν απαιτεί εξειδικευμένα μηχανήματα ή γνώση, αξιοποιεί άμεσα το μη ανακυκλώσιμο μείγμα οργανικών και συνθετικών υλικών που μπορεί να μαζευτεί από ένα άτομο ή μια μικρή ομάδα ανθρώπων. Μια κίνηση αξιοποίησης της ενοχής, της νέας υλικότητας και μια αναφορά σε μια πιθανή μελλοντική κλιματική πραγματικότητα. Το πρώτο τεράτσο πάτωμα θα σχεδιαστεί με βάση φωτογραφικά πλαίσια από τα τυχώματα και την οροφή των υποθαλάσσιων σπηλαίων, σαν μια οδή στις βενθικές κοινότητες, στην ανθεκτικότητα και την προσαρμοστικότητα της φύσης, στις κρυφές χημικές μάχες πάνω στο βράχο, στους πολύχρωμους νέους κατοίκους που βρίσκουν καταφύγιο εκεί που χιλιάδες χρόνια πριν έβρισκε και ο άνθρωπος, ένα νοητό νεύμα στους πιθανούς μελλοντικούς κατοίκους των μοντέρνων συμμετένιων μας οικισμάτων, είτε αυτοί είναι γήινοι, είτε είναι θαλάσσιοι οργανισμοί, αν η στάθμη της θάλασσας τελικά καταπιεί την πόλη.
Γενικά, οι αλλαγές στο περιβάλλον, στο φυσικό περιβάλλον, είτε είναι θαλάσσιο είτε είναι χερσαίο, ούτως ή άλλως συμβαίνει άσχετα με την παρουσία του ανθρώπου ή όχι. Έτσι, δηλαδή, εμείς πάντα θεωρούμε ότι είναι κάτι στατικό το περιβάλλον, η γη, η ζωή πάνω στη γη κτλ. Γιατί είναι η ζωή μας μικρή, οπότε σε αυτό το περιορισμένο χρονικό διάστημα, ακόμα και η ιστορία του ανθρώπινου πολιτισμού είναι μικρή για να πιάσει τις μεγαλύτερες αλλαγές που συμβαίνουν στο φυσικό σύστημα. Σίγουρα είναι ανθρωποκεντρικό το θέμα, γιατί εμείς σαν όντα έχουμε συνηθίσει να ζούμε σε κάποιες συγκεκριμένες συνθήκες και με ένα συγκεκριμένο περίγυρο και με ένα συγκεκριμένο περιβάλλον, με κάποιες συγκεκριμένες ανέσεις. Οπότε, αν αυτό αλλάξει, συνήθως φοβόμαστε ότι θα αλλάξει εις βάρος μας, οπότε θα γίνει η ζωή μας πιο δύσκολη και αδύνατη.
Τα σπήλαια που καταγράφηκαν βρίσκονταν σε καλή κατάσταση. Η μορφολογία τους και η τοποθέτησή τους τους παρέχει μια φυσική προστασία. Πώς μοιάζει το μέλλον τους?
Σε ό,τι αφορά τα θαλάσσια σπήλαια, η άποψή μου είναι πως ως ένα βαθμό ότι είναι φυσικά καταπήγεια και επειδή ο άνθρωπος ποτέ των ποτών δεν θα μπορεί να γνωρίζει όλες τις ποιλότητες του θαλάσσιου περιβάλλοντος, θέλω να ελπίζω ότι πάντα θα υπάρχει ένα μοναδικό σπήλαιο που φιλοξενεί πλούσια, ιδιαίτερη, μοναδική βιοποικιλότητα που ποτέ δεν θα ανακαλύψουμε, που ποτέ δεν θα μάθουμε την ύπαρξή του. Τα σπήλαια θα σώσουν τη βιοποικιλότητα και πραγματικά μου δίνει μια αισιοδοξία το γεγονός ότι ξέρω πως επειδή δεν θα τα ανακαλύψουμε ποτέ, μπορεί ίσως να μην δεχτούν και τις αρνητικές επιπτώσεις μας ώστε να χαθούν για πάντα.
A metros de la desembocadura de este lago se inicia el río San Pedro, ancestralmente llamado Guasalafquén. Este lugar también es conocido como desagüe, pertenece a la comuna de Panguipulli, pero a su vez gran parte de este río también pasa y pertenece a la comuna de Los Lagos. Por este lugar desembocan las aguas de 7 lagos, el lago Lácar, el lago Pirihueico, el lago Neltume, también el lago Pellaifa, Calafquén, Panguipulli y el que está a mis espaldas, el lago Riñihue.
Tras el potente megaterremoto del 22 de mayo de 1960, el tsunami que devastó grandes extensiones costeras de la cuenca del Pacífico y la posterior erupción del volcán Puyehue, un peligro aún mayor se cierne sobre el territorio de la actual región de Los Ríos. Los sectores aledaños al lago Riñihue empiezan a inundarse producto del aumento del nivel de sus aguas, las cuales subían a razón de medio metro por día. Esta es o fue la señal del comienzo de lo que se conoce popularmente como riñiguazo. El terremoto provocó grandes desprendimientos de terreno en las laderas que flanquean el río San Pedro, el cual es el desagüe del lago Riñihue. Esto provocó 3 grandes tacos que impedían el paso del agua. Estos tacos tenían en promedio una altura de 20 metros sobre el caudal normal del río. El taco más grande, el taco número 3, tenía una extensión de 2 kilómetros de largo, 1 de ancho y una altura de 27 metros. Se temía que el rebalse del lago finalmente lograra sobrepasar las presas, generando una colosal ola de agua, barro y escombros que destruiría por completo la ciudad de Los Lagos y Valdivia, además de localidades aledañas. Esto, sin embargo, no ocurrió gracias al incansable trabajo de más de 450 hombres y mujeres cuya labor fue liderada por el ingeniero Raúl Sáez. Me parece justo y pertinente realzar y poder reflexionar en torno a la colosal hazaña de todos estos hombres que solo con la fuerza de sus manos lograron salvar de esta catástrofe a estas localidades de la región de Los Ríos, considerando las precarias condiciones de la época con las cuales tuvieron que lidiar para llevar a cabo esta labor.
Algunos decían que estábamos jugando. ¿Cómo que está jugando? Estábamos peligrando cada segundo de la vida. Era un miedo tremendo, era cada segundo, cada minuto. Nosotros teníamos miedo. El miedo no lo colmó hasta que el taco a tres se fue abajo. Si creíamos que ahí lo iba a llegar la coja. Nosotros queríamos morir, pero moríamos valientemente porque íbamos a dar Valdivia.
La empresa Colbún, de la familia Mate, hace 14 años que quiere instalar una represa en el río San Pedro. El muro principal tendría una altura de 56 metros y el embalse tendría un largo de 12,5 kilómetros. Es difícil creer que quieran construir una represa en un lugar donde han ocurrido eventos geológicos tan importantes como son los riñiguazos posteriores a los terremotos de 1575 y de 1960. Este último, el de mayor magnitud registrado por la humanidad.
Posiblemente, no necesariamente, un terremoto de magnitud 9 o un 9 superior, como el del 60, o necesariamente que un movimiento en masa gigante como el Taco 3 pueda necesariamente represar el río San Pedro. Un movimiento en masa pequeño puede también hacerlo. ¿Qué quiere decir esto también? De que no necesariamente un terremoto gigante es necesario para generar un movimiento que represa el río San Pedro. También un terremoto 8 o un terremoto intraplaca, que no se han estudiado no solamente científicamente, sino que también este mismo Colbún no ha hecho investigaciones necesarias o acabadas como para determinar cuál es la recurrencia de los terremotos intraplaca. Bueno, terremotos más pequeños que el 60 pueden perfectamente represar el río San Pedro, producto de un movimiento en masa. Entonces, para mi parecer, desde el aspecto técnico, desde el aspecto geológico, geomorfológico y geográfico, me parece que Colbún no esté preparado de ninguna manera para poder dar cuenta de lo que es una represa en el río San Pedro con la historia que este tiene.
Por temas de seguridad, económicos y medioambientales, las represas son una tecnología obsoleta a nivel mundial. Este proyecto fue aprobado en el 2008 tras una serie de irregularidades. Llegó a ser estudiado por una comisión de la Cámara de Diputados, donde se encontró que habían agilizadores por parte del Estado que buscaban aprobar este proyecto, el de la Central Hidroeléctrica San Pedro, y otros proyectos hidroeléctricos y termoeléctricos, como Hidroaicén o Alto Maipo. El estudio geológico lo realizó un ingeniero en minas, no un geólogo, como exigía la ley. En el año 2011, la empresa se vio obligada a paralizar las obras por problemas en su construcción, indicando que necesitaban hacer nuevos estudios geológicos. Desde esa fecha, la empresa no ha podido reactivar las obras. Esto deja en evidencia la poca seriedad de su trabajo y el mal sistema de evaluación ambiental que tenemos en nuestro país.
El río no se vende, no se entrega, porque es algo natural. Pero alguien hizo esto. Alguien hizo los animales, los peces, para que el ser humano pueda sobrevivir, no destruir. ¿Qué se le puede pedir? El silencio, el cielo, las aves. Uno se emociona, jefe. Yo a veces salgo solo así, contemplo. Sí. Que da pena, da pena.
Este paisaje ha resistido desde su creación a los embates de la naturaleza. Y en conjunto a su gente sigue resistiendo a empresarios inescrupulosos que vienen a faltar el respeto a millones de años de historia de este valle y a poner en riesgo nuestras vidas.
So thank you for following along with today's session on water-life balance. I hope that you found the interviews, the contents, the journeys, everything we saw in the past almost 2 hours as inspiring as I did and as we do. And so please don't miss out on tomorrow's session. We have one on digital humanity with Michelle Thorne and Chris Adams from Branch Magazine, who are also hosting and organizing tomorrow's Branch Symposium, this year's theme symposium on the New Digital Deal. There's a session on global challenges with human rights lawyer Renata Avila. And we're also tackling transformation, gender and identity with the pre-award of distinction, the artist Adriana Knuf. You can be sure that tomorrow we are going to tackle a lot of interesting issues, all pertaining to exploring the new digital deal. And last, but certainly not least, also don't miss out on the live stream from the Ars Electronica Gala, where, as every year, the winners of the pre-Ars Electronica and the 2 Starts prizes are receiving their awards, as well as the big concert night. And also, all of the award-winning pre-Ars Electronica projects are going to be streamed here on the Ars Electronica channel. As always, we are going to leave you with some contributions to our community projects, Experts of the Future and Taste Your Soil. This year, we really wanted to connect our garden partners all across the globe through some shared projects and some shared experiences. One of which is the Experts of the Future program and community project hosted and developed by the Ars Electronica Futurelab, who for their 25th anniversary are actually asking the kids what they are thinking and considering our future to be. So I'm sure we are really getting the expert opinions from the crowd there. And the gardens who are doing Expert of the Futures and who you can see in a minute is the Garden Milan by Meet. So definitely don't miss to check out the Experts of the Future of this garden. And then we also have a wonderful community project called Taste Your Soil that's inspired a bit by a beautiful artistic project called the Museum of Edible Earth, where Masha Roux, an artist based both in the Netherlands and from Russia, is exploring different kinds of edible earth eaten by all kinds of communities around the globe. And so we've actually asked our garden partners to also contribute to this project and to share with us videos and earth samples, soil samples, where they are trying their own soil in their backyard, in their museum, wherever they are. So we also have 2 Taste Your Soil projects now by Garden Barcelona Espronceda and by Taiwan, the Sacred Garden. So I do hope that you will tune in again for the next sessions tomorrow. Hope you are still enjoying the Ars Electronica Festival, a new digital deal, and enjoy also the journey by Kasia Molga, who we've seen today in an interview, and who you've had the pleasure to share more about her project, How to Make an Ocean. So we're also going to show the journey by Kasia. So enjoy these projects and hope you enjoyed the water-life balance session.
Hi, it's me, Mark, and today we're going to taste one of my favorite pieces of soil. This is basalt igneous rock from the bottom of the sea. I picked up myself diving into the water, doing snorkel, and let's taste it. Cheers! It tastes something like salty because it was under the sea, and also umami. I can feel the shape of the millions of years of the erosion and the pressure of the water. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed. See you.
Taiwan consists of a wide variety of soil types. It is surrounded by ocean on all sides. The salt industry in Taiwan has thrived for over 300 years. The industry's economic development and Taiwan's culture are closely intertwined. Annually, the Salt for Peace Festival is held at Tainan Beimen District. The festival's purpose is to dispel evil spirits and to pray for safety and good blessings. It is also a continuation of a valuable cultural tradition. On another note, Taiwan is known as the Kingdom of Fruits. There is a rich variety of fruits available year-round. Eating pineapple can cause an allergic reaction that make you feel scratchy and itchy. But a pinch of salt can ease that away. Do you know some people eat steamed tangerine with sea salt? It can cure the cough. It's known that sea salt can enhance the sweetness of the fruit. For example, like watermelon. Let's try it. Taiwan food is delicious. Let's try it with the salt. Very interesting. It's contrasting. It does bring out the sweetness a little more. You should try it at home. Sea salt has a lot of minerals. Women use it for beauty bath. And it's also great for exfoliating the skin. There, smells like butter. These are the gifts served on a platter, given to us by the land and the sea. It is an extraordinary match, a healthy and perfect combination.
dagli incendi che sono stati a Pescara in Sardegna, e mi preoccupa anche questo scioglimento dei poli e della diminuzione di ozono. E poi sarei curioso di sapere le altre piante che ci saranno in futuro.
What makes an ocean? How many creatures are in the drop of a seawater? What are they? And what is their role in making the sea? And if I was to create it, how should I start? I grew up on the open ocean, traveling with my sailor father on the merchant navy vessels. To be surrounded by big muddy water is my natural state of being. Now I live in Margate, by the North Sea, where I can get my daily dose of ocean. I look at the ship anchored offshore awaiting the entry to harbors, just like the ones where I spent my childhood years.
Hello there. My name is Kasia Molga and I am design fusionist, which really means a master of none and a serial beginner. Or in other words, artist or media artist, designer, creative technologist, and a sort of storyteller. I am passionate about the deep interconnections and relations between us humans and what I call non-human makers, or in other words, earthlings. That is, entities and organisms which constitute life of this planet.
It's called Coral Love Story. It is a wearable.
Our relation to them is increasingly mediated through thicker layers of technologies, altering our perception of so-called nature as well as our role within it. So what I try to do in my practice is to human uncentered that technologies, to amplify very intricate and inherent interdependencies on our environment and presence of the aforementioned non-human makers. The sea now is different from the sea of my childhood. And I don't need to tell you why, because the news has been delivered. Beautiful living beings keep disappearing before we have a chance to meet them. It is impossible
to imagine the devastation inside of this ginormous big blue. Yet we have entered the time when we mourn its losses. A few months ago, I experienced a loss too. There was an abundance of tears. My bodily reaction was to produce some form of H2O with molecules formed by my hormones and proteins and some bacteria.
How to make an ocean?
Can my human teardrop be a start of a new marine habitat culture which, when cultivated, can provide a nourishing foundation and remedy for the impoverished seas? Can I, while destroying, become a healer?
This project, like most of my projects, has a lot of layers and complexities, and so to help me unpick some of them, I invited my friend and fellow artist Teresa Dillon to conversation. Dear Teresa, I have the pleasure to report that some creatures are thriving in the potion made out of my own tears and a few drops of the North Sea water. I suspect there are a colony of Stylonokia. For some reason, in Polish, it is called pantofelek, which in direct translation is really a little stiletto. I wonder what is in my tears which made them thrive so well. That made me think about emotional impact of bots. Heavens forbid if you are passionate, as we both are actually, about the environment. The bots around me have created the most paralyzing, anxiety-inducing feedback loop of doom scenarios which makes it difficult to spring to any sort of action. At the same time, being used to this narrative, I find it difficult to emotionally respond to it, and perhaps I have become a little indifferent or immune. Tears, as I have researched, both using myself as a case study and by reading scientific papers, have a huge beneficial function to our physical and mental well-being, and the well-being of little stilettos too, it seems. But crying also helps us to gain clarity. Clarity over the situation which causes us that distress, clarity and space to make a decision and to spring to action. I wonder whether we all need a little session to pause for a little while and have a good cry, especially when stuck on the endless Facebook feed. And so I thought about making an AI moirologist, a bot which would help us to cry and find relief. Hello, Teresa, how are you?
Hey, I'm good, how are you? I wanted to share this book with you, which is The Chemistry of Tears, which is something I read many years ago. But it's when I was doing this project also around not harvesting tears, but also learning how to sort of cry on the spot and exploring the chemistry of tears. This is a little extract from it. So page 265. He told me that tears produced by emotions are chemically different from those we need for lubrication. So my shameful little tissues, he said, now contained a hormone involved in the feeling of sexual gratification, another hormone that reduced stress, and finally, a very powerful natural painkiller. What is that one called, I asked. Leucoprene encaplane, he smiled. I wrote it down. Now I know that's a bit of a mouthful to say, but I had looked it up and at the time and also kind of got into this interesting fact about how our tears, as you mentioned, contain opioids which help to alleviate pain, clear our body from toxins, let us know if there's a foreign agent, in a sense, attacking us. But this, emotions can also kind of come in as a foreign agent into your body. Loss and grief, in a sense, are so bound up with tears in a way, and crying for emotional relief and catharsis acknowledgement and understanding your state of play. So I think that this other layer that's in your work at the moment around that, you know, specifically with the tier itself being the medium, the canvas in a way through which to kind of make this connection again from your own body to the ocean's body. What's interesting also about this book is that it's actually the story which kind of crosses time of a museum curator who has lost her lover, but she was the lover's mistress and she can't really grieve for him, but her boss who's at the museum knows that that's her situation, and so gives her this project, which is an automated, I think, mechanical duck or something that she has to go and find the history of and trace it. And then that duck, it turns out, was created for somebody in the 1800s who also lost their son. So there's these grieving stories that are connected then through time, through the technology, through the mechanical duck, so to speak, the automat, which I think is also really interesting, which kind of led on to this other point that we were discussing over the last few weeks in your work about almost the AI crying. And it did remind me actually of the chatbot that Microsoft released actually in 2016, Tay, which I forgot to speak to you about. And I wrote this performance a couple of years back where I took this technology from each year of my life, and Tay was the one that came out in 2016. But Tay basically cried in the end because she got released and there was a load of bad language and a load of people abusing her straight away. And in the end, she's just like essentially going, I give up, I cannot go on, I give up. And it's the machine, in a sense, was almost crying back to us in this emotional kind of language in a way. So we will have intelligent systems or robots or toys that will be, you know, doing the human labor sometimes, which is in relation to care and repair and restoration and maintenance.
Within this technology, we need to create a sort of space and the time for us to let ourselves to slow down, to sit down, to grieve, you know, to cry, not to be scared, to be vulnerable, not to be scared to actually show it to other people.
I guess the thinking in this moment, like that professional crier, in a sense, you know, the performativity that is sometimes necessary to allow ourselves, even in its most extravagant form, that can create an atmosphere or a space that holds us and holds all of us simultaneously, even if you may register that feeling at a very different level than another person. It still creates a container through which that we can step into legitimately and collectively to acknowledge what is happening. And I think this acknowledgement that we're speaking about is this extinction that we're living through at this moment in time.
So I'm going to take you to the makeshift lab, which I had to construct it because I couldn't go to conduct my residency at Ars Electronica in Linz in March because of the COVID lockdown, naturally. So here it is. That's where I sit and consistently and slowly observe creatures from my local North Sea. And I look how they behave in different environments. So for example, I look at their behavior in synthetic tears or tears which comes from my own body, naturally. It took about 3 months to complete. That was because during the lockdown, lots of deliveries were disturbed, and also certain biological substances which are made by professional laboratories and corporations, they didn't want to send it to places which weren't institutions, like for example that tiny guy, which is a very small amount, 1 milliliter or 1 milligram of human epidermal growth factor, which is extremely important for creating synthetic tears. It's a powder version of hormones and proteins and bacteria which lives on the surface of human face.
So, where is a space within the algorithmically driven digital world where my tears can be held and even celebrated, and where my mourning can give away to care? Moirologist was a job in the past whose task was to cry and mourn during occasions such as wakes and funerals, visibly and audibly to encourage others to express their sadness and sorrow. This has prompted a series of other questions. For example, what, aside emotional memories and real-life confrontations, can make me cry? Where shall I find these stimuli? Can I learn to cry on demand? Is there a possibility to create a Moirologist bot? All of which obviously have one objective: to provide more H2O and nourishment for my tiny marine habitats. What triggers my tears, for example, is seeing other people cry. Together with one of my main collaborators, Eric Overmeyer, we decided to write an algorithm which would look for crying eyes in YouTube videos. But first, we had to find a lot of images to be able to train our algorithm. Then, after hours of training, needless to say, it needs still some training. I also tried to train myself how to cry on the queue, so that when deprived of real-life causes, I could resort to this technique to keep my mini-oceans alive. Besides, if successful, I could share it with the wider world for the benefit of others. Call it open source crying ritual. And so I watched a number of actor coaching videos and gathered all possible stimulus. One is music. There is a selection of tunes associated with very painful memories which have devastating effect on me. It is a cultural and personal conditioning. I cannot listen to them too often because I fear that I will become immune to them. And I won't share it with you because it is too personal. So I decided to look for help in machine learning algorithms and explore the Aeolian mode or natural minor scale, that is a selection of musical notes which is used in dramatic and tear-inducing compositions. There is still a lot of work to do on this one. Lastly, I created a crying ritual which hopefully at the end will be completed by help from my AI Moirologist. The set contains colors and objects carefully curated to create a calm, tranquil space. I designed tools for tear collections, which I called tear spoons. Tears then will be stored in bottles or fed directly to my mini oceans. There is a sound and of course my willingness to start crying. On the monitors, there are visual stimulus, for example, commercials from the Philippines, the ads for products and services with heart-wrenching storylines. So goofy that I feel embarrassed to admit that they made me cry. But they do, and needless to say, the choice is a result of a quite lengthy research for what can be my tear trigger. How to make an ocean at this very moment in time is still very much work in progress. The final artwork, like most of my previous work, will be a combination of various forms: alive mini oceans in beautiful containers, jewelry like tear spoons for tear harvesting, an audiovisual piece made by an algorithm, a bot, and a specially designed space for you to come and join me in shedding some tears. This work is not for faint-hearted. One must be brave to engage in such a journey. But so we have to be brave in order to tackle the environmental crisis at the moment. We have to acknowledge all habitats, all life, and a difficult job of repairing it all. As I always have said, after all, I am a secret agent of multinatural democracy. And as such, I want to be able to provide for species and habitats which are out of our field of vision.